Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Deadly North by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Anastasia Watley and Troy Duran. Chapter 1. Gigi. I'm sorry, but, I peer at the rough sketch in front of me, trying desperately to remain professional. Is this a drawing of Mickey and Minnie? He grins.
Banging it out doggy style, yeah.
The man, who's wearing a leather vest over a dingy used-to-be white muscle tank, grabs the straps of his shirt and pulls it down, revealing a blank area of skin on his massive right pectoral.
I want it to go right here,
he says, nodding toward the spot.
Can you do it?
Can I do it? Sure, of course I can. And I'm not even really sure why this particular tattoo idea is fazing me at all. God knows I've seen pretty much every kind of tattoo in my time as a mobile tattoo artist. I've taken the Body Bus, the mobile studio that I run out of a converted Ford C2 Transit bus, to dozens of biker rallies like this one over the past few years. I've seen some of the craziest ink you could ever imagine. At this point in the game, it's pretty damn hard to surprise me. But I have to admit, I've never been asked to tattoo anything quite like this pornographic image of Mickey and Minnie. The former of whom is, massively well-endowed. It's a little intimidating, to be honest. Minnie seems to be enjoying herself, I murmur, stalling for time.
She sure did.
She, did? I blurt. Is he saying he has actually had sex with Minnie Mouse? Do I have a certified nutcase on my hands? The man snickers. He's impressively muscular for an older guy. He has to be at least in his mid-60s. His long hair and beard are completely gray, as is the tuft of hair poking out from under his shirt.
Yeah, my Minnie, that is.
He points to the female mouse in the picture.
My wife. My name's Mick, and hers was Mary. So, somewhere along the line, she got nicknamed Minnie 'cause of Mickey and Minnie, and the name just stuck.
He points to the ink on his left bicep, which I hadn't noticed, sports a name in cursive. Minnie.
See?
That's romantic, I say, trying to sound enthusiastic. So, your wife approved this tat, then? The man's grin fades.
Nah, she died last year. Cancer.
Ugh, open mouth, insert foot. Oh, wow, I'm so sorry.
Thanks. She was a feisty one. We fought like cats and dogs sometimes, but we could always resolve things by banging it out. She was my wing babe.
He lifts a hand and waves it around.
She came to these biker rallies with me for over 25 years. I've been to Sturgis with her 12 times. Miss her.
Mick's voice grows a little hoarse. He clears his throat and points at the sketch again.
She'd laugh her ass off about this,
he says with a chuckle, but the tinge of grief in his tone is unmistakable.
So, can you do it?
Wow. Now that I hear his whole story, I have to push away my doubts. This actually is really romantic and sad. Sure, of course I can. I'd be happy to, I say kindly. Have a seat, and I'll go inside and make the stencil. Sit tight. Mick sits down in the adjustable chair under the awning extending from my bus. I use this setup outside specifically for festivals and rallies, so people can see me work. It's good advertising. I get a lot of follow-up business from people who stop to chat and leave with one of my cards. Inside the bus, I sit down at my table to draw. I can hear Mick shouting hello to people and shooting the shit with passers-by as I work. When I'm satisfied with the stencil, I feed it into the thermal imager, then go back outside to show it to him. I prep him and transfer the image onto his skin. When everything's ready, I hit the volume on my stereo system and Shinedown's State of My Head starts blasting into the speakers. Then I sink into the work. There's a lot I love about being a tattoo artist. especially one with my own independent shop. I love the freedom and independence. I love the creativity. I don't even mind the chit-chat with customers who want to talk the whole time. But maybe my favorite thing is when it's just me and the canvas of someone's blank skin. When I get into the zone, aided by my favorite music, it's almost spiritual to me. I love creating the most beautiful image possible, a work of art that will live on and be appreciated for the rest of the wearer's life. Even when that work of art is Mickey giving Minnie the business from behind. Mick, unsurprisingly, is the chatty type of customer. As I work, he tells me more stories about Minnie. I find out they were never able to have kids, though they both wanted them. She had a huge craft room in their house, which is still there more or less untouched, because he hasn't had the heart to get rid of anything in it. Her favorite food was fried chicken, and she loved Disneyland, which I guess is appropriate. I get a sudden image of Mick walking around the happiest place on earth with his new pornographic tattoo, and it makes me suppress a snort laugh. Mick is rough around the edges for sure, but this guy really loved his wife. It's a real shame she died, but at least she had something good with this man while she was alive.
What about you, Red?
He asks me, gesturing at my flame-red spiky dye job. He smirks like he's the first one to ever think up that nickname for me.
What's the story with you? You partnered up with a guy?
He pauses, catching himself.
Or a gal?
I suppress another snort. Nah, I'm too independent for relationships, I say, taking a moment to stretch my muscles. I don't need a guy weighing me down.
You play the field, eh?
Something like that. I don't add that in my case, the field has been pretty much a barren desert for quite a while now. I'm just not really interested in being what most guys want in a woman long term. I'm not traditional enough, and I don't know when to shut up. I'm messy, and I don't know how to cook. I'm not exactly the Susie Homemaker type.
Hell, neither was Minnie. She couldn't cook worth a goddamn. And her idea of folding a fitted sheet was balling it up and tossing it into the linen closet. That's not what I was looking for in a woman, though.
Well, then, you're a rare one, Mick. She was lucky to have you. Mick blows a raspberry.
Shit. The right man's out there for you, Red. Don't give up on love just 'cause you're not everyone's cup of tea. The best women aren't for everyone anyway.
I take a break from my tattoo gun and peer up at him. Am I really getting relationship advice from a biker? Thanks, I say, non-committally, and change the subject. Okay, we're almost done here. Do you want the aftercare spiel? I indicate his other ink. Looks to me like you've done this before.
Nah, I'm good, thanks.
Mick waits patiently as I finish up the last lines of the tattoo. I give him a hand mirror and tell him to take a look. Mick gazes at his new ink for a few seconds and then lets out a low whistle.
That's some good work.
He nods soberly.
Just how I wanted it to turn out.
I clean up the tattoo and take a picture of it for my portfolio, then apply protective ointment. Mick gives me a massive tip with his payment, then asks me for my card.
I'm gonna talk you up to my buddies. You should get some good business out of this.
I give him my best smile. I really appreciate it, Mick, thanks. He gives me a thumbs up, then turns and disappears into the crowd. I let out a happy sigh for a job well done, then crack my sore neck and stand. One of the bad occupational hazards of my job is the stiff neck and back muscles I'm always battling from hunching over so much. Thankfully, I don't have any other walk-ins waiting, so I go back inside the bus and take out my secret weapon against muscle aches, the Hitachi magic wand. I may be the only person alive who actually uses that thing for its intended purpose of massaging sore muscles instead of as a sex toy. 10 minutes later, my muscle pain has eased up. I decide to take a little break. Flipping my sign to say I'll be back in 15 minutes, I lock up the bus and close up shop to wander around the rally for a bit. Biker rallies are always pretty good fun. I've been around them for years, even before I opened the body bus. My brother, Connor Matson, road name Fury, is in the Minneapolis chapter for the Royal Bastards MC. He's their sergeant-at-arms. I know from my sister-in-law, Kat, that a bunch of the Royal Bastards are here today at the rally, though in the crush of humanity, I haven't seen any of them yet. The July day started out overcast and cooler than normal, but the sun has come out, and with it, the heat and humidity. Most people think of Minnesota as the land of perpetual winter, but that's not true. Yes, we definitely have a longer cold season than most other states. What I call real spring doesn't start here until May. But the summers get just as hot as they do anywhere else, except for insane places like Arizona. As I wander around the rally, I start to sweat in my white cami, tight-fitting camo-patterned Bermuda shorts, and distressed cowboy boots. I wander toward the sound of live music, toward one of two stages where a well-known local hard rock band is playing. Weaving through the crowd, I stop as a group of bikers and biker chicks offers me a plastic cup of beer in passing. The beer is ice cold, and I drain half of it at once, sighing deeply. That hits the spot. "Gigi!" a female voice calls over the sound of the crowd. I turn toward it. Well, speak of the devil, it's Kat herself in the flesh. Chapter 2. Gigi. Hey, I greet Kat as she pulls me in for a hug. I didn't know you were here too. I got Christy to babysit for Julia last minute, she says. Christy is Kat's best friend. The two of them work together as nurses at one of the local hospitals. This is perfect timing. I was just on my way to try to find your bus over by the vendors. Kat and Con's little girl, Julia, is 5 months old. Even though I am famously not a kid person, I have to admit that she is clearly the cutest and most lovable baby ever. That little nugget is slowly but surely worming her way into my cold black heart. Physically, Kat and I are polar opposites. I'm short, tattooed, and edgy. She's gorgeous, auburn-haired, and statuesque. Some would say her face is marred by the scar that runs down her left cheek, the consequence of a bad situation she got into when she and Connor first got back together. But in my opinion, it only makes her more distinctive and beautiful. Even though we're so physically different, our personalities mesh surprisingly well. I've grown a lot closer to Kat since she and my brother got back together, after being broken up and out of touch for years. She puts up with my moody, spiky self, and I put up with the fact that she's model gorgeous and basically perfect. I love that she's my sister-in-law, because she's truly becoming the sister I never had. I just got done with the tat and decided to take a little break, I say, holding up the remains of my beer. Want some? Kat shakes her head, so I down the rest of the contents of my cup, tossing it into a nearly overflowing garbage bin. How's business today? She asks. Not too bad. I give Kat an abbreviated account of the Mickey and Minnie tattoo. Kat's a great audience, and she gets my humor, so I ham it up to the max, which sends her into peals of laughter. So where's I begin to ask, but before I can utter my brother's name, Kat points across the distance. Oh, look, she says. There's Connor and Mac. Shit. Of course my brother would show up with the absolute last person I want to see, here or anywhere. I should have known. Of all the shitty luck, I mutter under my breath. What? Kat turns to me quizzically. Never mind. I plaster a smile on my face that immediately turns into a grimace as my brother approaches with him. Lachlan Mac Maxwell, a.k.a. King Asshole. Mac has been my brother's best friend since childhood. He's the bane of my existence. 6 feet 2 inches of grade A certified pain in the ass. He's got sandy brown hair worn in a cut that always looks like he should have gone to the barber 2 weeks ago. a scruff of facial hair that should look messy, but instead just looks like he's climbed out of bed after a week of nonstop sex. He moves like a bobcat, with the ice blue eyes like a predator, a smile like the devil. I absolutely hate him. And even more, I hate how my body reacts every time he comes around. Connor and Mac are with a guy I don't recognize. Like them, he's also wearing the Royal Bastards colors. He's a big, tall dude with blondish brown hair and a big ol' mustache. When he gets closer, I see he's got a patch on his right pec that says Vice President. But he's not the VP of the Minneapolis Royal Bastards. He must be from one of the other chapters. "Hey, babe," Connor murmurs to Kat, slipping an arm around her. He looks at me. "Hey, G." "Hey, Con," I reply to my brother. My gaze slides reluctantly from him to King Asshole. I purse my lips but say nothing. Mac lets out a loud guffaw. "Good to see you too, Gigi." His eyes glint with what I can only imagine is malice. He knows I hate him as much as he hates me. The bastard loves to push my buttons. "Kat, G, this here's Rocky," Connor says, jerking a thumb toward the guy with the mustache. "He's the VP of the Knoxville Royal Bastards. Came up for a quick visit on some club business. Rocky, this here's my old lady and my sister, Gigi." "Nice to meet you, Rocky," Kat says. I pry my eyes away from Mac and do my best to give the Knoxville VP the friendly smile I denied him. "Hi," I say simply. "Hey there, Red," Rocky drawls, unknowingly the second person of the day to decide on that nickname for me. Truth be told, lots of guys call me that, and they all think they're original. "Fury here says you got a tattoo bus here. That's fucking cool." "Thanks, yeah. I'm just on a break right now. Biker rallies are usually pretty good business." "I could imagine." He flashes his pearly whites at me. "I'm guessing you do pretty good work." "I'm the best," I say truthfully. Mac scoffs. Not bothering to turn toward him, I simply lift my arm and give a one-finger salute in his direction. "Is that right?" Rocky muses. "Well, maybe I'll come by and have you do some ink on me. I got a couple ideas I've been turning around in my head." He gives me a wink. "Course, that is if you're comfortable doing tattoos in unusual places." Oh, my. I don't blush easily, but at Rocky's words, heat starts to rise to my face. "I wouldn't let her close to any sensitive bits," Mac butts in, cutting Rocky a glance. "She's about as warm and fuzzy as a porcupine, with a personality to match. Not to mention, she's as likely to slice off your balls as look at you. She's not really a fan of men." Instantly, the heat in my face turns into a full-body boil of rage. Mac has always seemed to take great joy in, for lack of a better word, cock-blocking me whenever there's an attractive man anywhere in my vicinity. The fact that he does it simply for fun and not because he is in any way attracted to me makes me absolutely furious, to the point where I fantasize about cutting his balls off. "Shut it, fuckface," I snarl at him. "Truth hurts, doesn't it, Gizmo?" He tosses back, bringing up an old nickname from when we were kids. "Oh my God, you are so juvenile!" I rage. I think my eyes might roll so far back into my head they're going to get stuck there. My hands curl up into fists. One of these days, I really am just going to haul off and punch him. "Okay, Jesus, enough of the Mac and Gigi show." Connor sighs, his patience wearing thin. "Mac, give it a rest, will ya?" "Suits me," I say through gritted teeth. Pivoting to Rocky, I tilt my head and bat my eyes a little. "I'd love to do some ink for you," I say, sweet as honey. "I'd even give you the family discount, seeing as how you're a royal bastard and all. Any brother of Connor's, Fury's, is a friend of mine. A very good friend. I emphasize. Truth be told, I'm not at all flirting with Rocky because I'm interested in him, but I can't resist contradicting Mac. Anyway, I have to get back to the bus. Customers waiting. I flash Rocky my most winning grin. Just stop by if you want. I'm available.
I might just do that, Red,
Rocky says with a smirk. See ya, Cat, I say to my sister-in-law. See you later, she says, hugging me. Oh, hey, do you want to come over sometime this week to hang out? I could use some company that doesn't drool.
Are you talking about me or the baby?
Connor quips. Ha ha, Cat retorts. Sure, that would be fun, I tell her. Shoot me a text when you're free. I turn back toward the bus, pointedly refusing to say goodbye to King Asshole. Unfortunately, he doesn't take the hint. I haven't gone more than 20 feet before I hear footsteps behind me. Chapter 3. Gigi.
Hey,
Mac barks, sounding pissed. I whirl back around to face him. What do you want? His jaw juts.
You were laying it on a little thick back there with Rocky, don't you think?
I stop in my tracks and stare at him. What in the hell are you talking about?
I mean, Jesus.
Mac runs a rough hand through his hair.
You didn't need to practically climb into his damn lap, for fuck's sake. We got club girls for that shit.
Oh, hell no. I have had enough of this fucker's shit for one day. I am done playing. I round on my brother's best friend, suddenly so furious I can barely see straight. So am I a slut that climbs into guys' laps, or am I a man-hating lesbian? Huh, Mac? Because it can't be both, now can it? I jab him in the chest with my finger, not caring who sees. So make up your mind. Which is it, Mac? Huh? Slut or dyke? Which one are you calling me? He blinks in surprise, looking down at my finger, which is still jammed into his pectoral. Around us, a couple of people have stopped to look. I know I'm causing a scene, because one thing you do not do is lay hands on a biker unless you have a death wish. But I don't give a good goddamn, and I don't give Mac a chance to reply either because I'm too pissed. And anyway, anything he says will just make me angrier. Fuck you, Mac. I spit, letting my lip curl to show my contempt. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but you have no right to try to tell me what to do. Now I have customers to talk to, so kindly fuck all the way off and leave me the hell alone. Permanently. I wheel around and storm away from Mac, perilously close to tears. Why, oh why does he have this effect on me? Why is it that Mac Maxwell has always been able to turn me into a hurt little child with just a word? Back over at the body bus, I cringe a little when I see there are two bikers hovering around it. I've pretty much had my fill of bikers today. Even worse, these guys are members of the Bloody Scorpions MC. The Scorpions are rivals to my brother's club. I don't know a lot about the MC world other than what I glean from being around him, but I know there's a history of violence and bad blood between the two clubs that makes me a little nervous, even though it's doubtful these men know I'm connected in any way to the Royal Bastards. Still, I feel a little uncertain as I approach. Hey guys, I call. What can I do for you?
You got air conditioning in this thing?
One of the Scorpions asks me.
I want to get out of this heat and get some ink.
It's on the tip of my tongue to say yes, but then I get a sudden flash of me alone inside my bus with two Bloody Scorpions. Sorry guys, I'm closed for the day. I lie. One of the Scorpions has his back to me, but starts to turn around. I just glimpse the bottom rocker of his cut, which says Nomad. Now, facing me, the biker moves closer. Too close. He's a scruffy-looking guy, most of his face obscured by a thick, dark beard that grows several inches past his chin. Aviator sunglasses mask his eyes, and a sweat-stained red bandana worn low on his forehead covers up the top half of his head. His body lists slightly to one side with a slight limp. He's as tall as Mac, meaning quite a bit taller than me. It's weird, there's something sort of familiar about him, even though I can barely see any of his face.
"If you're off the clock, come get a drink with me,"
he says in a scratchy voice that's almost a whisper. Something feels a little off about this guy, so I take a slow step back. Sorry, I'm kinda tired. Worked too hard, and the sun is beating down. I wipe my hand across my perspiring forehead for emphasis. His buddy guffaws.
"Blaze will get you out of the sun,"
he says, indicating the bearded nomad. It's a pretty lame joke, but the sexual innuendo is still clear. Sorry, I have plans already, I say, more firmly this time.
"I ain't taking no for an answer,"
Blaze rasps. Underneath his thick beard, I can see his jaw set. The feeling comes back to me that he's familiar to me somehow, but I'll be damned if I know why. Shit, this may be about to get ugly. Well, you're going to have to take no for an answer, I say calmly, because no is my answer.
"That's not very polite,"
Blaze snarls. He grabs my wrist and twists it roughly.
"Somebody needs to teach you a lesson in fucking manners."
Startled, I suppress a yelp. His voice has an eerily familiar quality, too. But I push the thought away because now is not the time for me to play guessing games. I try to pull away from his grasp, but he's too strong for that. Glancing down, I'm about to try to knee him in the groin, but I telegraph the move and he notices. Instead, he spins me around and grabs me in his powerful arms, pulling me back hard against him. I scream, struggling in his arms. His buddy hauls off and slaps me across the face.
"Shut up, bitch,"
he hisses, bringing his leering face close to mine.
"Save the screaming for later. We'll like that much better."
Blaze lifts me up and starts to carry me toward the bus. His friend gets to my door first and figures out it's locked.
"Key,"
he barks at me. "No!" I gasp, continuing to thrash. The biker raises his hand as if to slap me again.
"Hey!"
a male voice shouts. I hear the click of a pistol being cocked. Blaze freezes.
"Drop her. Fucking now."
Mac's voice is cold as steel. Blaze slowly bends and sets me on the ground. I wheel around to see Mac holding a gun to his head and Rocky coolly aiming his own pistol at Blaze's buddy.
"You've run afoul of the VP of the Knoxville chapter of the Royal Bastards,"
Rocky intones.
"and a member of the Minneapolis chapter. You really want to go there? Right here, right now?" "Fuck off,"
Blaze replies, but his eyes are wide, the whites of them showing.
"You're gonna walk away right now,"
Mac continues calmly, "while you still can." He removes his gun from Blaze's temple and takes a step back, but keeps it trained on him. Blaze's nostrils flare. He hawks noisily and spits on the ground, but then he jerks his head at the other scorpion.
"Come on, fuck this. Let's go."
I watch, holding my breath, as the two of them walk away. When they're gone, I exhale, closing my eyes in relief.
"You okay, Red?"
Rocky asks me. I'm fine. I lift a hand to my face and realize I'm trembling.
"You're not fine,"
Mac says flatly.
"You're shaking like a leaf."
I'm fine, I repeat through gritted teeth.
"You're welcome, by the way,"
he adds. Ugh, fuck him. I know I should thank Mac. I know I should be grateful. If it wasn't for him and Rocky showing up when they did, I don't know what would have happened. But given that we just had a conversation where Mac basically called me a slut, I can't make myself do it. He probably blames me for what those scorpions were about to do to me. And if he says anything to that effect right now, I think I might just crumple up and die. So instead, I turn to Rocky. Thanks, I say. You kinda saved my bacon there. He shrugs.
Don't mention it, darling. You sure you're okay? You don't need us to stick around? Make sure they don't come back?
I'm sure I'll be fine. I can take care of myself. Mac scoffs.
Right.
I turn and glare at him. If I wanted to hear from an asshole, I'd fart. I snapped at him weakly, but my heart's not in it. Mac raises his hands in surrender.
Jesus, Gizmo, calm down. I didn't mean it that way.
But I'm not about to listen to another word from fucking Lachlan Maxwell today. Pulling my keys from my pocket without another word, I unlock my bus, climb inside, and lock the door behind me. Then I wait, sure that he's about to start pounding on the door. But thankfully, Mac must have had enough of me too, because he doesn't. I listen for their retreating footsteps, taking deep breaths to keep myself from crying. After about 5 minutes of silence, I decide they're probably gone. And that's when I break down. God, I hate that I've let this whole dumb situation get the best of me. It's not even so much about the bloody scorpions and what that asshole Blaze tried to do. It's the image of Mac's stupid, smug face not so silently judging me. I can't seem to get away from him in my mind. Just knowing he's out there somewhere, thinking about what just happened, is more than I can take right now. My stomach is churning. I'm no longer in any mood to be at this rally. More than anything, I just want to be alone right now and far away from Mac Maxwell. I want to be done with bikers for the rest of the day. And so I make my decision. Quickly as I can, before any royal bastards or bloody scorpions or anyone else can come back, I pack up my bus, grab my keys, and climb into the driver's seat. I'll eat the lost income from leaving the rally early. I'm out of here.
Chapter 4. Mac. Mac, you're being summoned. Prez wants to see you. I look up from tinkering with my bike to see Reed standing over me. Oh yeah? Prez say what it's about? Nah, he's in his office with Norse and Fury. Reed grunts. He's never much for small talk. They weren't exactly having a tea party back there. Looked kind of serious. I'm right in the middle of adjusting my clutch lever, but Magnus doesn't like to be kept waiting, so I wipe my hands off with a rag and head inside. Just like Reed said, I find him in his office, huddled in a serious-looking discussion with Magnus and Fury. Hey, I address them all at once. Prez, you wanted to see me? Yeah, come on in. Have a seat. I glance over at Fury, but my best friend's face doesn't give anything away, other than that he's looking not all that happy. I grab a straight-back chair, flip it around, sit down, and wait for someone to start talking. To my surprise, it's not Magnus, or our VP Norse, who does. It's Fury himself. It's about Gigi, he says. There's a problem. Gigi, there's always a problem, I crack. But Fury doesn't smile. I cock a brow at him, then glance at the others. Shit, did whatever I said to Fury's little sister last weekend at the rally ruffle her ass feathers more than usual? But that doesn't make sense. Gigi's a lot of stuff, mostly annoying stuff, but she's not exactly the type to go crying to her brother. Okay, I'll bite, I reply. What about Gigi? I ain't feeling good about what happened with those scorpions at the rally, Fury frowns. Of course, Fury wasn't all that thrilled to hear that Rocky from the Knoxville chapter had to help me get those 2 scorpion assholes away from Gigi's bus. That girl was lucky we happened to see what was going down. Much as I downplayed it to Fury at the time, their intentions were pretty fucking clear. Looks like he's been letting it get to him enough to talk to Magnus about it. You think there was something more than them just being assholes, per usual? At first I did, but then my brain wouldn't let it go. It started weighing on me, so I did some digging. You find out anything specific? I ask. A couple of my CIs got in touch, Fury tells me. Confidential informants. Told me they heard a scorpion running his mouth at a bar about what happened. Not sure if it was one of the ones who was there or just someone who heard about it later. But I guess after the fact, one of them figured out Gigi's my sister. I suppress a groan. Yeah, that'll make things worse. Fury's sister needs protection, Magnus adds, turning to me. And since you're the one who saw which scorpions were involved, you're the one who's going to do it. Well, Fuck. To say this ain't good news is a goddamn understatement. For one thing, Gigi is a colossal pain in the ass. For another, she hates my guts. But those aren't the real reasons. I know better than to argue with my prez. He's decided to assign me to be Gigi's personal bodyguard, so that's what's going to happen, whether I like it or not. But I'll be damned if I'll show any of them how I really feel about it. Fuck. Seriously? I gripe, rolling my eyes. Babysitting duty ain't my style, especially when the baby's stubborn and mouthy as hell. She ain't going to listen to a word I say. I'm going to have to tie her up to get her to mind. Tie her up. My stupid, stupid cock jumps a little at the thought. She doesn't have a choice, Fury says. This is her safety on the line. You don't have a choice either, Magnus tells me. Your job is to make sure she does listen. Unless we got a problem? No problem, I say immediately. Like I said, Magnus is my president. What he tells me to do, I do it, no matter how I feel about it. Now Norse speaks up. We know the bloody scorpions have been getting bolder lately, and now Gigi's mobile tattoo business is a sitting duck. So you go where she goes, until further notice. That starts now. Understood. That it? Magnus gives me a sharp nod, and just like that, the convo's over. I've got my marching orders. Fury walks me back out to my bike. He tells me where Gigi's working today and gives me the address. Look, Mac, I know you and G don't exactly get along. We both know she's going to fight like a wet cat on this, but I know you can handle it. Anything suspicious happens, anything at all, you let me know. This is my baby sister we're talking about. I got you, brother. I clap him on the back and do my best not to let my true feelings show. As I drive over to the location where Gigi's body bus is today, my gut's churning with a mix of dread and anticipation. Dread because I know Gigi, and she's going to fight like hell not to have a royal bastard playing bodyguard for her. Especially me. She's independent to a fault, and the easiest way to rile her up is to imply that she can't take care of herself. And anticipation because it's Gigi. The woman I've carried a torch for fucking years. The woman who can match my banter, shot for shot, and look damn good while doing it. If only she didn't hate me. If only she wasn't my best friend's goddamn sister. According to Fury, Gigi's working a local classic car show at the state fairgrounds over in St. Paul. I hop on my bike and make a quick pit stop at my house, then blast down I-94 eastward from the clubhouse. Then up Highway 280 to Raymond, which turns into Como. Takes me about 15 minutes to get to the entrance to the Minnesota Fairgrounds. I drive into the neighborhood across Snelling to park the bike, then walk back to the front gate. I pay the entrance fee, then move ahead to walk through the metal detector. The guys staffing the detector watch me closely, which is no surprise considering how I'm dressed. They don't ask to pat me down, though. They don't look brave enough. The chick working the ticket booth didn't have a map of the vendors, so I spent some time strolling around the grounds, looking at the classic cars and getting in a couple conversations with their owners. I used to come to these shows with my dad, Joppa, when I was a kid. The fairgrounds gives me all the feels, if I'm being honest. Nostalgia, all that shit. And speaking of all the feels, I round a corner on Dan Patch Avenue, and there, right in front of me, is Gigi Mattson. Gigi is wearing what I think of as her classic summer uniform. She's got on tight denim shorts, short brown leather fry harness boots, and a white tank top that shows off the colorful artwork running up and down her arms, not to mention her spectacular tits. Gigi has a shock of fire engine red hair that calls the eye toward her like a beacon. She's sauntering down the avenue like she owns the place, holding a ginormous to-go mug that I know has to be full of coffee. Black like my soul, she's fond of saying. Gigi is full of fire and attitude, with a personality that makes her seem a lot bigger than her 5'2" frame. She's a force of nature. And as soon as her eyes meet mine, that force turns on me like a fucking tornado.
What in the fuck, she snarls, are you doing here?
Always a pleasure, Cupcake, I reply smoothly, trying on one of my many nicknames for her. Cupcake's ironic, because though she can be sweet, she never is with me. She hates that one almost as much as my other nickname for her, Gizmo, after the cute gremlin from the movie. You can't win with this woman, honestly.
The pleasure is all yours,
she grimaces. Gigi flicks her eyes away from me like I'm a stranger. She brushes right past me and keeps going, turning down Cooper. I pivot around and follow her. She must be able to sense me behind her because she doesn't turn around when calls back to me.
Please find somewhere else to exist.
Yeah, sorry, that ain't gonna be possible. I come up alongside her, slowing my longer steps to match hers. The body bus appears in front of us to the left. I follow her to it. I'm not here because of my love of classic cars cupcake. That catches her attention. She turns to me.
Then why are you here?
You got a couple minutes to talk?
To you? No.
Gigi thrusts her to-go mug at me to hold, then unlocks the door to her bus with a key. Not sure you have any choice in the matter. I take a sip of her coffee.
Stop that,
she barks, ripping the mug from my hands.
You're not invited in.
That's fine. I can stay outside. It's what I'm supposed to be doing anyway.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that I came here to hang around, so I'm going to hang around. Gigi shoots daggers at me with her eyes.
Ugh, you just tell me why you're here in the first place and then go away.
I can tell you why I'm here, but I can't go away.
Why the hell not?
Because I'm here on official club business.
What does that have to do with me?
I spread my hands wide and give her a cheesy grin. I'm your new bodyguard, Cupcake.
What in the world?
Fury wants you to have visible protection when you're out and about, after the altercation with the Bloody Scorpions last weekend. And Magnus and Norris agree.
What? You?
Gigi gapes.
No, absolutely fucking not. This is not happening.
It is happening, I say, crossing my arms in front of me. You don't get a choice, and neither do I.
Like hell,
she shoots back, sliding a hand into her back pocket. Gigi pulls out her cell phone and jams her finger against the screen a few times. Putting the phone to her ear, she waits a couple seconds, and then yells into the phone.
Call off your fucking dog, Con!
I snort. I should be mad that she called me a dog, but I gotta be honest. I've always kind of liked riling Gigi up. Call it a kink. Leaning myself up against the bus, I wait for Gigi to get confirmation from her brother that this is happening. Gigi's listening to Fury talk, her chin jutting out defiantly.
No, Con. I refuse to be babysat like some child. Well, then, send someone other than King Asshole.
Sheesh, enough with the terms of endearment, I quip. Gigi gives me a withering look, then listens to whatever Fury is saying. Slowly, her expression transforms from defiant to defeated. She pulls the phone away from her face without saying goodbye to her brother and presses the screen to hang up.
It's a free country, she hisses at me. So I can't stop you from standing anywhere you want.
She enters the body bus and closes the door. That went well, I murmur. I spend the first part of my guard duty leaning against a tree in the shade, watching Gigi work her magic on a customer's arm inside. The customer, an older guy with a pot belly that's peeking out from under his too small graphic t-shirt, doesn't notice my presence across the way. Gigi, of course, knows I'm here, but pretends I'm not. Her focus on her work is intense, her fire engine red hair falling into her eyes as she leans in to perfect a line or shade a figure. I catch murmurs of conversation between the two of them, and from time to time her light, tinkling laughter. A kind of laughter that she's never used with me. I get so caught up in watching her that I almost miss the arrival of the Bloody Scorpions. Almost. How they know she's here, I'm not sure, but it's the same fucking guys as last time. The nomad named Blaze with a big fucking beard, sunglasses, and bandana, and his asshole friend. They post up on either side of the door to Gigi's bus and stand there, looking menacing. The old dude Gigi's tattooing says something to her and she looks up, then registers the Scorpion's presence. I see a flicker of fear cross her face. In a flash, I'm up and across the road, positioning myself between the Scorpions and the body bus. You ain't welcome here, I snarl at them. Thought we made that clear last time. And then I pull the friend I brought out of my waistband to emphasize the point. A ghost gun, 3D printed, undetectable by metal detectors. Our club specializes in these things. One of our less legitimate businesses involves transporting them up north to Canada, where they're even less legal than they are here in the U.S. The Scorpions, by the looks on their faces, aren't carrying, which I figured would be the case. Fuck you, the bearded guy sneers. It's a free country. You ain't my type, darling. I leveled the gun at him. You motherfuckers didn't seem to get the message last time, so let me be more clear. Messing with that woman in there, I gestured toward Gigi. That's the same as messing with a royal bastard's MC. You best get your asses out of here before you bring down a world of hurt on yourselves. You feel me? Inside the bus, Gigi's eyes are as big as saucers. Our customers are too. The scorpions back off, but not before throwing a menacing glance Gigi's way. Blaze eyes her for far too long and licks his lips obscenely. I wrap my hand tighter around the gun, getting ready to use it as a weight to punch him with. But he backs away just in time to save himself a beatdown. He spits on the ground, a string of saliva clinging to his long beard for a moment. The two saunter away casually, only the tension in their shoulders betraying them. I let out a breath, relaxing my stance, and slipped the ghost gun back into the waistband of my jeans. Inside the bus, Gigi's customer mutters something about coming back later. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out some bills and tossing them at Gigi, then bolts out the door, not even looking at me as he flees. For a moment, Gigi's eyes meet mine. Her lip trembles, but then she bites it and turns away. It's a moment of vulnerability, a crack in the facade of insults and banter she's built up as a shield against me over the years. Slowly, she gets up and closes the door, leaving me outside. I go back across the way and sit back down in the shade.
Chapter 5. Gigi.
How the hell did they know you were here?
Mac demands as soon as I finally emerge from my bus. How should I know? My voice comes out as almost a wail. I cringe, hating myself for sounding so weak.
Do you have a public schedule of where the bus will be, somewhere where people can see it?
Of course I do, for public events, I say, sounding defensive even to myself. There's a form on my website that people can fill out if they want to book me, and schedule of events the bus will be at. And I post on my social media accounts. It's how I do business. How am I supposed to get customers if they don't know where I am?
Damn it, Gigi, you can't just tell them where you're going to be located.
Mac growls.
You're a sitting duck.
Could those bloody scorpions guys actually have gone to the trouble of looking me up just to follow me? That just feels crazy. Why would they bother? And it seems even crazier that what just happened could have been a coincidence.
Now do you see why Fury asked Magnus to assign you protection?
He continues, crossing his arms in front of his chest. His huge, muscled, t-shirt-straining chest. Ugh. No, I don't. I do, of course, but the smug damn look on Mac's face makes it impossible for me to admit. What I see is that my brother is jumping to conclusions and taking your club with him. Mac's face turns from smug to incredulous.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're a lot of things, Gizmo, but dumb is not one of them.
Don't call me Gizmo, asshole, I spat back. I hate it when he calls me that. Always have. And even more when he's trying to put me in my place, like right now. It's a nickname that always makes me feel like a silly little child. And I know that's exactly why Mac does it. Mac started calling me Gizmo back when I was 12 years old. It came out of one of the rare times that he and Connor and I hung out together when we were kids. Mac and Connor, being older and boys, they rarely condescended to even give me the time of day most of the time. But on that weekend, we were all hanging out at Mac's house. His parents, Choppa and Rini, were basically Connor's surrogate parents growing up, since ours were so absent. Our mom, literally, and our dad, all but physically. Our mother died, giving birth to me, so of course I never actually knew her, but her presence, or rather her absence, was a constant in our home growing up. People tell me I look like her. I didn't see it when I was a kid, but now that I'm grown, I definitely can. In pictures of her, it's clear I have the same green-blue eyes. Connor has them too, but my face is shaped like hers as well, right down to our pointed chin and high cheekbones. Growing up, it seemed pretty clear to me that my father never forgave me for being the reason for my mother's death. he never got over it. Instead, he coped by disappearing deeper and deeper into a bottle, rather than do any sort of parenting. Connor and I mostly tried to stay out of his way, since he was mean when he was drunk. Connor was lucky enough to have Mac as a best friend, whose house he tended to escape to whenever things got bad at ours. I wasn't so fortunate. I had few friends at school, and none that lived close enough to us that I could run to their houses in an emergency. One weekend, my father went on a bender that was pretty extreme, even for him. I guess Connor must have had qualms about leaving me alone in the house with Dad. He told me he was going over to Mac's house to watch movies, which wasn't unusual. But what was unusual was that this time he invited me along. I didn't need to be asked twice. An hour later, we were sitting in Mac's living room, each of us with a giant bowl of popcorn in front of us, courtesy of Mac's mom, Renee. We raided his parents' DVD collection and decided to do an 80s movie marathon. The first movie on the list was Gremlins, which we had heard was a classic. The movie is about a kid who receives an unusual, cute, cuddly pet as a gift. The pet comes with instructions never to expose it to sunlight, let it come in contact with water, or feed it after midnight. Of course, the kid screws up, and the creature spawns other creatures who turn into tiny monsters that wreak havoc on the town. Well, at some point during the movie, I got up to go to the bathroom, and when I came back, Mac had taken over my chair as well as my bowl of popcorn. "Get out of my chair," I demanded. "Make me," he shot back casually, grabbing a huge fistful of my popcorn. Well, of course, I was no match for my brother's older, bigger, stronger best friend, but I sure did try. I did my best to wrestle the popcorn bowl out of his hands. Laughing, he stood up and held it up over his head, out of my reach. I climbed onto the chair to get it, and even then I was too short. "Come on, Gizmo," he taunted me. "Sorry, you heard the rules. Can't feed the gremlins." "After midnight," I protested, stupidly falling into his dumb game. "It's only 8:30. And that, as far as my brother's best friend was concerned, was me admitting to being a gremlin. And that was it. The name stuck. And throughout the rest of our childhood, he would call me Gizmo whenever he wanted to drive me nuts. And even though I should be too mature for that now, it still pisses me off when Mac calls me Gizmo. It always brings me back to how I felt that night. Like I was being called ugly and short and ridiculous. And right now, it feels even more ridiculous that the nickname can still get to me when it comes out of his mouth. "Fuck off, Mac," I hiss at him. "I didn't ask for your damn club to decide they needed to treat me like a damn child. And I'm not about to change my business model to make it easier for you to watch over me. You can always just, leave and let me continue living my life."
"You know I can't do that, Cupcake,"
he shoots back, switching to his other taunting name for me.
"Look, I don't like this gig any more than you like having me here. But it ain't your choice, and it ain't my choice."
"Yeah, no one is giving me any choice in this at all. I'm not in your damn club, so why do I have to deal with your stupid shit? Do you not see how messed up that is?" Max shrugs.
"Fucked up or not, that's the way it is. And neither one of us can do a damn thing about it."
So that's the way it is. For the foreseeable future, every damn time I do an event with the body bus, Max shows up on his damn bike and watches me work. And just like he said, there's not a single damn thing I can do about it. Damn. The following weekend, I'm at a local art fair. My bus is sandwiched between a vegan food truck and a leather goods stand, much to Mac's amusement. His bike is a constant presence and parked near my bus, a silent but annoying guardian. No dangerous bikers appear at the art fair, thankfully. I guess it's not really their kind of scene. A lot of people stop by my bus to get info about booking me for a party or event. I have one scheduled appointment and 2 walk-ins. one of whom is one of the workers at the vegan food truck. I'm just finishing up with him when a guy walks up to watch. I tell him I'll be right with him. He peruses the photos on my banner display as I go through the aftercare process with my customer, who gives me a generous tip. When the customer leaves, I turn to the other guy. He's tall and lanky, with long brown hair down past his shoulders, wearing a graphic t-shirt and cargo shorts. He's got tattoos on his forearms and calves of varying degrees of quality. "Hey," I say. "I'm Gigi. Let me know if you have any questions."
"This all your work?"
he asks, indicating the photos. "Yeah, everything there is mine. If you see anything that inspires you, I'm happy to talk about possible designs."
"You're pretty good."
He gives me an indulgent grin.
"How long have you been doing tats?"
I push down a wave of irritation. I'm not pretty good. I'm very good. But I'm used to guys damning me with faint praise. "A while."
"You want to do one on me?"
"Sure, what would you like?" He takes a step closer.
"How about I choose a body part and I let you decide?"
Oh, for fuck's sake. This is a thing that happens from time to time, unfortunately, especially to female tattoo artists. Guys mistake professional cordiality as an opening for sexual interest. "Sorry, I'm not going to do that," I reply firmly.
"Oh, come on, lighten up. It was a joke,"
he says. It was a joke. The weasel cop-out of every gross guy whose sexual innuendo doesn't land the way he wants it to. I play it straight. I thought jokes were supposed to be funny. The guy doesn't like that at all.
"You're not going to do any business with an attitude like that."
My eyes involuntarily dart over to Mac. He has definitely taken notice that something is up. His arms are crossed tight over his chest, brows knitted into a frown. He leans forward and gives me a questioning look. I give him an almost imperceptible shake of my head. "I do fine for myself, thanks," I say. "I don't need your business."
"You're fugly anyway,"
he sneers.
"Dyke."
And there's step 2 of the gross guy who can't handle rejection playbook. God, it's amazing how predictable they all are. Okay, well, then if I'm ugly and a lesbian, you shouldn't want anything from me anyway, so you can move along.
"Fuck you."
Turning to go, he tosses back, "Dyke," as he leaves. "Have a good one," I call, waving. He doesn't turn around. I feel my body relax. That went about as well as can be expected. Sometimes it gets a lot worse. Max stomps up, mad.
"The fuck was that?"
"Oh, are you still here?" I ask mildly.
"Was that guy coming on to you?"
I consider lying, but I don't have the energy. Yeah, he didn't like no for an answer. He huffs.
"I should go fuck that guy up."
I let out a snort. "Why?"
"'Cause he fucking deserves it."
You fucking him up isn't going to teach him not to be a dick to women. It'll just teach him to steer clear of bikers. Mac opens his mouth to respond, then shuts it again.
"I hate it when you're right,"
he mutters. I chuckle as he turns away. The day progresses. I work, and Mac watches me from afar. An unspoken tension seems to grow between us every time I glance over and our eyes meet. When the fair is over, I finish up with my last customer and start to pack up. Seconds later, I feel the heat of Mac's body as he bends down beside me. "What are you doing?" I ask.
"Helping you."
He reaches down and flips the lever on my customer chair like he's done it 1,000 times.
"You don't think I'm just gonna stand over there and watch you do this by yourself, do you? What kind of a dick do you think I am?"
It's on the tip of my tongue to toss back one of the many insults I keep just for Mac Maxwell. But even I realize it would be unkind of me to do that when he's helping me out. Together, we both work getting stuff back into the bus, with me occasionally giving him a direction which he takes without complaint. I'm struggling to fold up my display table, which always gives me trouble, when Mac kneels down beside me to help. Our hands accidentally brush against each other. The brief touch sends a jolt of electricity through me, freezing me in place. Mac turns his face to me, and our eyes lock. He's closer to me physically than I have been to him in years, probably since I was a teenager. I try not to focus on the way his tongue runs over his bottom lip, or the way his Adam's apple moves as he slowly swallows.
I got this,
he says huskily. My nipples tighten. They actually physically tighten at the sound of his voice so close to my ears. Jesus! I jump to my feet, my body reacting almost before my mind can make sense of what's happening to me. My emotions are a vortex of confusion and denial. I busy myself with cleaning my equipment, avoiding eye contact. Mac watches me for a moment longer before finally standing and taking the table inside. He takes in the last of the boxes.
Anything else?
He asks when he's done. Nope, that's it, we're done. I chirp, sounding far too tearful. You can go.
You sure you're good, G?
Of course, why wouldn't I be? I smile so wide my face feels like it's gonna crack. Okay, bye then. Max stares at me for what feels like an eternity. I keep the smile pasted on my face. Muttering to himself, he turns away and strides back to his bike. He gives me a one-finger wave, then drives away without another word. I let out a long sigh and close my eyes. God, that was uncomfortable. Because as much as I hate to admit it to myself, not everything I feel for Mac is hatred. Back in the bus, I fight to make my breathing go back to normal and try to ignore the buzzing in my head and the sudden thrumming between my legs. Which is when I see the Hitachi magic wand sitting on top of a box, taunting me. Oh, shut up, I mutter. Chapter 6. Gigi. I'm still feeling jittery about the way I left things with Mac when I pull the body bus into the driveway of the minuscule ranch home I rent in a tiny forgotten pocket of South Minneapolis. The house is one of the many small dwellings that went up in this neighborhood in the wake of World War II. With a footprint of far less than 1,000 square feet, it's amazing to me that it was originally designed to hold an entire family. These days, it feels better suited for one single woman who isn't too big on having a lot of stuff. I've lived here for a few years, and I love it so much that I've pushed off any thought of saving money for a down payment on a house. As if I could afford that anyway. Throwing the bus into park, I let out a little sigh of happiness that I'm finally home from this crazy day. As much as I love my job, I'm not naturally much of a people person. I can't wait to just go inside, lock my door, and not have to perform for anyone until tomorrow. And yes, before I leave the bus, I grab the magic wand, stuffing it into my bag like a dirty secret. My next-door neighbor, Carrie Ann, waves a greeting to me as I start up my walk. Carrie Ann's house is a carbon copy of mine. She's a single mom. She lives with her 4-year-old daughter, London, and her mom, Janice. Janice is nowhere to be found, but London comes sprinting up to me with a joy on her face that only a young child can exude. "Hi, Gigi," she yells, barreling toward me as I crouch down to intercept her hug. "Hey there, how are you today?" "Good," she beams at me. "Granny and me went to the zoo today. We saw monkeys and a tiger." "Wow, that sounds great," I enthuse. "Much better than my day, for sure." Carrie Ann comes up behind her. "Mom's inside taking a nap," she tells me. Keeping up with London wore her out, I think. "Mom," London protests, "I don't wear her out." Okay, Carrie Ann says, putting her hand on her daughter's head. "Grammy probably just didn't sleep that well last night." She winks at me, and I suppress a smirk. "How are you doing, Gigi?" "Good. I say automatically, unwilling to get into the less than positive parts of my day. But I'm probably about as tired as your Grammy, London. I want to go inside and sleep for 24 hours. London giggles. That's too long. Not for me. I tip my head to one side and do a couple of loud snores, which sends her into fits of laughter. I could use a 24-hour nap myself, Carrie Ann says. I'm not likely to get one anytime soon, though. Am I, London? No, because you have to get up to play with me, London explains. Carrie Ann raises her eyebrow at me. Bet you're glad you only have a cat. Just as I always do whenever someone mentions me having kids, I deflect and change the subject. Well, he definitely doesn't mind joining me during nap times, that's for sure. Speaking of which, I better get inside and feed the beast. Good to see you, London. Say hi to your grandma for me. Okay, she sings and bounces away. Carrie Ann gives me a wave and follows her daughter. I turn away and head back toward my house, my brain switching gears back to the evening ahead and the uninterrupted me time I'm looking forward to. As I approach my front door, at first I don't notice the shiny object glinting in the early evening sunlight. But as I get closer, my steps slow as I see that there's what looks to be a fancy switchblade with rhinestones embedded in the wooden railing. What the fuck? I glance around me, but other than Carrie Ann and London, there's no one else outside on my street. Reaching for the object gingerly, I take hold of the hilt and pull it out of the wood to examine it. The blade has been sharpened expertly to a fine edge. Pretty, but deadly. It's hard to tell whether the knife is meant to be a threat or a gift, but it makes me uneasy either way. Inside, I close the blade and set it on my kitchen counter. Suddenly, being home alone isn't quite as enticing as it was a couple of minutes ago. Feeling vulnerable, I rush through the house, checking all the door and window locks to make sure they're secure and closing all the curtains. When I'm done, I go back to the living room and I flop down on the couch. Within seconds, my cat, Tedward the Destroyer, comes ambling in and jumps up next to me. Tedward is a long-haired tabby with a white chest, beautiful jade eyes, and a personality that matches his name. He is a destroyer of toilet paper rolls and catnip mice, and he hates all humans except for me. And right now, he's exactly who I want to see. He steps into my lap, flopping down into it. I sink my fingers into his fur, letting the vibrations of his purring soothe me. There's nobody here. I'm safe. It's okay. Isn't it? It has to be a coincidence, I murmur to Tedward. It has to be. His name was Dylan. He was good-looking in a bad boy, he knows it kind of way, charming in a caveman kind of way, and had a hard time taking no for an answer. Dylan was the first guy I had really let myself think about getting serious with. I met him in a totally stereotypical way, in a bar. He came on strong, and I had had just enough alcohol to be flattered and a little turned on. He love-bombed me from the start. By the end of the first week, he told me he was in love with me. By the end of the second week, he was telling me I was going to be the mother of his children. The sex was off the charts. I was falling, and falling hard. But Dylan had a jealous streak. Back then, I didn't have the body bus yet, but I was working as a tattoo artist at a local shop. He hated that I worked in a profession that meant I got up close and personal with men on a daily basis. At first, he told me it was because I was so beautiful that it made him nervous for my safety. But little by little, he started accusing me of unintentionally leading my male customers on. Then he started saying that I was doing it on purpose. He told me that if I wanted to be his woman, I'd have to stop being a tattoo artist, because that was a profession for sluts. So I broke up with him. To say that Dylan didn't accept the breakup was an understatement. He started harassing me. texts and phone calls at all hours of the day. He'd alternate between pleading with me to take him back and saying some of the most horrible, disgusting, vile things I've ever heard. When I finally blocked his number, the harassing turned to straight-up stalking. The final straw was the day I found all 4 of my car's tires slashed, with a blade still sticking out of one of them. A switchblade with a decorative handle. It was at that point I had to admit to myself that I needed help. Though I hated doing it, I called in the cavalry, better known as my brother. When I told Khan what was happening, I saw a look of fury cross his face like I'd never seen before. It was the first time I really realized why the royal bastards had given him his road name. I realized that my big brother was capable of things I'd never dreamed of. I never knew what happened to Dylan. All I know is that Connor said he took care of him. Dylan never contacted me again after that day. I never let myself think too much about why. But sitting here right now, I have to admit to myself that I always assumed that what Khan did was permanent. So, whoever left this knife for me, assuming it is a threat, it can't be Dylan. Can it? I spend a nervous evening eating frozen pizza in the dark, watching old comfort shows on my laptop with Tedward. A couple of times in between binging episodes, I give in to the impulse to Google Dylan's name. But there's nothing about him on the internet. His name just isn't there. Nothing about his life, but also nothing about his death. When my eyes are so dry from screen time that I can hardly keep them open, I get up and pad to the kitchen. Opening my junk drawer, I quickly stuff the switchblade all the way to the back. I wash my face and brush my teeth in the bathroom and do one more round of lock checks before I go to bed. Bathroom window? Check. Bedroom windows? Check. Kitchen? Check. But as I'm walking back into the living room, something stops me in my tracks. A rattle at the front door. Soft at first, then louder. Frantically, I run on tiptoes back to the bedroom. I grab my phone from the top of the nightstand with one hand and with the other pull open the drawer and get out the pistol I keep in there. Shaking, I find the contacts and hit my brother's number. "Connor," I half whisper. "There's someone trying to break into my house. Please come."
"Lock yourself in the bathroom with your gun," he orders. "I'll be right there."
I should do exactly what he says. But I can't just wait for the intruder to break in and come find me. So terrified I feel like I'm going to throw up, I tiptoe back into the living room. A shadow moves across the window next to the front door. "I've got a gun," I shout. "Leave or I'll use it." A loud, derisive male laugh cuts through the air. The knob rattles again, but this time it's accompanied by the squeak of metal on metal. He's using a crowbar to jimmy the door. Tedward flees to the back of the house. Adrenaline floods my veins. There's only one choice I have now. Racking the gun, I aim for where I imagine a man's chest would be and fire through the door. The man lets out an explosive curse, but not a yelp of pain. I pull the trigger a second time. There's a muffled crash and a thud, and then the pound of running footsteps off into the night. My heart is hammering hard in my chest as I drop to my knees. The gun clatters to the floor next to me. I suck in deep breaths, concentrating so hard on calming myself that at first I don't hear the rumble of the engine that signals my brother has arrived. "Gigi!" he shouts as he thunders up the walk. "Gigi!" Stumbling to a stand, I unlock the door and fling it open. Connor takes my front steps in one bound and grabs me by the shoulders. "You okay?" "Yeah, they're gone." I glance both ways down my street. "Did you see them?" "Fuck, no." "You must have just missed them." I bend down to pick up the crowbar at our feet. "They were trying to get in with this."
"You keep saying they. How many were there?"
"Maybe just one." I just heard a man's voice.
"Son of a bitch."
Connor takes the crowbar from me and grips it tightly, looking like he wishes he could swing it at someone.
Any idea who it could have been?
Come on in. Connor follows me inside. I tell him to sit, then go to the kitchen and grab the switchblade from the drawer. I return to the living room, handing it to him. When I came home today, this was sticking out of my front railing. Connor sets the crowbar down beside him on the couch and takes the knife from me.
Weird,
he mutters.
Doesn't look like a blade a guy would carry.
Yeah. At first, I was wondering whether it was some weird gift or something. I hesitate. Con, you remember Dylan, the guy who
I remember,
he says, cutting me off.
Why do you ask?
It's just, he's gone, right? Because this feels like something he would do. Connor shakes his head.
The Dylan situation was permanently resolved.
An engine comes roaring down the street. Through my window, I see a truck squeal to a halt in front of my house. What the hell? I exclaim. Connor stands.
I called Mac for backup just in case. That must be him.
Seconds later, there's pounding at the door. Then Mac appears, filling the doorway with his large frame. He's wild-eyed, looking like he's ready to tear someone's head off. When he sees us standing in the living room, the wildness in his eyes goes down a fraction.
What happened?
He asks, his eyes locking on me.
Jesus, gee, are you okay?
I'm fine, I say. There was a potential intruder, but he's gone.
Jesus,
he repeats, running a hand through his wild hair.
Fury, you scared the fuck out of me.
I only have a split second to be surprised that Mac would be that worried about my well-being. Connor tells him what happened in a few short sentences, glancing at me for confirmation. Mac's eyes narrow in anger as he listens.
You think it's that fucking asshole Scorpion?
He asks me. It might be, I admit. I don't know who else it could be, though I can't imagine how he figured out where I live if it is. But could the person who tried to get in just now be the same person who left the bejeweled knife? My head is starting to spin.
That settles it,
Connor growls.
Just having protection on you while you're working ain't gonna cut it, G. We're gonna have to have eyes on you all the time.
He turns to Mac.
I'm calling Magnus to let him know you're on guard duty for G 24/7, starting immediately. From now on, you two are joined at the hip.
What? No! I shout. I look at Mac, expecting him to protest, but he doesn't say a word. But Connor isn't taking no for an answer.
Mac's the only one I trust to keep you safe, G. Until I can get to the bottom of this, he goes where you go. Case closed.
And I don't get any say in the matter, I say sarcastically.
Nope. Mac will sleep on your couch for the night,
Connor tells me.
Tomorrow morning, we'll send some guys over to fix your door. Call me if anything else happens, no matter what time it is.
Ugh, I mutter. I'd rather take my chances with the stalker. Mac gives me a disgusted look.
You're welcome.
Fuck off, I shoot back. Con, this is just for tonight, you hear me? I am not having him stay here with me until God knows when.
We'll see,
Connor says, with a determined look that I don't like one bit.
Chapter 7. Mac.
Here.
Gigi huffs, tossing a pillow and a patchwork quilt at me.
I hope you don't snore. With my luck, it will be loud enough that I can hear it all the way in my bedroom.
Her words are the same biting sarcasm she always uses with me, but her heart's not in it. Gigi's putting up a good front right now, but she's rattled. I can tell. Her face muscles are tense, brows knitted. Her breathing is rapid and shallow. She's scared, and she's trying her damnedest not to show me. I don't snore, I say. Picking up the quilt, I shake it out and drape it across the couch. It looks handmade.
Did you make this blanket yourself? My grandma did.
She crosses her arms in front of her and lifts a hand to her mouth, nervously chewing on a thumbnail. Your grandma? I say, confused. Your dad's mom.
My mom's mom. I never met her.
Gigi's eyes flick away from me.
I just know she's the one who made it. It was just always in the house growing up. She must have given it to my mom at some point. I kept it in my room. I didn't want my dad and Connor wrecking it.
I contemplate her words. Gigi and Fury's mom died in childbirth with Gigi. By the time I met their dad, he was already a full-blown alcoholic. A broken man, rarely sober and never around, even when he was physically present. He finally drank himself to death not long after Gigi graduated high school. G and Fury definitely got the shit end of the stick in the parental department. I imagine it must have meant something to Gigi to have a keepsake from her mom's side of the family, even if she never met her mom's mom. As old as it is, the quilt is in perfect condition. An image comes to me of young Gigi wrapping it around herself for comfort when she was feeling low. Just then, a flash of gray fur appears. It streaks across the living room and jumps up on the couch. When it comes to a stop, I see it's a cat with bright green eyes and long fur. It stands in the middle of the quilt, eyeing me suspiciously.
That's Tedward,
Gigi tells me, sounding relieved to change the subject.
He's not friendly, so don't try to pet him.
Is that right? I ask. He doesn't look like the violent type. I take a step closer.
I'm warning you, he'll take your arm off,
Gigi says, her voice pitching higher.
He's had his shots, but that doesn't mean you won't need stitches.
I sit down on the other end of the couch from Tedward. His green eyes fix on me, tail swishing back and forth. I don't move. After a few seconds, he comes closer, nose twitching. I reach out a hand for him to sniff. After a moment, he rubs his face against my knuckles and starts to purr. He's just a big old softy, I say, scruffing him under the chin. I look up at Gigi, who is gaping at both of us like she can't believe her eyes.
How in the hell?
She breathes.
He hates everybody. How did you do that?
Dunno. He seems perfectly fine to me.
Jesus Christ.
Gigi shakes her head.
Assholes attract assholes, I guess.
Hey, I protest. That's not a very nice thing to say about your cat. But Gigi has turned away in disgust. She doesn't bother saying goodnight, just flees down the hall toward her bedroom. I guess she doesn't want to talk about it anymore, I tell Tedward. He chirps in agreement. I hang out with the cat for a few more minutes until he decides to jump off the couch and follow Gigi into her bedroom. Removing my cut, I drape it across the back of a chair, then pull my wallet, phone, and keys out of my pockets. I keep my gun on me until I can get Gigi's front door fixed tomorrow morning. My phone buzzes on the side table with a text. It's Fury, asking for a status update. I tell him everything's copacetic over here and that Gigi's gone to bed, tossing the phone back on the table and go to the bathroom so I can take a leak. Just as I get to the bathroom, the door opens and she comes out of it. She's in an oversized t-shirt that stops just below her ass and nothing else. She looks cute and sleepy, and God damn it if she doesn't look sexy as hell. Gigi startles when she sees me.
Sorry,
she mumbles. Her breath smells like mint toothpaste. No need, I reply, my voice sounding thick in my ears. Good night.
Night.
Gigi turns away from me and walks quickly down the hall, giving me a view of her naked legs and the curve of her ass under her shirt that gets my cock's immediate attention. She disappears into her bedroom and slams the door behind her. I let out a soft groan. Ugh, fuck. Now I'm going to have that image in my head the whole night. I suppress the urge to jack off in her bathroom. Hey, even I'm not that much of a pig. But taking a leak ends up being a little more effort than I expected it to be. I'm still half-hard as I do a quick perimeter check and make sure all the doors and windows are locked. I push an easy chair in front of the front door so I'll be able to hear if anyone tries to push it open. Then, stretching out on the couch, I pull Gigi's grandma's quilt over me and try to get some rest. First thing in the morning, a couple of our club brothers arrive to fix Gigi's door. She stays in her room for the whole thing. When they're finished and gone, she still hasn't come out. It seems pretty clear she's avoiding me. I decide to give her a break. Now that her door can lock again, I'll set myself up in my truck outside her house instead of hanging out in here. I go to her bedroom door and rap on it a couple times with a knuckle. Hey, you awake in there?
Just a minute,
her muffled voice replies. Don't worry about coming out, I call back. Just wanted to let you know the front door's fixed. I'm going to head out to my truck. I'll leave my number on your kitchen counter. Text me or call me if you need anything. The door opens a crack. Gigi pokes her head out, looking bedrumpled and gorgeous. I get a tight feeling in my chest for some reason, seeing her that way.
Did you get anything to eat?
She asks.
Any breakfast?
I made some coffee. There's still over half a pot left for you, if you want it. Gigi screws up her face in a look of concern.
You're not going to eat anything, though?
I'll be fine. I've got some beef jerky in the truck. Don't sweat it. Gigi looks like she wants to say something more, but seems to think better of it. She pulls her head back inside and closes the door. I go back into the kitchen and rummage around in her cupboards until I find a traveling mug. I fill the mug half full and snap the lid on. I didn't sleep much last night, so I'll probably need it. Outside, I start up my truck and do a U-turn, parking it across the street and one house down. I want to keep Gigi safe, but I also don't want to make my presence too obvious. I'd rather catch these motherfuckers in the act if I can. Surveillance work is dull as hell, so I settle in for the wait. She mentioned she's not working today, so I'm expecting to be here for a while. I eat a stick of beef jerky and drink the coffee. I turn on my radio from time to time to catch the news or break up the monotony. I play a couple mindless games on my phone. The only time I leave is to take a leak in some bushes. When the beef jerky isn't cutting it anymore, I call one of our prospects and have him bring me some fast food. I get a text from Gigi asking if I'm okay out here. I reply that I am and ask her if she's okay. She doesn't answer. The light is fading at the end of the day. I'm still in the truck. Gigi hasn't left the house. Just when I think we might get through the day without incident, my phone buzzes.
I think I saw someone out at the edge of the backyard.
Stay in the house. I'll go check. Before I can get out of the truck, a loud crash echoes from the back of Gigi's property. I'm out in a flash, gun drawn. My legs are pumping hard as I round the corner at the back of the house. There's no one in the yard, but as I look back toward the house, I see a rock-shaped hole in one of the back windows. I rush inside to see Gigi standing in her kitchen, visibly shaken but unharmed. She's staring down at the rock about the size of a cantaloupe. Whore is written on it in what looks like magic marker.
What the fuck?
Gigi whispers. She tears her eyes away to look up at me, terror etched into her features. Are you hurt? I ask urgently, scanning her for blood. Did any glass hit you? My question seems to snap her into another emotional state.
No, I'm fine. I have to clean this up.
She swivels on her heel and crosses the kitchen to a small closet. Pulling the door open, she removes a hand broom and a dustpan. Gigi kneels and robotically starts to clean up the glass. Gee, stop. Why don't you go into the living room? I'll clean this up.
No, I have to.
Her movements start to speed up, growing jerky and almost frenetic. I kneel down beside her and grab her wrists as gently as I can. The contact seems to shake her out of it. She stops moving and looks at me. It feels like she's not really seeing me. Come on, I say, as gently as I can. Stop for now. Come with me. This can wait. She allows herself to be led to the living room couch. I sit her down and then, after a second, sit next to her. On impulse, I wrap an arm around her and hug her to me. I expect her to resist, but instead she sinks into me, burying her head against my chest. Shh, I tell her, pulling her closer. It's going to be okay. We're going to get to the bottom of it, G.
I just don't understand why this is happening,
she whispers.
You know?
I know, but you're safe, okay? You're safe. I listen to her hitched breathing as she tries not to cry. Sitting on this couch with this beautiful but prickly woman, I think back to last night when I managed to get Tedward to come close to me, against all odds. Somehow this moment feels similar. I've always had a thing for Gigi, even though I know that for some reason she's always hated me. But now, being here in close proximity with her, joined at the hip for God knows how long, I realize my feelings for her are deepening into something more than attraction. I surprise myself by realizing I don't want her to hate me, but I'm almost afraid to ask myself what I want her to feel instead.
Chapter 8. Gigi. When I've pulled myself away from Mac, embarrassed as hell that I've cried on his shoulder, He announces he's going to order a pizza for us. Since he spent the entire day out in his truck, I don't have the heart to tell him no. While he's ordering, I go into the bathroom and take the hottest shower I can stand to take. Standing under the steaming water, I can't get the attack and the broken window out of my mind, no matter how hard I try. As much as I have hated my brother's heavy-handedness dealing with this whole thing, I'm grateful that Mac is here with me right now. For my whole life, I have hated feeling like I was ever depending on anyone for anything. I've always felt like the charity case, the kid with no mom and a drunk for a dad that everyone was always whispering about and feeling sorry for. I've tried as hard as I can to be self-sufficient as an adult. Most of the time, it feels like I've succeeded. But this whole episode has thrown me for an emotional loop. If Mac wasn't here right now, I'd probably be too scared to sleep in my own home. I hate more than anything that he's the one I'm leaning on right now. But I can't deny that I'm grateful for his presence. Say what you will about the Royal Bastards MC, but they have each other's backs. By the time I'm out of the shower, the pizza has arrived. It's pepperoni and mushroom, which Mac knows has been my favorite ever since I was a kid. We eat it straight from the box at my kitchen table, mostly in silence. Tedward jumps up on the table, begging, and Mac offers him a piece of pepperoni, which he disdainfully refuses. Mac's ginormous appetite means that when we're finished eating, there's no leftover pizza. The box goes straight into the trash. Mac stands up and goes to wash his hands in the sink, and I realize he's probably about to take his leave and go back out to his truck. The thought of being alone fills me with dread. I take a deep breath, feeling weak and needy. "Hey, do you want to watch a movie or something?" Mac turns around, looking surprised.
Sure. What do you have in mind?
I'm not in the mood for anything deep, so we settle on an action movie neither of us has seen with an actor we both like. Mac offers to make popcorn. I'm stuffed after all that pizza, but he's roughly twice my size, so maybe he's still hungry. He makes it the old-fashioned way, in a pot with oil, and pours melted butter over the top. He comes back into the living room with 2 large bowls, just like his mom used to make us when we were kids. He hands me mine, our fingers brushing slightly as I take it from him. I jump a little at the unexpected contact. "This reminds me of being at Choppa and Rini's house," I say, settling the bowl on my lap and scooping a handful into my mouth. It's deliciously decadent, like going to a movie theater. Matt gives me a lazy smirk as he sits down on the other end of the couch.
Yeah, less shag carpeting and wood paneling, but other than that...
Oh God, I remember that. Does it still look like that inside? Max snickers.
Nah, Mom remodeled about 10 years ago. Now it's hardwood floors and gray everything, with those signs that have words on them all over the place. Choppa only agreed to it all because she let him upgrade to an 85-inch flat-screen TV in the living room.
Wow, I marvel. Imagine watching movies on that thing. I squint at my aging 32-inch TV, a hand-me-down from Connor from years ago. Mac gestures at my TV.
This is fine. Chop got it for watching football, mostly. Mom says it's too big to watch actual TV on. She hates it.
We watch the movie in mostly companionable silence. Tedward joins us, sitting in the middle of the couch. I'm grateful for the sense of normalcy it gives me to just be sitting here, vegging out in front of the television. I eat so much popcorn that I end up uncomfortably full and sleepy by the time the movie is over.
You're dead on your feet,
Mac observes, after my head snaps up from drooping one too many times.
You should go to bed.
Instantly, I'm irritated by him telling me what to do. A snarky comeback rises to my lips, but instead of letting it fly, I bite it back. No matter how I normally feel about Mac, I'm grateful for his presence here tonight. I guess you're right. I mumble, a loud yawn cutting off my last word. Mac chuckles, then takes my popcorn bowl from me, nesting it into his.
Look,
He says, brows knitting together.
I think I should stay in here tonight instead of out in my truck. I can't watch your backyard from out front, and if whoever threw that rock comes back, I want to be right here.
I try to keep the relief off my face, because I want him to stay. I don't want to be alone in the house tonight. I pretend to consider his words. Okay, I finally say. I guess that makes sense. I go into my bedroom to grab his quilt and pillow, bringing it back out to him in the living room, just in time to see Mac pulling his t-shirt off over his head. The sight of his bare chest stops me in my tracks. Tattoos accentuate his muscled pecs and arms. The treasure trail of his dark hair invites my gaze downwards, disappearing behind the top button of his jeans. My eyes slide further, landing on the bulge in his crotch. My lips part involuntarily. Then, suddenly, I remember where I am. My eyes fly upward to Mac's face. He's staring at me with an expression I can't read. "Here's your bedding," I babble. "You know your way around by now, so..." All of the easy comfort of our earlier conversation has disappeared, and I have somehow suddenly reverted to my awkward teenage years. "I'll, let you get to it. Good night." Turning, I scurry down the hall and into my bedroom before I can say anything else stupid. Jesus Christ, you would think I had never seen a man's bare chest before. My face flames hot, humiliation radiating from every pore. Usually I'd go to the bathroom to brush my teeth and floss, but I can't go out there right now and face seeing Mac again after what just happened. I do kind of have to pee, though. Crap. Maybe I can manage to hold it until morning. I change into a loose tank top and sleep shorts and scramble under the covers, flipping off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, I listen to the sounds of Mac moving around, getting ready to spend another night on my couch. A few minutes later, the silence in the living room tells me he has settled in. And suddenly, I'm wide awake. The image of his bare chest is locked in the forefront of my brain. I picture his strong, square hands as they handed me the bowl of popcorn. I close my eyes and imagine the heat of his skin against mine. It has been a hot minute since I have had sex with anyone, like a lot longer than I care to think about. I have a healthy enough sex drive, I guess, but when I'm not getting any, I usually am not all that bothered by it. That's what vibrators are for, after all. But being in close physical proximity with Mac Maxwell has made me uncharacteristically horny. I wish I could pretend it was for some other reason, but I can't. There's just something about him, king asshole notwithstanding, that my body responds to. I think he was the first boy I ever had a crush on. I know he's the first boy I ever imagined kissing. He was a hot teenager, but now he's practically volcanic. And tonight, he's just on the other side of my bedroom door. A couple of nights ago, I woke up at 3 a.m. to a dream that had me almost as embarrassed as I was turned on. I was at a lake somewhere in the middle of nowhere by myself. It was hot and sticky outside, so I went down to the beach and stripped out of my clothes to walk into the water. I dunked myself under, and when I came up, Mac was there in the water with me, as naked as I was. He took my hand, and we both swam like that to a wooden platform that was anchored in the middle of the lake. When we got to it, day had somehow turned into a moonlit night. We made love on the platform in the moonlight. It was the most erotic dream I've ever had, and I've been trying to get it out of my mind ever since. Tonight, after an evening of not quite hating him, the memory of that dream won't leave my head. And as I lie in bed, it slowly morphs into a fantasy of me getting up and going out into the living room to him, of going to him and pulling off my clothes to stand in front of him, naked in the moonlight, and him reaching for me, his lips on mine, hands on my body, touching me everywhere I need him to. Gah! My body, so close to sleep just half an hour ago, is suddenly thrumming with pent-up desire for a man I keep telling myself I despise. No matter how much I try to push the thoughts away, and how much I want to feel his body on top of mine. The Hitachi magic wand is back on the body bus, and it would be too loud to use anyway. Mac might hear it. Slipping one hand silently inside my sleep shorts, and another under my tank top, I stroke myself until I arch my back and silently ride my orgasm, imagining it's Mac touching me instead.
Chapter 9. Mac. Gigi comes out of her bedroom the next morning looking like she can barely keep her eyes open. She yawns and rakes a hand through her bedhead hair as she half stumbles into the kitchen.
Where's that bacon I smell?
I point at the coffee pot. Coffee's on. Have a cup while I finish making breakfast. Eggs, bacon, toast. Scrambled okay?
Sure. Did I actually have all that stuff?
Gigi frowns as she reaches into the cupboard for a mug.
I don't remember buying any of it except the eggs.
The bacon and bread were in the freezer.
Wow. Go me.
Gigi takes her steaming mug of coffee to the kitchen table and sits down.
It smells amazing. I was hoping for cold cereal for breakfast if my milk hadn't expired.
I thought you knew how to cook.
I do, sort of. I didn't know you did, though.
I push a spatula through the eggs. I picked up some stuff from Rini when I was a kid. She told me she didn't want me helpless like Choppa when I grew up. Gigi snickers.
Hard to think of Choppa being helpless.
In the kitchen, he definitely is. The old man would probably starve to death if my mom didn't feed him. I serve us up 2 plates of eggs and then watch in amusement as Gigi devours hers, plus 3 pieces of bacon and 2 pieces of toast smothered with grape jelly. She sucks down 2 cups of coffee, too. When she's finished, she leans back and sighs happily.
That was amazing. I feel almost human.
You didn't look too hot when you got up. You sleep okay? Gigi's face flushes.
Yeah, fine.
So, what you got going on today?
Just some errands this morning and a bridal shower later.
A bridal shower, I laugh. Like to attend or to do tattoos?
It's a job. I guess everyone in the bridal party all wanted to get matching tattoos.
Okay, get ready and I'll drive you around on your errands.
Mac, I don't think this bodyguard gig means you have to be my chauffeur, too.
Gigi objects.
I can drive myself around just fine.
I cross my arms in front of my chest. Absolutely not. You know better than that. I go where you go. And if I'm going where you're going, there's no use in you driving and me following behind you. We'll take my truck. She blows out an irritated breath.
I'm not going to win this one, am I? Okay, fine. You win.
When do you want to get going?
I need a shower and then some time to get ready. Maybe an hour?
Okay. You take the bathroom first. Don't spend an eternity in there. I need to take a shit. Gigi rolls her eyes.
Charming. And sure, women are the ones who hog the bathroom. Let's ignore the fact that there's not a straight man in existence who doesn't need at least 30 minutes to poop.
I snort. Fair. Gigi goes to the shower while I clean up the breakfast dishes. I take a shower after her. She comes out to the living room looking hot yet casual at the same time, in a pair of denim cutoffs that mold to her ass distractingly.
You all set?
She asks, grabbing her bag and keys. Sure thing. Let me text Fury quick, let him know what we're up to. But once we're outside, we don't get very far. Because the first thing we notice is that someone has slashed the tires to the body bus.
Fuck!
She cries.
I can't believe this. When the hell could they have done this?
Inwardly, I curse myself for letting this happen on my watch. It must have been last night while we were sleeping. I didn't hear a damn thing, though. They were pretty fucking quiet about it. Gigi throws up her hands.
Damn it, Mac. Do you have any idea how much it's going to cost to have all 4 tires replaced?
She looks at me ruefully.
Scratch that. Of course you would. This sucks,
she finishes glumly.
I can't afford this right now.
Luckily, this is something I can take care of without much hassle. Don't worry, G. Let me handle it. Go back in the house and chill out.
But
I give her a stern look and point toward the house. Not taking no for an answer. Go. As Gigi retreats, I take out my phone and snap some photos of the damaged tires, then send them to Fury and Magnus. A few seconds later, Fury calls in a rage. "What the fuck?" "Someone slashed her tires during the night," I say. "God damn it!" "Yeah. Look, I'm going to call Rusty, see if he can get over here this morning with some new tires." Rusty is a mechanic and friend of the MC. He owes me about a dozen favors by now, so it shouldn't be a problem to get this taken care of. Sure as shit, I call Rusty and he arrives about an hour later with a set of new tires for the bus. Together we replace the slashed ones while Gigi watches from her front steps.
"How much do I owe him?"
she asks me as Rusty is packing up. "Don't worry about it. It's taken care of."
"Mac,"
she begins, but I'm not having it. "Subject closed," I say firmly.
"You're a pain in the ass,"
she mutters. "You're welcome. Now go get your shit and let's go run your errands and get you back in time for your job." Later that day, Gigi's got her bus parked out in front of a swanky-looking McMansion, and she's set up in the backyard of the place, doing matching tattoos for the bridal shower under a party tent set up for the purpose. I'm staked out in a wooded area not too far away, invisible to everyone but close enough that I'm here in case anything bad happens. Gigi doesn't need a rough-looking biker making all these women nervous with my presence. But I'm still close enough that I can watch Gigi interact with them. It's weird to see her schmoozing with her clients so naturally, with her being so prickly in general. She's even put on a dress for the occasion, a pale green sundress that bares her shoulders and gives her a soft, feminine look. She's got a way with people, I have to admit. I guess it's because she really loves her work. She's really in her element doing stuff like this. It looks like she's having a great time. But then, about halfway through the shower, she pulls out her phone to check it after finishing one of the bridesmaids' tattoos. She studies the screen, and in that moment I can almost see her physically deflate. I think she glances over at me, but I can't be sure. She types something and then shoves the phone back into her pocket, all color draining from her face. I want to jog over and ask her what's up, but instead I phone her. "What's up?" I ask when she answers. Gigi glances over toward me.
"I just got a text. From Blaze."
"What? How's that possible? How the fuck did he get your number?"
"I have no idea. I don't like this, Mac."
"What did the asshole say?" Instead of answering me, she hangs up and then sends me a screenshot of their conversation. "This is Blaze. You ready to go on that date with me yet?"
"Fuck off. Lose this number."
"You're gonna be sorry you said that, you fucking bitch." Jesus Christ. That piece of shit is probably too dumb to find Gigi's number on his own, but their MC has got to have a tech guy like we do. This guy ain't letting it go. What the fuck is up with his obsession with her? I call Gigi back, but she doesn't get a chance to answer, because the next woman in the bridal party has come up for her tattoo. The convo will have to wait. Gigi keeps working the shower, but her demeanor has completely changed. She barely talks to any of the women, just keeps her head down and focuses on doing their matching ink. It's like night and day, like she's been replaced by an identical twin with an entirely different personality. When she's finished up the last tattoo, I come around to the front door to help her pack up her bus. She's still not talking, and I don't press her to. I brought my truck here, so I follow behind her bus as she drives away from the shower. But instead of going straight back to her house, she pulls off the road into a parking lot and stops. I climb out of my truck and go up to the driver's side, waiting until she's rolled down her window. "How you doing?" I ask her.
"Not so great,"
she admits. Her face is pinched and tense. "You're okay, G. Nothing's going to happen to you while I'm around."
"Are you sure?"
she whispers. And suddenly, the tough-as-nails girl I've always known bursts into tears. "Well, shit," I murmur, opening her door. "Come on now. It's going to be okay." I reach over to her to unbuckle her seatbelt and then pull her out of the bus and into a hug. "I'm sure. Look, if you want, we can get you a new phone and number."
"I can't do that."
Her chin wobbles.
"I have to keep this number. It's on all my business stuff. Besides, he'd just find that number too."
My chest gets tight. Shit, I hate seeing her so miserable like this. "Hey, look." I put a finger under her chin, lifting her face so she's looking up at me. "You're going to be fine. He's just trying to get under your skin. That motherfucker's too chicken shit to try anything more than throwing a rock through your window or slashing your tires when you're not around. But it turns out that's not quite true. I get Gigi settled back into the bus and follow her back to her place. On the way, I hear a siren off in the distance, but I don't think anything much of it until we pull into her street and see the smoke. Jesus fuck! I shout. Gigi's fucking house is on fire. Gigi slams to a stop in the middle of the street. A second later, she's out of the bus and running toward her place. I throw my truck into park and fly out the driver's side in pursuit of her. "Gigi!" I yell.
"Tedward is in there!"
She screams. Oh, fuck. The cat. I sprint toward her, overtaking her and tackling her to the ground in her neighbor's front yard. "Stop!" I shout as she rides under me. "I'll go. Stay here." In a heartbeat, I'm back up and running. Her front door is locked, so I grab a large rock from her front landscaping and heave it through her front picture window. This time I'm the one throwing the rock. Gigi is shouting behind me as I bash the shards out of the bottom part of the frame and climb inside. "Ted!" I start calling, already coughing from the smoke. The fire seems to be coming from the back of the house by the kitchen. I send up a prayer to the Almighty that Ted's not back there and start searching through the house. I finally find the cat under Gigi's bed, cowering in a far corner. He scratches the shit out of me, but I manage to haul him out. Grabbing a blanket from the bed, I wrap him up like a terrified burrito. Crashing back through the living room, I make it out the front door just as the first fire truck arrives.
"Ted!"
Gigi sobs as I deposit a cat in her arms. She buries her face in his fur.
"Oh my God, Ted, you're okay."
Not knowing what else to do, I wrap an arm around Gigi and lead her away as she continues to cry. We sit down on the curb across the street from the fiery scene in front of us and watch numbly as the firefighters work against the blaze. From next door, a woman and her kid come out to make sure Gigi's okay. She introduces them to me as Carrie Ann and London. Carrie Ann looks a little wary of me until Gigi tells her I'm her brother's best friend. After that, she seems a little more willing to talk to me. "Did you see who did this?" I ask her. Carrie Ann's eyes grow wide.
"Oh my God, was this arson?"
"I think it might be," I say. "And I think I might know who did it, too." Carrie Ann shakes her head frantically.
"No, not at all. I didn't hear or see anything, but London and I were down in the basement. I have a craft room down there. We were making invitations for her birthday party that's coming up. My mom's in her room taking a nap. Do you want me to wake her?"
"No, that's okay. Look, if you could just hang out here with Gigi for a sec. I need to make a phone call." I call Fury and tell him about the fire. I let him know Gigi's not going to be able to live here for a while, and we make some decisions on what to do next. I get back to Gigi, and Carrie Ann takes London back to their place.
"This is only going to get worse, isn't it?"
Gigi murmurs, her face half buried in Tedward's fur.
"He's not going to leave me alone."
"He's going to leave you alone, all right. The club's going to see to that." Gigi looks like she wants to ask me how, but thinks better of it.
"What am I going to do?"
she finally says, looking defeated and dejected.
"My landlord's going to be furious, Mac. Even if it wasn't me who set the fire, the house is gutted all the same. What if he evicts me?"
"He's going to have insurance. He'll file a claim and get the place fixed up. Meantime, you know you can't live here now, right?"
"But I don't have anywhere else to go," she wails. "Connor and Kat don't have room for me at their place, and I wouldn't accept even if they did. I can't have this target on my back and go live in a house with a little baby."
"That's not where you're going," I reply. "You're moving into the MC compound, effective immediately."
"I can't live at an MC clubhouse," she protests.
"The hell you can't. It's where you'll be safest. And I'm going to be there too. Until further notice, I'm staying at the club as well, to keep an eye on you."
"But—"
"No buts, G. This shit is serious now. It's okay. We'll get through this." Yeah. As long as G is going through this, I'm going to fucking be here to get her through it.
Chapter 10. Gigi. The firefighters won't let me go back into my place to get any of my stuff until they're sure it's not dangerous. Connor calls Kat and asks her to bring something to the clubhouse for me to sleep in and a change of clothes for tomorrow. On the way to the clubhouse, the weather starts to darken, storm clouds appearing on the horizon. Their black oppressiveness looming over us fits my mood. Just as we arrive, the first crack of thunder startles Tedward, who sinks his claws deep into my arms through the blanket. I do my best to soothe him as Mac runs around to the passenger side of his truck to open the door for me. As I climb out of the cab, we lock eyes, and suddenly all the emotions I've been trying to keep under control flood to the surface. My eyes sting with tears, my throat closing around a sob I struggle to choke down. Mac's expression softens, which only makes me want to cry more. I clear my throat. Thanks, Mac, for everything. This is a nightmare. He puts a careful arm around me.
Come on, we'll get you settled in. Cat'll be here soon.
Inside the clubhouse, Mac brings me to one of the empty apartments they keep for club members and guests to crash in. Mac tells me he's going to go talk to Fury and Magnus. The second the latch clicks behind him, I sink onto the bed and burst into tears. I'm not a crier, never have been, but the last few days have just been too much. To think that Tedward almost died in that fire has me hiccup sobbing into his fur. I'm damp and shivering, holding on to my cat for dear life, feeling miserable and alone. A knock at the door startles me out of my pity party. Tedward struggles in my arms, so I put him down and he immediately races under the bed. Sniffling, I wipe my nose with the back of my hand. Come in. Kat rushes in, wearing little Julia on her chest and carrying a plastic bag. Oh my God, honey, are you okay? She cries. Connor told me what happened. I embrace her carefully around the gurgling baby. I'm okay, I say shakily. I take the bag of clothes and things that she offers me. I grabbed some stuff I thought would fit you, but the sweats are probably a little long in the leg, Kat says apologetically. Hope that's okay. That's so nice of you. I can see her peering at my red-rimmed eyes. I swipe at them self-consciously. I'm fine, I say again. Really. Or I will be. It's just been kind of a rough day. I can't even imagine. Kat carefully lifts baby Julia out of her wrap and lays her on the bed. She pulls a toy that rattles out of the pocket of her jumper and shakes it gently in front of the baby girl, who reaches out to grab it. You must have been totally freaking out. I was. Thank God Mac was there with me. He saved Tedward's life. I tell her how Mac rushed into the burning house to save my cat. Wow. I'm not surprised that Mac did that, though. He'd do anything for you. I scoff. How Kat doesn't know by now that Mac can't stand me, I have no idea. It had nothing to do with me. Mac's orders from the club are to protect me. He's just doing what he's supposed to do. Do you know who set the fire? We have a pretty good idea. It was this guy who has been trying to get me to go out with him, a biker from the Bloody Scorpions Club. I have no idea why he's so fixated on me, though. Ah, that explains why you now live here in the clubhouse and the MC is dealing with it. Yeah, so, silver lining, I've got an entire MC guarding me now. Which I absolutely hate, if I'm being honest. I can't stand the idea of inconveniencing even more people. Thanks for bringing Julia, I say, gazing down lovingly at my niece. I hold a finger in front of her, and she reaches for it and grasps it into her tiny palm. You know, if you'd asked me a year ago, I would have told you I didn't even like kids. But just looking at her is like therapy. She is adorable, isn't she? Kat agrees. Exhausting, but adorable. She is 100% worth every second of fatigue and pain I ever experienced being pregnant with her. Even the crazy emergency birth? I ask. Kat snickers. Even that. Julia's birth was one of those wild situations you hear about sometimes on the news. She and Connor were in Las Vegas for a quick baby moon when Kat was 8 months pregnant. While they were in Nevada, they decided to make a stop in Tonopah, where one of the other Royal Bastards chapters is located. Then, while they were there, Kat unexpectedly went into labor a month early. Unfortunately, there's no hospital near Tonopah for 100 miles. But fortunately, the sergeant-at-arms, Rail's old lady Nyla, is a nurse, and coincidentally, so is Kat. Between them, they were able to deliver baby Julia without incident. Kat tickles Julia under the chin. It's amazing how my life has completely transformed since this little one was born. She gives me a sly look. You should try it sometime. No fucking, effing thank you, I say firmly. Even though I have to admit that both Kat and my brother have been completely transformed by parenthood, I am not crazy enough to think it's in the cards for me. It's not even the kid part I'm so against, even though I'm not exactly a maternal person. It's the fact that I'd need a guy to help me make one, and I very much doubt I'll ever be lucky enough to be in a long-term relationship stable enough to bring a child into it. The last time I tried, I paid the damn price for it. So it's the single life for me. Coincidentally, my last serious boyfriend was a biker. His name was Dylan. I was convinced I was in love with him, and that we had something rare and transcendent. Transcendent my ass. The bruises lasted almost longer than the relationship. Things were great between us for about 6 weeks. Then one weekend I was staying at his place, a total dump, but I was too lovesick to notice. He made a remark about how I was his old lady now. I played dumb and asked what that meant, even though I knew from being around Connor's club that it basically meant he considered me his wife. Dylan said, with a strange look in his eye, "It means I own you. You're done talking to guys without my permission, and you're done doing tattoos on guys. My lady doesn't touch other men, period." I thought he was joking, I really did, which is why I started laughing. But I wasn't laughing for long. By the time he left on Monday morning to go take care of something for his club, I was so battered and bloodied, I think he figured I'd be too embarrassed to leave. Just before he left, he smacked me one more time across the face, hard, before pulling me to him and kissing me with breath that hadn't seen a toothbrush in a couple of days. "I'll be back soon," he said, almost tenderly, before closing the door. I lay on the living room floor and cried for 45 minutes. And then I got up and left. I was too embarrassed for anyone to find out what had happened to me. Instead, I called the tattoo place where I was working and everyone else I knew, telling them I was taking a last-minute beach vacation by myself to relax and decompress. In reality, I holed myself up at a motel a few towns away to let the bruises and swelling on my face and body heal. It took over a week until I was presentable again. One of those spray tan places gave me a plausible amount of color so people wouldn't question where I'd been. Thankfully, people you love are usually pretty ready to believe what you tell them, as long as you don't give them any obvious reasons not to. That was the last time I ever let a man get close enough to me to believe he had any right to claim designs on my time or my body. I've kept my sexual interactions with men to one-night stands since then. I'll never be tied down to a man I can't trust again. And that means no kids. My worst nightmare is procreating with someone like Dylan, and then being joined to him by an invisible thread for the rest of my life. Kat doesn't know about Dylan. The only one who does is my brother. I broke down one night in a moment of weakness and told him. When I confessed what had happened, Connor demanded all the details I had about him, but wouldn't say why. A week later, he told me he'd taken care of the problem. I never asked what he meant. I was afraid to. All I knew was that, according to Connor, Dylan would never bother me again. And he was as good as his word. I never heard from Dylan after that. 6 years of radio silence. And now, somehow, I've attracted another crazy biker. And this time, not only am I in danger, but potentially Mac and Connor, too. I hate it so much. The whole thing makes me want to just get in my car, drive away, and never come back. Oh, come on, Kat says, breaking into my thoughts. You'd be a great mom. But in any case, I'm just really glad you're here under the club's protection. I roll my eyes. Well, it's not like I had much choice in the matter. Mac was being a total jackass about it, of course, and wouldn't take no for an answer. So I guess I'm here for a while. I can believe it. I saw Mac out in the main room on my way in. He looks like he's about to bring down holy hell on whoever torched your house. He's in full-on protector mode. I recognize the look from Khan. I let myself shrug. Yeah, Mac is taking Connor's order to make sure I'm safe annoyingly seriously. He's on me like glue. Well, Kat says, Mac has always had a soft spot for you. I blink. What? Is there some other Mac around here I don't know about? Kat chuckles. Have you seriously not noticed that? Are you high? Mac has always hated me, and the feeling has been mutual, trust me. But Kat just shakes her head. He's just protecting his heart, love. From what? She gives me a strange look. From you, of course. Before I can decide whether to ask Kat more, Connor comes in to check on both of us, and that's the end of that conversation, leaving me to wonder if my sister-in-law was just inventing something that isn't there, or whether there's a possibility she sees something I haven't. Chapter 11. Gigi. Over the next few days, I do my best to adjust to my new living situation on the MC compound while taking time off from parking and working. Financially, it's not the best decision, but I'm too rattled by losing almost everything I own to have a steady head and hand right now. Living in the middle of an outlaw motorcycle club as a woman is a pretty surreal experience. Thankfully, I'm used to a lot of these guys. Plus, they know better than to mess with me, since I'm Fury's little sister. I spend a lot of time downloading ebooks and reading in bed with Tedward. Out in the main part of the clubhouse, I hang out and shoot the shit with Little Big Mama, the club's main bartender. She is the only woman that lives in the clubhouse full-time. I've always liked her, with her crazy mess of reddish-blonde curls and take-no-shit attitude. She keeps the men in line and keeps the club bunnies from copping an attitude. She's a welcome antidote to the overflowing testosterone that pervades the atmosphere here. I see both more and less of Mac. Less because now that I'm living here, he doesn't have to be my constant bodyguard. But more because when I do see him, he's not on duty and therefore less of an uptight ass. Around his club brothers on his own turf, he's more relaxed and easygoing. In a way I haven't really seen him be since we were kids. It's more attractive than I want to admit. I find myself seeking him out with my eyes whenever we're in the same room. I'm constantly aware of his presence, almost like he's emitting an electrical current on a frequency that my body is specially tuned to. It makes me feel like the silly, childish girl I used to be, back when I had a secret, mortifying crush on my older brother's best friend. I hate feeling this way, and do everything in my power to hide it from him and everybody else. My landlord, Mr. Ruiz, gets in touch and tells me the fire department still hasn't determined the cause of the fire. He tells me they've cleared the house as structurally safe to go into to get any possessions I can salvage. Mac takes me in his truck to go through my stuff, which is a blessing because Ruiz is pretty agitated when I get there. He doesn't say it, but it definitely feels like he blames me for the fire. He even tries to bring up me footing the bill for the repairs. But one look at the huge tattooed biker standing next to me, and he never mentions it again. Inside the house, I try to ignore the water and fire damage to my furniture. I got most of it from garage sales and dumpster dives anyway. Instead, I focus on getting enough clothes and other stuff to live at the MC Clubhouse for the foreseeable future. The fire didn't have time to reach the tiny back room I use as a home office, so my laptop and the file cabinet I use for important papers is undamaged. I scoop up some folders and miscellaneous papers with personal info that I don't want lying around while strangers are here, dumping them in a paper ream box on top of Ted's food and water dishes and his cat food. I bring the whole thing out into the living room where Mac is. "Here," I say, handing him the box. "You can take this out to the truck. I'm gonna go grab some toiletries and stuff. I'll be out in about 5 more minutes."
Take your time, G. I got nowhere else I need to be.
In the end, Mac hauls 2 more suitcases of my clothes and toiletries out to the back seat of his cab. He doesn't utter a word of complaint, but I still have to push down the urge to keep apologizing to him for the inconvenience. When I've locked the house back up and we're back in the front seat of his truck, he turns to me and says,
"Now that that's done, you want to go grab some lunch somewhere?"
I pull out my phone and check the time. It's after 1, and now that Mac mentions it, I'm actually kind of starving. Yeah, that would be great.
What are you in the mood for?
Burger'd be nice.
Burger and a beer?
Day drinking? Count me in. Maybe a Juicy Lucy or... Oh! I do a little jump skip of excitement. A Paul Molitor burger from Shamrock's. Or is it too far to go all the way over to St. Paul just for a burger? Mac smirks.
Shamrock's is only about 15 minutes away from here. Besides, a good burger is worth driving for. Let's do it.
Soon we're sitting across from each other at Shamrock's Pub, across the river in St. Paul's West 7th neighborhood. In front of me is a pint of Guinness and a Paul Molitor burger. A perfectly cooked patty with melted pepper jack cheese on the inside, named after the Baseball Hall of Famer who played for the Minnesota Twins. I start on my fries first, to give the molten cheese a chance to cool down before eating it. Once you make the rookie mistake of biting into a Juicy Lucy-style burger before the cheese has cooled, you never do it again. Across from me, Mac nurses his own pint of beer.
"So,"
he says, leaning back in the booth.
"I didn't know your first name was Bridget."
"What?" I say, startled. "How did you find that out?"
"Sorry, I saw it on some of the paperwork on the top of the pile in that box you had me bring out. How is it I've known you as long as I have and never knew your real first name?"
I stuff a fry in my mouth to give myself a little time to compose my answer. Apparently, my mom was obsessed with Brigitte Bardot growing up. She named me after her.
"The French chick? The actress?"
I nod. My dad said Mom told him once that she chose the name she'd give her daughter when she was 10 years old. There was never any question of what I'd be called. Dad said she was absolutely insistent about it as soon as they found out they were having a girl. As always, when I talk about my mom, who I never got to meet, a familiar slice of grief cuts through my heart. If I hadn't been born, she'd still be here. Maybe she and my dad would have still been happy with Connor as their only child. Maybe Dad wouldn't have turned to alcohol to numb the pain. He'd still be here too. Without even knowing it, my arrival in our family ended up destroying it.
"That's sweet,"
Mac murmurs.
"that she was already thinking about having you when she was a little girl."
His voice is gentle, too gentle. I'm still not used to Mac being anything other than king asshole. He knows the whole story of my mom dying in childbirth, of course. He had a front row seat to cons in my whole childhood. But I've never talked to him about it before. "Joke's on her, I guess," I say, doing the sarcasm thing I always do when conversation gets too serious. I came out looking nothing like my namesake. She couldn't have picked anyone I look less like. That's an understatement. Bardot was blonde, buxom, and was considered one of the most beautiful women in the world. Me, on the other hand, I'm short, curvy in all the wrong places, and have unruly red hair that probably makes me look more like a garden gnome than a model. I remember growing up thinking that I got a name I could never even hope to measure up to. Maybe that's why my dad started calling me Gigi. That, and because the name Bridget was a constant reminder of the woman who named me. Mac frowns.
What do you mean you couldn't measure up? I'm pretty damn sure your mom didn't expect you to grow up to be a French movie star.
Sure, but I mean... I cast about for the right words. Bridget is the name of a glamorous, show-stopping sex kitten. Someone that turns everyone's heads the second she walks into the room. Someone who is never awkward or insecure. Who commands every room she's in. I look down at myself. Not some awkward weirdo reject with tattoos. Mac has gone weirdly still.
You know you're fucking gorgeous, Gigi, right?
I have no way of answering that. That won't make me sound like the insecure freak I am. So I don't say anything at all. Mac stares at me.
Seriously? You don't know that?
He shakes his head incredulously.
You know what, though? I agree with you about one thing. Gigi fits you perfectly. Even better than Bridget. You're spunky and fiery and hot as shit. You're sexy in this badass way. Like any guy who would stand a chance with you would have to be able to give as good as he got.
Okay, you're starting to freak me out, I say, attempting a joke. Who are you and what have you done with Mac Maxwell? I try to ignore the tinge of vulnerability in my tone and hope Mac can't hear it too. You have literally never given me a compliment before, dude. What's up with nice, non-asshole Mac all of a sudden? Why are you saying this? Did Connor give you money to be nice to me or something? Mac's chin juts forward.
I have abso-fucking-lutely given you compliments before. You just don't listen to them.
No, you haven't. Like what? No, actually, forget that. I don't want to know. I especially don't want him to think I'm fishing for compliments, even though I'm weirdly hungry to hear more of them. Mac thinks I'm gorgeous? Hot as shit? My stomach starts to get all fluttery at the thought. He may be an asshole, but he is a sexy as hell asshole, damn him. Any woman would have to be crazy not to take it as a supreme compliment if he thought she was good-looking. And honestly, lately King Asshole hasn't been nearly as much of an asshole as I remember. Okay, I need to change the subject. I can't go down this road. Okay, that's enough of that, I announce, picking up my Paul Molitor burger. Let's talk about something else.
Okay.
Mac takes a swig of his beer.
What?
How are your folks? I try.
They're good. Rainie's been asking about you. She wants you to come over for dinner some night soon.
Do they know about... I wave my hand vaguely. Everything?
I haven't told Mom. But since Choppa obviously knows, I'm guessing he probably told her about what's been going on.
Mac's dad is a royal bastard, too.
She had that concerned tone in her voice last time I talked to her on the phone, when she asked me to bring you over.
Great, I mutter. Just what I need, more people feeling sorry for me.
If you want to get out of the clubhouse and get a home-cooked meal, I could let her know we're coming over tonight.
I don't want to be a burden, Mac. A bubble of anxiety rises up inside me. Rainey and Choppa have always been so kind to both Connor and me, especially Connor. He was over there so much it was like he was Mac's brother instead of mine. Frankly, I was always jealous of his relationship with them, especially when it meant I was left alone with our dad and his drunken tempers. Sometimes, when things got especially bad at home, Connor would take pity on me and bring me with him over to Mac's house. But once we got there, he'd immediately go off up into Mac's room, leaving me alone with Renee to keep me company. I always felt like such a charity case. And by the way those familiar feelings are flooding up inside me now, I guess I still sort of feel the same way. Max scoffs.
You're not a burden to her. Jesus, gee, don't be a dumbass.
Something in Max's dismissiveness flashes inside me like oil overheating in a pan. Don't call me dumb, I exclaim.
Well, then don't act dumb and I won't have to.
Max's voice rises.
Christ, you'd have to be stupid to think you were ever a burden to my parents. They knew you and Fury needed help. They were glad to do it.
Yeah, exactly. We were charity cases. At least in Khan's case, there was some other reason to be over there because he was your friend. I was just poor, pathetic Gigi with no friends. And now you're inviting me over to their place, and I'll be poor, pathetic Gigi who needs everyone else to take care of her because she can't take care of herself.
Jesus, G, you're being hysterical. I never said any of that.
Don't call me hysterical, I yell. Few of the bar patrons swivel around to look at us, murmuring in confused tones. My face flames. Lowering my voice, I hiss at him. Fuck you, Mac. I'm sick of you making fun of me, kicking me when I'm down. I'm sorry my brother roped you into being my bodyguard, but I never wanted any of this. And I am sick of everyone else deciding what's good for me and not taking no for an answer. Mac holds up his hands in a surrender motion.
Look, that's not what I meant. Rainey would be thrilled to have you come over. She'd love to see you. And she always makes too much food anyway. That's all I was saying.
I said no. The words seem to come from somewhere other than me, even as I say them. I don't know where this anger and stubbornness is coming from, but I'm too embarrassed to take it all back now. I'm done. I'd like to go now. Pushing my plate away from me, I refuse to meet Mac's searching eyes. He flags down the server for our bill, and I toss down money to pay for my half, silently challenging him to argue. He doesn't. We go back to his truck, and he gets behind the wheel without another word. I just stare out the window, counting the seconds until I'm out of this truck and away from Mac Maxwell.
Chapter 12. Mac. I may not know a lot about women, but I do know a fair amount about Gigi. And I know that when she clams up after our fight at Shamrocks, she doesn't want to talk. So we're not going to talk. When we're done with our burgers, I signal for the check. Gigi insists on paying her half. Fuck it, so be it. If that's what she wants, I'm not going to argue over $20. I want to make her talk to me. I don't want this bullshit hanging between us. But something tells me that's not the right move. Gigi is too proud for her own good. And right now she's decided my parents feel sorry for her, which is the one thing Gigi Matson cannot tolerate. Gigi had a rough childhood. She's always felt she was the reason her mom died, though I bet she doesn't know I know that. Like it could ever be any baby's fault that their mother didn't survive the childbirth. But her dad sure did seem to hate her for it, so I guess it's not surprising that's how she feels. He was pretty shitty to both her and Fury during their childhood, but he especially seemed to have it out for G. He'd ignore her most of the time, and she seemed to mostly just try to stay out of his way. But when he did pay attention to her, it was mostly about finding ways to put her down. When he was drinking, he'd sometimes talk about how everything would have been different if Fury and Gigi's mom had lived. I don't think he ever hit Gigi, though I wouldn't swear to that. But I do know he did whatever he could to make her feel as small as a bug. Gigi has always tried so hard to not need anyone for any reason. I know she already hates feeling indebted to the club for putting her under their protection. Considering our history, it's even less surprising that she'd hate me being chosen to be the one to be her bodyguard. I should probably just take her back to the clubhouse and leave her be for a while. But for some reason, I just can't leave her there with things the way they are between us right now. Hey, I grunt when I'm back behind the wheel of my truck. I need to stop off at my house for a bit. You okay with that? In the passenger seat, Gigi shrugs. I'll take that as a yes, I say, and put the truck into gear. I drive back across into Minneapolis toward my neighborhood. Gigi doesn't acknowledge my presence for the longest time. But as we get closer, I can see her getting confused.
I thought you said you were going to your house, not mine.
I am. I live pretty close to you, as it turns out. My place is about a block away from one of the many lakes in the Twin Cities, Lake Nokomis. I'm about a mile away from Gigi as the crow flies, but she's never seen where I live before. I pull up into the driveway and hit the garage door opener.
Why did you want to stop here?
She asks. I can feel her curiosity winning out over her need to not talk to me. Wanted to get my bike instead of the pickup.
But what about my stuff?
After.
After what?
Come on, let's go on a ride.
No.
She flops back against the seat and crosses her arms defiantly. I suppress a chuckle. Of course she's going to be difficult about this. I climb out of the cab and go around to her side to open her door. Look, Cupcake, I know you're pissed off at me, and at the world in general, but it's a beautiful fucking day and you're stuck with me as your bodyguard. We either take advantage of the fact that it's a perfect day for a ride, or I drive you back to the clubhouse and you just sit inside with nothing to do but stare at your four walls. Is that what you really want? The girl's warring emotions are written all over her features. She wants to refuse, just to be a bitch. It wouldn't be the first time she's cut off her nose to spite her own damn face. In the end, she lets out a dramatic huff and hops down off of her seat and onto the cement. I feel like gloating, but I keep it to myself. Minutes later, we're cruising southeast headed out of town. It's a perfect day for a ride, and I take her toward Hastings, cruising along Highway 55 along the Mississippi River. Gigi's no stranger to being on the back of a bike. She settles in behind me, arms around my waist and thighs wrapped around mine. It gets me hot as fuck, to be honest, but that's not what this shit is about right now. After a while, I can feel her body relax into the rhythm of the tires on the road. This is the best way I know to wash away the cares of the day, and I'm glad as hell it seems to be working on her. I don't stop when we get near Hastings, just keep driving on to Prescott across the river in Wisconsin. From time to time, Gigi lets out a long sigh that I feel rather than hear. She melts into me, pressing her chest against my back. As she relaxes, though, I get more and more worked up. It's not exactly easy to keep my cool with her pressing her gorgeous fucking tits against my back. It's been hard enough being around her pretty much 24/7 lately. I've managed to mostly keep my shit together around her, even though I'm so fucking attracted to my best friend's sister. I can barely see anything else but her. Having her body being so near to me for this long is something I really should have fucking thought about before I suggested this ride. And the longer she's back there, the more I start to hope that she's feeling it too. Eventually, it's time to turn the bike back toward the cities and head us back toward my place. On the way, I find myself slowing my speed, not wanting the ride to end. But like all good things, it does. And before I know it, I'm pulling the bike into my garage. I cut the engine and wait for Gigi to get off the bike. But before she does, she leans forward.
Thanks,
she whispers.
I'm sorry for being a bitch earlier.
Baby, you couldn't be a bitch if you tried. Gigi huffs out a laugh.
That's not what you've been telling me for the last decade.
She slips off the bike before I can say any more. I climb off myself after her. I'm pretty parched, I say casually. Let's go inside and grab something to drink before I take you back. It is true I'm thirsty, but more than anything, I just want a little more time with her now that she's calmed down. Just the two of us, with no one else around. Gigi runs to use my bathroom. I grab both of us a beer. We drink them right there in the kitchen, with me leaning up against the counter and her sitting beside me on the countertop. Like this, our heads are almost at the same height. Gigi's looking windblown and relaxed. Gone is the tense chick of a few hours ago. Her smile lights up her face.
I haven't been on a bike in so long, she enthuses. Maybe I should think about getting one myself. God, that ride was like therapy.
I look at her over my bottle. You can always ride on the back of mine. Gigi's face flushes a pretty shade of pink.
Don't you think people would get the wrong idea if I started making a habit of that?
Maybe that wouldn't be the wrong idea. Shit, Mac. You gotta get a muzzle on yourself. But the thing is, I don't want to. Gigi purses her lips.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you were sweet-talking me.
How do you know better? I ask with a challenge in my voice.
You should know better,
she says, nudging me with her elbow. Her touch sends a jolt of current straight to my dick. All I know is you felt damn good snuggled up behind me on that ride, I say. She looks up into my eyes.
Shit,
she murmurs. What?
You are sweet-talking me.
Gigi takes a swig of her beer, then sets the bottle down. Is it working? I ask.
Yeah, that's why I said shit.
I turn to face her, putting one hand on each of her knees and parting her thighs. I step into the gap between them. My cock is instantly hard as a goddamn baseball bat, being this close to her. My right hand slides upward on her thigh. I drag my thumb along the seam of her jeans that covers her core. Gigi lets out a gasp, her lips parting in surprise. God, they're inches away, luscious and ready for me.
What are you doing?
She whispers. What I think we both want, I rasp. But you have to stop me if I'm wrong.
You're not wrong,
she whispers.
But I think I'm wrong for wanting this.
Tell me what you want, G. Need to hear you say it.
I want to know what this feels like.
Her eyes are hooded with desire, her pupils blown.
With you.
Chapter 13. Mac. This woman I've traded thousands of barbs with over the years. The woman I've sparred with in verbal jousting matches with countless times since we were both teenagers. This woman who, until recently, called me King Asshole more than she called me by my name. This woman wants me, and I am fucking here for it. Feeling her legs wrapped around me fucking sends me. My heart's practically pounding out of my chest, pumping blood to a cock that's never been so hard in my entire damn life. Those green-blue eyes are locked on mine. Her cherry-red, plump lips are parted. Her breathing is quick, shallow, as she waits for me to make a move. She doesn't have to wait long. My mouth crashes down on hers. My body feels unleashed, taking what it needs, my tongue finding hers, possessing her mouth. Gigi moans, her arms winding around my neck, pulling me closer. Fuck, she tastes like heaven. She tastes like everything I've ever wanted. My hands go to her waist, then down to cup her ass. I pull her against me, against my almost painful hard-on. Gigi whimpers, starts to wriggle, her core grinding against me, and goddamn if I don't almost explode. I have to pull my lips off hers for a second to get control. Fuck, I mutter.
What's wrong?
You. Nothing. Everything. I take a deep breath. This is...
I know,
she replies breathlessly. Then she kisses me again. And it's on. I'm lifting her off the counter. I make it to the living room, intending to get to the couch, but the floor will have to do. I lower her to the rug, and as soon as I do, her hands are on my shirt, tugging it over my head. I growl and pull hers off to find a lacy black bra that lets a glimpse of her nipples peek out. I let out a loud groan and dip my mouth to them, laving first one and then the other through the thin fabric. Gigi gasps and threads her fingers through my hair, pulling me closer. She rocks her hips upward instinctively, her body clamoring for mine without a word. God, I want her so bad. All the times in the past I thought about her while I was jacking off, feeling guilty as hell because she was my best friend and club brother's sister. All the ways I've imagined taking her, what she'd feel like, sound like, come rushing toward me so I'm turned on like I've never been turned on before. This isn't just a quick fuck to calm an urge. This is her. This is Gigi, the woman I've tried to deny I've wanted for years because I could never have her. Oh, fuck, I say hoarsely against her skin, giving up on willpower once and for all. I need her naked, as soon as humanly fucking possible. My mouth finds hers again as I reach back and detach her bra, letting her breasts fall free. The button of her jeans is next, and then the zipper. Gigi doesn't stop kissing me as she helps me get them off her, wriggling her ass against my hands as I slip the fabric over it and down her gorgeous legs. Her panties come with them, thank God, and the second they're off, my hand is between her thighs, finding her hot, wet pussy waiting for me. She lets out a loud moan when I glide a slick finger over the hot flesh, bucking slightly. She's ready for me, and so close that I know I could slide inside her and take her just like that. But I have to taste her first. Gently as I can manage, I push her onto her back and part her legs wide. She tenses for a second when she realizes what I'm about to do, but one swipe of my tongue against her clit and she throws her head back and shudders and surrenders completely to me. She starts to whimper as I settle in and start to lick, slowly, careful not to set her off just yet. Her hands go to my hair again. She tries to pull me closer, strains her hips toward my mouth insistently, but I need to go slowly right now because pretty soon I won't be able to anymore. Her clit is hard and pulsing. She tastes sweet and a little salty, and I already know I won't be able to forget the flavor of her, not as long as I live. My cock is straining painfully under the jeans I still have on, and I have the fleeting thought that I could come like this, just from licking her. I continue worshipping her with my tongue, learning how to play the delicate instrument of her and listening as her cries get louder and more desperate. Then when I know she can't take any more, I suck her clit into my mouth and devour her, and she comes hard, shuddering violently against my tongue. She's still quaking when I raise myself up and kick off my jeans, forcing myself to grab a condom from my wallet and sheathe myself with it. Then I'm on my knees between her legs again. I take my throbbing dick in my hand, gliding my swollen head to her glistening entrance. I spend the last ounce of my restraint looking at the gorgeous picture of her there, waiting for me, wanting to be taken by me. Then I grab her hips and bury myself deep inside her. Gigi cries out and I let out a guttural groan. She wraps her legs around my waist. I hold her hips and start to thrust.
Oh, God, Mac. Yes, yes, yes,
she starts to chant.
So good. It's so good.
I pull and thrust, deeper and harder and faster each time, and I'm climbing so high I know it's not going to last much longer. God. Jesus. Fuck, I rasp. Gigi. At the sound of her name, she lets out another loud cry and her pussy convulses around me. She's coming again, and that's all it takes. I thrust one final time and then go rigid. A second later, my whole body seems to explode. I burst inside her, coming hot and hard as I empty myself, knowing that if I ever thought this one time would be enough to get Gigi Matson out of my system, I was more wrong than I ever thought possible. When I come to my senses, I'm lying on the floor, with Gigi curled up against my chest.
Well, that was not the smartest idea,
she says, panting. I pull her closer and work to slow my breathing so I can answer. I'd beg to differ. As far as I'm concerned, that's one of the smartest things I've ever done. Gigi snickers and reaches up to bat one weak hand against my chest.
Come on. Be serious for a minute.
Fuck. Way to let reality ruin a good post-coital moment, G. Because of fury, you mean? I feel her nod.
You're his, not mine. This shouldn't have happened.
Damn it. I don't want to be irritated with her. Not now. I let out a snort. Huh, I'm his? What the fuck does that mean? I ask, even though I know exactly what she means. She shrugs.
You know, he's your best friend.
She says it in a fake casual voice.
He's your club brother, and then even with you and your family. I'm not part of any of that, and I'm definitely not looking to get in the middle of it.
That's not what's happening here, I protest.
What is happening here then?
She stills.
Oh, you mean because this is just a one-time thing?
No, my brain says instantly. Now that I've got a taste of Gigi, I absolutely do not want this to be the last time. I open my mouth to say something smart, but I can't make myself say the words. Gigi pulls away from me and props herself up on one elbow. Her eyes lock on mine for a long moment. Something passes between us. Something maybe neither of us is prepared for. She's the one who finally looks away. We've already been over this, I say impatiently. You know we were always there for you too, right? My parents were always there for you. It feels weird as fuck to be talking about my family at a moment like this, but for some reason I have to.
Yeah, but Connor needed them more. I couldn't take their attention away from him.
That wouldn't have happened. They had enough attention for both of you. Shit. Why didn't I ever work harder to get them to take Gigi in? The thought is a disturbing one. How could I have just ignored her like that? How could Rini and Chapa? God, looking at her now, I see more clearly than ever the lost little girl she was then. I want to go back and take the pain away from her, or at least tell her now how sorry I am for everything she had to go through. But the moment for that has already passed. Gigi sits up. Her face has slammed shut, and any vulnerability she showed me a few minutes ago disappears.
We should get back,
she says, reaching for her clothes. Sure. It hurts that she's pulling away, but something in me knows that calling her out on it will just make it worse. So I play it cool. We get dressed in silence, not talking again until we get back outside.
This was bound to happen,
Gigi says as we climb into my truck.
Hanging around each other like this, since we hate each other so much, that kind of tension had to go somewhere, right? Mistakes were made.
It won't happen again, I say, not wanting to believe it.
Let's just pretend it didn't happen in the first place,
she suggests. You got it. She's right, even though I don't like it. Fucking my best friend's sister is the bad idea to end all bad ideas. Fury would fucking shoot me if he knew. Like, actually shoot my ass dead. Well, actually, he might decide shooting was too good for me. Knowing Fury, he might prefer a more hands-on approach. My head is all over the damn place as I drive Gigi back. I can't think of anything to say, because what I want to say and what I think G wants to hear are two different things. When we get back to the clubhouse, there's the beginnings of a party brewing. Hardly anyone even notices when we slip in and I help G carry her stuff to her apartment. She all but slams the door in my face afterwards. That pisses me the hell off, but punching my fist through a wall ain't going to be a productive way of dealing with it. So instead, I go out to the bar and have little Big Mama set me up with a beer and some shots. I suck the shots down until I start to feel kind of fuzzy, then set them aside and focus on the beer. I'm feeling no pain by the time Gigi comes back out, wearing her denim cutoffs and a black, clingy, cropped t-shirt that stretches tight across her perfect tits and shows her taut belly. Instead of her fry boots, a pair of black kitten heels I've never seen before are on her feet. What the fuck? Is she trying to drive me fucking crazy? She saunters up to the bar and waves to little Big Mama.
Can I get a rum and coke? Sure thing, doll.
Mama turns around to make the drink. What the fuck are you doing? I growl at Gigi in a low voice.
What?
She blinks up at me innocently. If you want me to stay the hell away from you, this here ain't the way to do it, I say, waving my index finger up and down at her body.
You're a mature adult, she retorts. You're perfectly capable of keeping your hands to yourself.
You'd think that, wouldn't you? I mutter. But it's not true where Gigi is concerned, especially not now that I know what she feels like, what she tastes like. I can't imagine why the hell she's decided to torture me like this, after she said she wants us both to forget anything ever happened between us. I can't be this fucking close to her right now. I turn on my heel and stomp away, determined to keep the entire length of the main room between us for the rest of the night. But that means I have to watch from across the room as my club brothers come up and flirt with her one by one. Fury ain't around right now, so they're bolder than they would be otherwise. I watch as Gigi laughs it up with our road captain, Reed Greenlee, flirting like I have never seen her do with anyone. Across the room, I clench my bottle of beer and grind my teeth into powder. Eventually, Gigi climbs down off her bar stool and heads back toward her apartment. I do my best not to follow her, but it only takes a minute before I'm slamming my empty beer bottle down on a table and heading after her. I get to her door just as she's reaching for the knob to go inside. What the fuck was that all about? I snarl. Gigi turns and gives me an innocent look.
What are you talking about?
You were practically climbing into Reed's lap back there.
What? I was just talking to him. God, Mac, what is—
The hell you were. I grab her hand and turn her to face me, pinning her against the door. What are you playing at, G? You trying to drive me insane? At the contact of our skin, her eyes grow hooded.
You think I care what you think? You don't own me.
I think you do care, yeah. And I think you're trying to fuck with me.
I'm not.
She licks her lips, making them glisten.
But I'm glad to know it worked anyway.
I don't bother trying to parse that sentence. My mouth comes down on hers. I lift her up until her back is against the door. Her arms twine around my neck. Fuck, if I thought one time would be enough to get Gigi out of my system, I was delusional. With one hand, I grope blindly for the doorknob. But just then, booted footsteps sound in the hallway. Pulling myself off of Gigi, I lower her to the ground, just as Fury rounds the corner. Hey, G. Mac? Fury calls as he approaches. How's the house repairs going, G? You talked to the landlord?
It's going okay,
she stammers, reaching up to smooth her hair.
Mac took me over there to grab some more of my stuff today. I'll probably be able to stay here at the clubhouse without going over there again until the repairs are done.
Fury glances over at me, then back to her. Thanks, brother. But gee, you're not going back there under any circumstances until we take care of Blaze and make sure you're safe. Understood?
Sure. Yeah, understood.
Gigi bobs her head quickly. If Fury is surprised that G isn't fighting him on that, he doesn't show it. I'm going out to the bar. You coming, Mac? In a minute, I murmur. Fury leaves. When he's no longer in sight, Gigi lets out a loud exhale.
Well, that was almost really bad.
You're telling me. If Fury had caught us, he'd beat my ass to a fucking pulp, and I wouldn't blame him. Hell, I'd probably just stand there and take it.
This whole thing was such a huge mistake,
Gigi continues, shaking her head. Maybe, I admit. But I can't be sorry I did it. That was an itch I've been wanting to scratch for a damn long time, G. And I might be a shit friend to Fury for saying it, but it was worth it. Gigi bites her lip.
You know what?
What?
The door to my apartment.
What about it? She reaches for the knob, grinning.
It locks from the inside.
Chapter 14. Gigi. Okay, I pant, lying back on the bed. So, there's no point in pretending we don't want each other, but it doesn't have to mean anything. A rumble of laughter erupts from deep in Mac's throat. Okay. Damn him, that laugh is as sexy as it is irritating. A bounce on the mattress startles me, but it's only Tedward. Hey, Ted, I murmur, reaching over to scratch him under his chin. I forgot you were here.
He was probably hiding under the bed,
Mac observes.
Good thing he didn't get smushed.
My breathing finally starts to slow from the Olympic-level sex we just had. God, if this is going to continue, I really need to work on my stamina. Look, this is just sex, though, okay? Nothing more.
Is it?
I sit up and look at Mac quizzically. I mean, isn't it?
Dunno.
He sits up next to me. I try not to gawk at how fucking gorgeous he is naked. God, the tattoos on this man. They're of varying degrees of skill, but he's like an artist's canvas the way he wears them. Mac has a body that was made for tattoos. His nakedness is even more naked with ink somehow. He is a living celebration of the male form. I wish I could mark him with my own designs.
So,
Mac continues, petting Ted absently.
You're not gonna say we gotta stop doing this, are you? 'Cause I'm pretty sure that would be a sin against sex.
No. I trail off, glancing at the closed door. But we can only keep doing this if we can keep it totally under wraps. This thing between us is potentially explosive, and I know I don't have to explain that to Mac. I expect him to make a joke of it, like he does with everything. But to my surprise, his brow furrows.
Okay, but listen,
he says.
Gee, if we're gonna keep doing this, you gotta do me a favor and stop flirting with other men. It's gonna drive me fucking crazy. I'll end up punching one of them in the fucking face.
I can hardly believe my ears. Are you actually jealous?
Damn right I'm jealous.
He reaches for me, pulling me into a long, probing kiss that leaves me dizzy. When he releases me, his eyes are dark with desire.
Especially now that I know what this is like. What you taste like, what you feel like when you're under me, moaning my name as your pussy clenches around me. I don't share, Gigi. I don't even joke about sharing. You get me?
Whoa. This conversation suddenly feels a lot more weighty than it started out being. The look on Mac's face is dead serious, which in itself kind of stops me in my tracks. I'm so used to him making light of pretty much everything. I get you, I hear myself say breathlessly. His face instantly relaxes.
Good,
He says, smirking.
Otherwise, I might have to tell the club you're not into guys.
I freeze. All of a sudden, the evidence of my monumental stupidity comes rushing toward me. All the years I've known him to be a colossal jackass. All the years I've known being attracted to him was a terrible mistake, flash before me like the worst movie I've ever seen. Without a word, I scramble off the bed, naked, then run to the tiny bathroom and lock the door, Mac calling after me in a bewildered voice. Staring at myself, wide-eyed in the mirror, I hiss at my reflection. What the fuck are you doing? With Mac Maxwell, of all people? Christ, you're an idiot. I have more than enough knowledge of who that man is to stay as far away from him as humanly possible. How in the hell did I let him lull me into thinking he had changed? I mean, he's never apologized for what he did to me back then, but I can't believe he would actually joke about it. And not only that, but to threaten to do it again?
Hey,
Mac calls from the other side of the bathroom door.
Gee, what's up? You okay?
I can't stand this. I can't stand that he was touching me, that he basically now knows my body probably better than any other person on this earth except me, and he just proved that he's still nothing but king asshole. I can't have this conversation with him. I can't face him again right now. I'm pretty sure I'd break down crying if I had to. Get out, I yell through the door. I'm tired and I want a shower. Go party with your friends. I'm calling it a night.
Gee, what the hell? Come on, I was just joking.
I said go! I scream, a note of hysteria creeping into my voice. My whole body tenses, waiting for him to start pounding on the door or trying to open it. I stare at the knob, fists clenched.
What the fuck?
I hear Mac mutter. The mattress creaks softly. There's the sound of a belt buckle and then the scrape of boots on the floor. His footsteps stop just outside of the bathroom.
I don't know what the hell's gotten into you, Gigi,
he says gruffly.
But I ain't gonna beg you to talk to me. You get ready to talk, you come find me.
The boots walk away. Seconds later, the door to the apartment slams. The back of my throat starts to sting, letting me know tears are close. Sniffling, I emerge from the bathroom to skitter across the apartment, flipping the lock on the door. I slump down on the bed, my tears spilling over as the memories flood me. I didn't have a lot of friends in high school. Part of that was by my own design. My home life was bad enough, with my drunk of a dad living in a ramshackle house that was probably only a few steps away from being condemned. As soon as I was old enough to realize how our lives would seem to anyone looking in from the outside, I avoided getting close to people. The end result, of course, was that I was lonely, often desperately so. Books were my refuge, the one place I could go in my mind to escape. My main defense mechanism outside of my house was the I don't care personality I developed. By the time I was a teenager, I had the reputation of being a defiant loner. Most of the time, that suited me just fine. The downside was that I didn't really have anyone in my corner when classmates decided to taunt or bully me. And since I wasn't supposed to care, I also wasn't supposed to be hurt by the meanness of my peers. Connor knew a little bit of what I was going through, but he was older and an upperclassman. He had his own life and his own stuff to worry about. And of course, I did my best to keep it hidden from him and from Mac, whom I had had a mortifyingly persistent crush on since I was a tween. The thought of Mac seeing what a social outcast I was horrified me almost more than the thought of him discovering my crush. So I cultivated a cool girl rocker aesthetic and pretended to have a friend group that I knew they didn't care enough to ever ask me about. Mac and Connor had always been naturally gifted at sports, even as young boys' age. In high school, they both went out for football and got onto the varsity team as sophomores. I was jealous of Con's popularity, but again, I did my best to hide it behind my cool, aloof girl persona. Rini and Chapa, of course, went to every one of their home games. Sometimes I went too, sitting mostly by myself at the top of the bleachers out of sight. During my own sophomore year, which was also Mac and Connor's senior year, I somehow caught the eye of one of the other players on the football team. His name was Brock. I met him because he was in my art elective class. He was one of the only boys, and certainly the only athlete, in the class. So when he started talking to me one day, it was probably out of boredom. He was homecoming king cute, and had a great football player body. Since Brock was a popular kid who was way out of my league, it never occurred to me to be intimidated by him. I enjoyed our easy companionship. I was able to talk to him just as a buddy, if an unlikely one. Eventually, I did end up developing a bit of a crush on him. But since we already had an easy rapport, I just looked at it as an unfortunate development that I would just have to ignore. If nothing else, crushing on Brock had the positive effect of distracting me from my unrequited feelings for Mac Maxwell. One day after school, Brock noticed me walking by the practice field as I set out on my way home and came jogging up to talk to me. He was looking especially good that day, I remember, in that handsome jock way. He was cracking jokes and making me laugh loudly enough to capture the attention of some of the other players. And so it happened that just as he was leaning over to say something to me in confidence, Mac came ambling up.
"Hey, G," he said casually. "What's going on?"
"Nothing," I replied. My emotions started to swirl between pride that Mac saw me talking to a good-looking boy and the ever-present attraction to him that I just couldn't seem to shake. Just on my way home, Mac's eyes slipped from me to Brock.
"Didn't know you two knew each other."
"Yeah," Brock said easily.
"We have a class together."
Mac paused for a second, then nodded.
"Oh, sure, I get it. That makes sense, then."
"What do you mean?" I asked, bristling.
"Nah, nothing,"
Mac replied.
"See you around, G. Come on, Brock. You gonna practice or spend all day talking?"
Brock shrugged goodbye at me and took off jogging behind Mac. I sent off a mental "fuck you" to my brother's best friend and left. The next day in class, Brock acted like we barely knew each other, and it wasn't long before I found out why. Later, a girl named Lily in my English class came up to me right before the bell rang. "Hey, I didn't know you were gay," Lily said, giving me a wide smile. "Did you ever think about joining the GSA? We meet today after school." "What?" I asked, startled. "I'm not gay." She furrowed her brow. "Oh, really? That's not what I heard. And that's not what's going around the school." At practice the day before, Mac Maxwell had told Brock Titchener that I was a lesbian. Well, from what I heard later, his actual words were, "She's batshit crazy and she's not really into guys." As they say, a lie can travel around the world in the time it takes for the truth to put on its pants. By the end of the day, pretty much everyone in my high school had heard I was gay. Given the fact that I've always been kind of an alternative chick, it was easy for people to believe, I guess. I wouldn't have even cared that much, except that that was the end of any hope that Brock would ever ask me out. From that day forward, he never really spoke to me again. Since homophobes aren't my thing, that pretty much took care of my crush on him. But unfortunately, the chilling effect of that rumor also ended up killing my chances of ever having a boyfriend in high school. So that was the end of my chances with Brock, or with any other boy for that matter. All because of a thoughtless and stupid prank Mac pulled just to be an absolute dick to me. He never even acknowledged doing it. To this day, we've never spoken about it. But now, years later, he just joked about doing it again, proving that not only does he remember, he wasn't and still isn't sorry about it. What seems like a silly high school prank has brought all the hurt and humiliation and insecurity I felt back then rushing to the surface. My stomach is in knots, the same way it used to be when I looked at Mac and realized he just thought of me as a dumb plaything. I was only the stupid sister of his best friend, not good for anything but being the butt of a practical joke. I thought maybe he had changed all these years later, but not enough. Not nearly enough. I can't believe I ever let my guard down enough to let myself get involved with him. I can't believe I had sex with him. Twice. And it's worse than that. I can't believe that it wasn't just sex for me. I let my heart crack open just a little bit and started developing feelings for him again. I should have known better than that. Hell, I did know better than that. Mac has always been nothing but king asshole. Tedward, who had been sitting next to me as I fall apart, jumps down from the bed. Trotting over to the closed door, he meows at it, then paws at it, as if wanting Mac to come back. Great. Even my cat, who hates everybody except me, has fallen for Mac. Traitor, I mutter.
Chapter 15. Mac. Well, fuck. I probably never would have walked away from Gigi without resolving whatever bug crawled up her ass if I'd known that we'd be going on a run the next day before I'd get a chance to talk to her. I spent the rest of the night partying at the clubhouse with the rest of my brothers, even though partying, in my case, involves getting as drunk as I can to forget about my fight with Gigi. Halfway through a bottle of whiskey, I tell myself that the best way to get over someone is to get someone else under me. But the usual flock of club bunnies that hang around during the parties doesn't do a damn thing for me. None of them look like Gigi, and none of them have her fire or her sexy body. After the second one gives me a lap dance and tries to pull me over into a dark corner, I give up thinking I can replace Gigi in my mind with someone else. For once in my life, I can't convince my dick to get interested in anyone else. Early the next morning, I wake up to the sound of pounding. At first, I think it's my head throbbing from this goddamn hangover, but then I realize it's one of my brothers pounding on the door of the free apartment I nabbed for the night. "Church!" Black shouts. "Get into the chapel now!" 15 minutes later, all the bastards are seated around the large oak table in the chapel. Elmo gives the bastards a status update on what he's found out about Blaze. It's pretty fucking disappointing. Can't find his legal name. Can't find any other aliases. Can't find where he's from. Can't find a legal residence, Elmo tells us. The only reason we know he's a nomad is because of his bottom rocker. Can't even find what chapter of the Scorpions he came from. No one I know knows him. No one outside of the Bloody Scorpions seems to have even heard of him. And except for the times when Mac and Fury have seen him, no one else seems to even recognize the motherfucker's description. The guy's like a ghost, Black mutters. Not far from it, Elmo agrees. I haven't had this much trouble tracking someone down like... ever. So, what do we do? Fury asks. Elmo's gonna keep digging, Magnus says. Meanwhile, we got a run to deal with. The next shipment of guns to our friends up in Canada is due to go out. I was gonna send a bunch of us up across the border next week like usual, but with everything going on down here, I don't want to be gone that long. Magnus looks around the table. With Sturgis starting this weekend, it's perfect cover for us. Norris continues where Magnus leaves off. We're going to ride west in the direction of Sturgis, like we're on our way to the rally, hiding in plain sight. Our Canadian friends are going to meet us in a predetermined location in central South Dakota to make the exchange. That's right, Magnus agrees. Elmo's staying here to keep looking for him. Everyone else is coming on the run. Except for you, Reed, Magnus turns to him. You're going to stay here. What the fuck? Reed explodes. You leaving the fucking road captain behind on a club run? Hate to do it, Norris adds, backing up the prez. But we need someone to stay behind and guard Gigi. And you're the best shot of all of us. Motherfucker, Reed mutters. This is bull. Careful with your fucking words, Reed. Norris interrupts him sharply. I know you ain't questioning your president's decision. Reed's mouth clamps shut. His jaw works, biting back whatever he wants to say. Good, Magnus says on a nod. Mac, Black, and Norse, get over to the warehouse and make sure the shipment is ready to be transported. The rest of you be ready to ride in the next few hours. At Magnus's words, I know I'm going to have next to no time to myself before we leave on this run. I sure as shit don't have enough time to hash through whatever happened between Gigi and me. That shit's going to have to wait until I get back and I can get a moment alone with her, assuming she even wants to talk to me. One day ain't going to hurt anything after all. As I get ready to leave for the warehouse, I know it's going to be hard as shit pushing Gigi out of my mind. But that's what I have to do. My club counts on me to be clear-headed when we're out on club business, same as any other member. Whether I like it or not, this thing with Gigi is on the back burner until I return.
Chapter 16. Gigi. Mac isn't the one who tells me the club is going on a run. Connor is. My brother comes knocking on the door to my apartment with Reed in tow.
The club's got business out of town, he says. Reed's your protection until we get back.
In my experience, Reed isn't exactly a smiley guy, but he looks even more cranky than usual. The only indication he even acknowledges what Connor just said is a slight flare of his nostrils. Great. Reed's not happy to be doing this. Well, at least it's not my fault he's stuck guarding me. I resist the urge to ask my brother why Mac isn't the one staying behind. I should be relieved, given the fight we had and where we left things. Instead, I feel unsettled and frustrated. I try to push down those feelings, though. Magnus is probably the one who made the call of who's going on the run. Still, the idea that Mac might have volunteered to get away from me makes my heart plummet. Connor puts a hand on my shoulder.
You need to promise me you'll stick close to Reed and not leave the compound without him,
he says in a low voice.
Understood?
Yeah, don't worry, I say, trying to sound casual. Connor doesn't know Mac and I had a fight. Hell, Connor doesn't even know that Mac and I are anything but a reluctant bodyguard and a reluctant guarded body. I won't try to make an escape under Reed's watch.
Good deal.
He claps Reed on the back.
See you when we get back, brother.
Reed's jaw ticks, the only indication he's got an opinion about this. His eyes flick to me.
Come find me if you need me to take you anywhere.
Since running into Mac right now would just make our fight feel worse, I opt to stay in my apartment until I hear the roar of motorcycle engines fading into the distance. I don't know how many royal bastards are going on this run, but from the sound of it, I'd say almost the entire club. I decide to take the rare opportunity of looking around the clubhouse without the presence of most of its members. I open up a can of wet food for Tedward as a special treat, tell him to be good, and venture out to see what I can see. Out in the main rooms of the clubhouse, it's as deserted as I expected it to be, and the experience is surreal. Unlike the normal din of laughter, music, and shit-talking, you could hear a pin drop in here right now. I peer out the front window and see two prospects standing guard at the entrance to the compound. But other than them and Reed, it looks like I'm the only other person here. I explore all the rooms I dare, even peeking inside the sacred members-only space of the chapel. For the first few hours, the quiet is sort of nice. But after a while, the boredom starts to get to me. I feel like I'm turning around in circles, with nothing to do and no one to talk to. Even Tedward seems determined to nap the day away. My saving grace from going stir-crazy comes in the form of a phone call from my sister-in-law. "Hey, are you up for a girls' night and sleepover here at the house?" Kat asks. "I'm inviting my friend Christy, too. You remember, the one who works with me at the hospital?" "Sure, that would be great. And of course I remember her. She's the one who's an emergency nurse like you, right?" "That's the one. Oh, and I also called Little Big Mama. I thought she'd be down for some fun." I'd forgotten that Mama was probably around here somewhere, too. She must have holed up in her own apartment. Since the men are off on the run, there's no one to bartend for, so she's free. Kat tells me what time to show up, and I go off to find Reed and ask him to drive me and Little Big Mama over there. On the drive over, Reed doesn't say a single word. Little Big Mama and I make small talk so that the car won't be completely silent. I find out that her actual name is Melissa, or Mel for short. She's really nice and funny, too. I feel kind of bad that up until now I haven't really had any conversations with her, other than her asking me for my drink order. Kat greets us at the door, a half-full margarita glass in her hand. "Hey, come on in," she says, standing back to let us through. "We started early on the drinks, so you ladies are going to have to catch up. Christy's downstairs." Kat and Connor have a fantastic finished full basement with an amazing entertainment area set up, complete with a huge flat-screen TV, a wet bar, and a giant U-shaped sectional. It's the perfect place for an adult sleepover. "Where's Julia?" I ask, kicking off my shoes. "She's asleep up in the nursery. I have the baby monitor so I can check on her, but she should be down for the night." Kat leads Melissa, me, and Reed downstairs. We find Christy sitting on the couch, TV remote in her hand. Christy is a gorgeous natural blonde with wavy hair that practically any woman would die to have. She has it pulled up in a high ponytail today, which accentuates her long, graceful neck. Her face is free of makeup, which doesn't detract at all from her natural beauty. "Hi, I'm Christy," she calls, waving to us. "Chris, you remember Gigi?" Kat says. "This is Melissa." She points to Little Big Mama. "And this is Reed. He's, kind of here as a chauffeur?" Kat stumbles over the word as she tries to explain his presence without revealing too much. But if Christy is confused by his presence, she doesn't show it. "I'm getting a playlist going," she drawls in a melodious southern accent, waving toward the TV. "Go check out the drink situation. I can make you all something if you don't want beer or wine." "Wow, I'm not the bartender tonight. What a concept," Melissa jokes. A few seconds later, music starts to flow through the speakers. Christy gets up, walks over to Reed, and holds up her margarita glass. "You want one?" Reed snorts. "I don't drink that girl shit. Besides, my job is guarding Gigi and the rest of ya. Can't do that if I ain't sober." He turns to me and lifts his chin toward the stairs. "I'll be upstairs if you need me." Watching Reed stump up the stairs, Christy's mouth twists into a perplexed frown. "What's with Mr. Chuckles?" Kat lifts a shoulder. "He's pissed off that he has to be here tonight guarding us instead of off on a run with the rest of the club. He's missing all the action." "Guarding you?" Christy asks, moving behind the wet bar. "From what?" I jump in. "Oh, nothing. Just a precaution." Kat agrees. "Yeah, you know, the men are always trying to make sure we're safe. It's just how they are." "So, like paranoid?" "No, not exactly. Just careful. You know Connor. He's not exactly all that open with people he doesn't know. I guess they're all kind of like that, but to a lesser extent. Guarded, on alert. They don't really let their guard down with people unless they know them well." "Except for Mac," Melissa says. "He's always easygoing. Good for a laugh, too." Christy brightens. "Is that Con's hot buddy? The one with the kind of shaggy, dirty blonde hair?" "That's the one," Melissa replies. "God, he's so fine," Christy groans. Men like that shouldn't be allowed to exist. Is he taken? If he's as great as Connor is, maybe I should try flirting with him. My gut twists at Christy's words. I want to jump up from my chair and scream, he's mine. But not only is Mac definitely not mine, but nobody in this room knows about us. And I have to keep it that way. So I bite my lip, sit on my hands, and say nothing. Christy comes over and hands Mel and me glasses, then sits down. I don't think Mac's taken, Melissa says. I've never really seen him with any women around the clubhouse. He'll go with a club bunny sometimes, but he's never brought anyone around. Kat leans back against the cushions. Christy, do I really need to remind you that you are not only taken, but engaged? What would Arjun say if he heard you? Well, he ain't here, is he? Christy tosses back. But yeah, I guess you're right. I shouldn't be saying stuff like that, even as a joke. Mel, you get along with Mac pretty well, Kat says to Little Big Mama. Have you ever thought about him, that way? I freeze. Melissa is beautiful and sassy and funny. If she sets her sights on Mac, I have no doubt that she could get his attention. But to my relief, Mel shakes her head. I don't shit where I live, literally. Bartending for the club is the best job I've ever had. Plus, I get to live there rent-free. No way am I gonna fuck with any bikers and mess that up. So much for setting up the royal bastard's most eligible bachelor, Kat says on a sigh. What about Gigi? Christy suggests. You're single, right? Well, Gigi hates Mac with a passion, so there's that. I don't hate him, I protest, coloring. Really? Well, that's news to me. Kat turns to Christy. Gigi and Mac can hardly be in the same room with each other without fur flying. Hate ain't the opposite of love, though, Melissa says slowly. Indifference is. What are you saying? I can't stop myself from asking. Melissa fixes me with a steady gaze. Well, for one thing, I'm saying hate fucking is underrated. What? Oh my God, Mel! Kat bursts into laughter. Are you serious? Melissa holds up her hands in mock surrender. Hey, I'm just saying, I've seen the way Mac looks at Gigi. That man wouldn't turn away from a night in your bed. Oh, I definitely agree that Mac has a thing for Gigi, Kat adds, though he tries to hide it, but Gigi can't stand him. Mel shakes her head. Like I said, hate and love aren't opposites. Suddenly, all three women are staring at me expectantly, waiting for my reply. Taking a big gulp of my drink, I try to act casual. I mean, we're nothing alike, I murmur. We just clash is all. Opposites attract, honey, Christy says. Hell, look at me and Arjun. I'm 2 inches taller than he is, and my idea of a good time is line dancing at a country bar with 50 of my closest friends. He'd be content spending every night at home watching Masterpiece Theater or something educational on PBS. I exaggerate, but you get the idea. And still, we're perfect for each other. When you're not fantasizing about hot bikers, Kat says, snickering. Yeah, but that's just what it is. A fantasy. Arjun's my soulmate. The conversation veers into a lively discussion of whether soulmates exist, and the subject of Mac recedes into the background. But for the rest of the night, I can't help but keep replaying the words Melissa said over and over in my head. Is the hate I've always held on to for Mac not what I thought? Is the way I always seem to know when he's in the room, even if I can't see him, something else entirely? Why has he always been able to make my heart race with just a word or a glance? Was the adolescent crush, which I always thought was just my stupid hormones playing tricks on me, actually something more? Why is it that when we finally fell into bed together, His body seemed to speak to mine in a language we'd always known. My God. Is it possible I'm in love with King Asshole? Chapter 17. Gigi. The next day, back at the clubhouse, I'm suffering the effects of a nearly sleepless night, a hangover, and a jumble of confused emotions about my feelings for Mac. The MC's not back from its run yet, and as the day wears on, I get more and more fixated on the idea that I don't want to be here when they return. Mid-afternoon, I take a shower, put on my tallest boots, and practice my fuck you look in the mirror a few times until I feel ready to face the world. Out in the main room of the clubhouse, I walk straight up to Reed. I need to get out of here, I tell him, so I'm leaving. He frowns at me.
Not without me, you're not.
Turning on my heel, I stalk out the front door of the clubhouse. Jingling my keys in my hand, I head to the body bus with a purpose in my stride. I'm just opening the driver's side door when I hear a voice behind me.
Hey.
I ignore it. Seconds later, a rough hand grabs my bicep.
You can't leave here without me.
The hell I'm not. I'm in charge of me, not you and not the bastards. You try to keep me here,
You'll what?
He challenges.
You'll call the cops? You think they'll come down here and get you? They're not going to risk a problem with us. You're not stupid, Gigi. You know damn well you're not leaving here without me. You don't like it, neither do I. But we both got our orders.
You go ahead and follow your orders, I say, sneering. I'm not under anyone's thumb. Reed's face turns eerily stony.
I don't want to get physical with you, Gigi, but I will.
The way he's looking at me turns something cold in my stomach. From the expression in his eyes, I have no doubt that he's telling me the truth. Would he hurt me if it was to stop me from running away? I realize that I don't want to find out. Still, I cannot stand to be in this clubhouse any longer. I don't want to be here when he gets back. I could go back to Kat's place, and I'm sure she'd put me up in their guest room. But I'm not in the mood to be around people right now. I don't want to have to mask my emotions. But I have another idea. I go to Melissa's apartment and ask her to make sure that Tedward has food and water while I'm gone. Then I tell Reed I'm taking my bus on a drive. Reed opts to follow me from behind on his bike instead of riding with me. I visit a bookstore, treating myself to a few new bestsellers I've heard good things about. I stop off at a grocery store to grab myself some prepared food for dinner. Then I drive over to my place, which is still not habitable, and park my bus in front of it in the street. Reed gets off his bike and comes up to the bus.
What are we doing here?
I jerk a thumb at the house. This is where I live. They're still renovating after the fire, so I'm going to sleep in the bus instead. There's a fold-down bed in there, so I'll be fine. I shove a bag at him. Here, dinner. I didn't know what you wanted to eat, so I just guessed. Reed stares at me for a second, considering.
Okay,
he says, taking the bag.
I'll be over there.
He points to a tree in the front yard. Ambling over, he sits down under it and crosses his arms. I have a moment's worth of guilt that I'm about to make him sit out here all night, but I shove it down. It's not my fault that the bastards have appointed themselves my personal bodyguards. It's not like I can tell him to leave, because we both know he won't. Climbing back into the bus, I have my dinner at my tiny table. Then I pull down the bed and find the pillow and blankets I have stowed in a compartment in the back. I settle in for the evening, with my cell phone and the books I bought for entertainment. But I must be extremely tired, because before long I fall dead asleep. I'm jolted awake sometime later. When I open my eyes, it's completely dark inside the bus. Glancing through the window, I see it's the dead of night and completely silent, so it must be late. I sit up and squint, trying to figure out what woke me up. A noise? I don't remember anything, but something jarred me into consciousness. Then I hear it again. A rustling, then a couple of thumps, followed by what sounds like a man's voice. Scrambling off the bed, I go to the back window and peer out. And that's when the door flies open and someone enters the bus. Whipping around, I let out an involuntary shriek. The figure rushes toward me and grabs me. I scream as loudly as I can for Reed and struggle against the man, blinded by the darkness. I manage an elbow to his ribs, which earns me a roar and a hard fist upside my head that stuns me. For a second, I'm unable to move or think, but finally I wrench around in his arms. I try to angle myself so I'm facing him, but his arms go around me like a vice. Blindly, I flatten my open left hand and swing it toward his head, connecting solidly with his ear. The man lets out a scream of pain, letting go of me for a split second. It's all I need. I knee him hard in the groin, then scramble backward and grab a tattoo pen, ramming it into his back with all my strength. Roaring, the man flings a fist back and clocks me right in the face. I fall back against the edge of the fold-out bed, hitting my head. Somehow, my brain registers the cabinet next to me and what is in it. I yank open the bottom drawer and pull out the Beretta Nano I keep there. Now that it's in my hand, I have a flash of panic about using it, but my survival instinct overrides it. "Get out!" I shout, and fire into the dark. My assailant flies backward, though I don't think I've hit him, and stumbles out of the door. Lying on the floor, I listen to my rapid, panicked breathing and try like hell to get a hold on my pain as I hear an engine start and then roar away. I don't know how long I'm lying there, maybe a half minute or more. When I can finally pull myself up to stand, I drag myself out of the bus, almost fall down the stairs, and rush outside to see Reed lying unconscious under the tree. I stumble toward him, calling his name. But when I get there, I see it's not Reed. It's Mac. "Mac!" I cry. Forgetting my pain, I sink down next to him, grabbing him by the shirt to shake him. He groans. My heart leaps to hear that he's not dead. I start to chant his name, pulling him harder with one hand to try to get him up, while my other goes around to the back of his head. Something wet makes contact with my hand, and I almost scream when I realize it's blood. "Mac, wake up! Come on, talk to me!" He groans again, panting a little.
Gee, thank fuck you're okay.
"What happened?" I urge. "Tell me." He leans over and vomits onto the grass. Shit. Tears spring to my eyes, but I refuse to let myself fall apart right now. "Okay, come on, Mac. We need to get you into the bus. I'll drive you to the clubhouse. Come on, help me lift you up." He groans again, but sits up and tries to get his legs under him. Somehow, we both manage to heave him up. When he's standing upright, he bends over and retches again. But then he takes a deep breath and puts a heavy arm around my shoulders. Slowly, we make our way to the bus, and he climbs up the stairs on all fours, collapsing heavily onto the floor. "I'll drive as carefully as I can," I croon. "Hang tight. We'll be there soon."
Chapter 18. Mac. "He's likely got a concussion," Wishbone says to Gigi, peering into my eyes with a small flashlight. "But his pupils aren't dilated, and he's not slurring his speech, so those are good signs." "Bone, I'm right fucking here," I grouse. "What's with this he shit?"
"Mac, be nice,"
Gigi admonishes me. "How's your headache?" Wishbone asks, straightening. "My head's felt better, but I'm okay. I'm working to keep the anger out of my voice. I'm pissed the fuck off at myself for letting myself be ambushed like a goddamn prospect. Last thing I remember before being knocked out was some guy approaching me, saying he was from the neighborhood watch and asking me what I was doing sitting in Gigi's yard. I got up to talk to the guy, and then some other fucker hit me from behind with something hard enough to knock me out. My head hurts, sure, but the biggest thing wrong with me is knowing Gigi could be dead right now, and it would have been my fault. On the way to the clubhouse, I made her tell me what happened. She explained how whoever it was broke into the bus and she scared them off with her gun. I didn't even know she had a damn gun. I've been sleeping on the job, goddammit. I could have lost her. The thought of it makes the blood turn to ice. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive myself. Wishbone turns to Gigi now. He'll need to be watched for the next 24 to 48 hours to make sure none of his symptoms get worse. Lots of rest, lots of water, no strenuous activity. He smirks at me. That means everything you think it does. Noted. Tylenol for the pain is okay. No alcohol. If you see anything suspicious, any changes in him that concern you, get in touch with me right away.
I'll do that,
Gigi says. Okay, well, I'm going to head back home. You've got my number. Wishbone claps me softly on the shoulder and yawns, testament to the fact that it's almost 3 in the morning. You listen to your nurse, you hear? I know you're not so good at following directions, but she's in charge for the next couple of days. Not so sure about that, I mutter. Gigi gives me a sharp look. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm kidding. Thanks, Bone. Wishbone nods at Gigi and walks off, leaving us alone in the room. At this hour, the clubhouse is pretty much deserted.
Do you think we should call Magnus?
Gigi asks, hugging her arms to her chest. Nah, anything we need to tell the Prez can wait until morning. You're safe, and we're fine here. No need to wake anyone else up out of a sound sleep.
I never really got a chance to ask you about what happened,
she says, biting her lip.
Why were you there instead of Reed?
It's the first time either of us has acknowledged that technically we're fighting still. But she's at least talking to me, which I figure is a good sign. We got back from the run, so I called him up and relieved him, I explained. He needed someone to take over for a shift anyway, and I knew you were mad at me, so I just figured I'd take the watch when you were asleep. Gigi looks down.
I'm sorry you got hurt,
she says softly. Jesus, G, don't be sorry about that. I was supposed to be protecting you, remember? It's my fault that asshole ever got into your bus in the first place. Thank fuck you had that gun. I swallow around a large lump in my throat. I want to take her in my arms. I want a lot of things right now, but I know I don't deserve any of them. She sighs.
I probably blew a hole in the wall of my bus.
No biggie. Pretty sure we can patch that up for you. Gigi falls silent. Her lips start to tremble.
I was afraid you were dead when I saw you lying there on the ground, she whispers. I was so scared.
Hey, it's okay. I take a risk and reach my arms out to her. Gigi immediately comes to me and melts into them. Shh, I say as she starts to tremble. We're all right. We're both just fine, baby. We're fine. Absently, I reach up and stroke her hair. She sinks into my chest, her arms going around my waist. For a while, we just stay like that. And then Gigi pulls away slightly and looks at me with a tremulous half-smile.
I like the fact that Wishbone put me in charge, she murmurs. Too bad you're too sick to participate in any strenuous activity, though. That's no fun at all.
Wishbone ain't God, I growl. I'm up for some strenuous activity if you are.
I am, but I'm not about to let you do that. I plan to be a very responsible nurse to you and make sure you're completely well before.
Killjoy. I suck in a deep breath and then let it out. Hey, listen. Are we going to talk about why you were so mad at me earlier? Not that I want to exactly, but I'd at least like to understand what I did that set you off so bad. That wipes the smile off her face. Damn.
We should,
she admits.
But right now it's so late. Let's do it tomorrow.
I nod, relieved. My head is still pounding like a son of a bitch. But hell, at least I get credit for being the one to bring the fight up and working toward a solution, right? Look at me, being all mature and shit. You want to go back to your apartment? I ask. I can stay here in the main room, sleep on one of the couches.
That doesn't sound very comfortable, she protests. Especially since you've got a concussion. You should be getting a better night's sleep than that.
My face cracks into a yawn. Trust me, I'm beat enough that I could sleep anywhere right now. I'll be fine.
Come to the apartment and sleep, though.
You asking?
I'm supposed to be taking care of you.
I cock my head, deciding to take a chance. If that's the case, can the patient make a request? Gigi lifts a brow at me.
Depends on what it is.
I grab her hand and pull her toward me. Well, I was just thinking, if we're going to talk about our fight tomorrow, I'm assuming we'll manage to kiss and make up then. So maybe we can do the making up part now. Kind of like dessert before the meal.
Are you serious?
As a heart attack. I graze her lips with mine. Gigi kisses me back for a second, then pulls away.
You're not supposed to do anything strenuous, she protests. I'm supposed to be making sure you don't.
I won't tell anyone if you don't, I growl. Come on, you can be gentle with me. Gigi laughs and climbs into my lap.
This is a very bad idea.
Nah, it's the best idea I've had in a while. My mouth comes down on hers. Instantly, it's like I've been in the desert for days and she's just offered me a drink. My whole body comes to life, my headache receding into the background so that I barely even feel it. All there is the softness of her lips, the perfume of her hair, the way she wiggles in my lap against my hardening erection. Gigi is like coming home, and suddenly I'm so relieved to have her back that my throat starts to sting. The front door flies open with a crash, startling us out of our kiss. It's Fury. At first, his face is a mask of concern, but when he registers Gigi in my lap, his expression turns to match his name. "What the fuck is going on here?" he shouts at me. I wince at the volume of his voice. Gigi flies off of my lap.
Connor, stop shouting, she cries.
"Dude, can you yell a little quieter?" I say, grimacing. "Fuck you, Mac!" he yells even louder. "What the fuck are you doing with her?" Gigi recovers quickly from her shock.
"Stop it, I said,"
she hisses at her brother.
"He's got a concussion."
"Stop trying to protect him," Fury shouts. "Okay, seriously," I mutter. "Could we do this at a lower volume, though?"
"What are you doing here, Connor?"
Gigi demands, fists on her hips. Fury looks incredulous. "Wishbone called me. Told me what happened to Mac. Jesus, excuse me for caring." He turns to me, jabbing a fist in my face. "Are you messing with my baby sister?" Yeah, I am. Sorry about that." Fury is on the verge of exploding. "You have stepped way over the fucking line, brother. If you weren't concussed, I'd beat the living hell out of you right now. Consider this a rain check for your second concussion, you piece of shit." Gigi pushes between us, placing herself between Fury and me.
"Shut it, you asshole. I'm a big girl. I get to make my own decisions about who I sleep with."
"Fucking Christ, you slept with her already?" he yells at me, making my ears ring. I squeeze my eyes shut, resisting the urge to hold my head together with my hands. I'm exhausted, tired of hiding, tired of fighting. Fuck it. Time to come clean. "Yeah, we did. More than once, in fact." I open my eyes and hold out my hands in a gesture of peace. "Look, Fury, I'm sorry. I broke your trust. I didn't mean for this to happen between G and me, but I'm not sorry it happened. And I'm good with you wanting to fight me about it later. But right now, I think we got more important things on the table." "Yeah? Like what?" he challenges, jaws set, eyes wild. "Well, like, for example, the fact that if Gigi hadn't shot at the guy who broke into her bus tonight, she might be dead. Or at the very least, they would have taken her somewhere we might never have found her." That stops Fury in his tracks. "Fuck," he curses. "That true?" Gigi grimaces.
"Yeah. I was lucky I remembered the gun in the drawer. I fired once and he fled."
"Was it Blaze?" "Not sure. There were two of them at least. It was dark and one of them hit me from behind." "God damn, the run didn't stop this shit then. Why the fuck is this Blaze guy so fixated on Gigi?" Fury pounds his fist against a table. I try not to register the nail that goes through my head as a result. At least his anger isn't focused on me anymore. "G, go back to your apartment," Fury commands. "Mac and me, we got shit to discuss."
"The hell I will,"
she says, her chin jutting. "Gigi, it's okay," I say gently. "We got some club business we need to talk about. We can't do that with you here." Gigi harumphs, but for once she does as she's told. When she's gone, Fury pulls out a pack of smokes and fumbles in his pocket for a lighter. "Fuck. This shit can't go unanswered." Fury takes a deep drag of his cigarette. "We gotta talk to Magnus tomorrow about it. This is Scorpions against Bastards now. We target the Scorpions operation and apply pressure." "Agree. We make life hell for the local chapter. Make it clear it's because of Blaze. That pussy would never dare to fuck with us without his club behind him. Best case scenario, the Scorpions cut him loose. The Scorpions don't want to risk war with our club over one piece of shit nomad's obsession with the sister of a bastard." Fury looks grim. "Either way, there's no way Blaze gets out of this alive." At least on this, we're in agreement. As for the rest, we'll deal with it later.
Chapter 19. Gigi. In my apartment, I wait for Mac and try to sort out everything that has happened over the last few hours. My mind is a hot mess right now. I half expect my brother to come in and tell me he's shot Mac, or at the very least beaten him unconscious. Connor has never been known for his easygoing temperament. There's a reason his road name is Fury. If it comes to that, Mac will probably just let Connor beat the shit out of him, without even defending himself. My heart wrenches at the thought. I've been trying to think of this thing with Mac as just an uncomplicated fling, a way to relieve the sexual tension between us, even as I've been fighting my increasingly strong feelings for him. But now that Con has found out about us, there's no way to pretend it's uncomplicated any longer. Him knowing about Mac and me makes it real in a way I can no longer deny. I fall asleep waiting for either Connor or Mac to come talk to me, but it doesn't happen. When I wake up later, I'm alone in bed except for Tedward, and it's early morning. But it's not long before a soft knock comes on the door. A second later, Mac enters.
"Hey,"
he says.
"You sleep okay?"
"Sure." The word comes out clipped, and I blush. In spite of the situation, I'm feeling a little hurt that Mac didn't come back to sleep here. Luckily, he doesn't seem to notice. He sits down next to me and reaches over to pet Ted.
"Look," he says, "we gotta talk about our fight. A lot of shit might be going down in the next few days, and I might not be around that much. I don't want to leave on another run with something like that unresolved between us. So we better get it out in the open now. You good with that?"
I nod dumbly, not quite trusting my voice.
"So?"
He reaches out and takes my hand.
"Can you tell me what I did that set you off?"
Instantly, my anger rises back to the surface. You don't remember, do you? What you said to me?
"Not really,"
he says gently.
"I'm sorry. Will you just tell me? I can't do anything about it if I don't know what the problem is."
For a second, I am actually speechless. Not because he doesn't know what he did, which is infuriating, but because Mac is displaying a level of emotional maturity right now that makes my lingering anger feel childish by comparison. He's supposed to be king asshole. I'm supposed to be able to rely on him being a detestable dick. Instead, he's being so calm and reasonable that I want to wring his damn neck. But if he's going to be all adult and everything, I'm not about to let him win at that game. I can be mature too. Taking a deep breath, I make myself think through the words I want to say. You remember what you said when you thought I was flirting with some of the other bastards out there? I ask.
"Yeah."
His eyes darken.
"I said I don't share. I didn't know that was going to be a problem for you."
I shake my head. That's not it. It's what you said after that. Matt gives me a blank look. God, this seems so juvenile all of a sudden. I feel my anger start to deflate like an old balloon. But at the same time, I know I can't just let this go. Childish or not, I need to talk to him about the old wound he ripped open inside me. I suck in a deep breath and then let the words out. You said you'd tell the other bastards I was a lesbian to keep me away from them. One corner of his mouth quirks up.
"Gee, come on, I was joking."
I swallow. Were you, though? Because that wouldn't be the first time you did that. Mac looks frustrated. He reaches up to rub a hand over his face.
"Look, could we just cut to the chase and you tell me what you're upset about instead of making me guess?"
Brock Titchener.
"Who?"
He gives me a quizzical look.
"Wait, what? From high school? He was on the football team with Fury and me."
Yeah, and you told him I was a lesbian so he wouldn't go out with me. Mac cocks his head, then chuckles. He fucking chuckles.
Yeah, I remember that. But fuck, you can't still be mad that I got him away from you, Gigi. That guy was a fucking asshole.
What? He was not? His lip curls in disgust.
You were never in the locker room with him. He was a fucking pig. I mean, most guys that age are, but he was worse than average. Much worse. And he hid it under this fucking all-American boy thing he did. The way he talked about girls was fucking disgusting. He wouldn't have treated you right, Gigi. I didn't want you getting tangled up with him, so yeah, I told him you weren't into guys. It's the only thing that would have worked with a dirtbag like him. And it did. It kept him away from you long enough for him to find some other chick to play with. So, I'm not sorry for that.
I scoff. Yeah, and it kept every other guy away from me too. I never had a single date in high school, Mac. Did you know that? Did you know that thanks to you, every popular guy in my class started calling me Gagey? Mac suppresses a snort.
Shit, really? That's a pretty fucking stupid nickname.
Yeah, they did. Of course, you and Connor probably didn't hear that, being seniors. So why should you care, right? The bitterness in my voice is tinged with embarrassment, both for my younger self and for the fact that all of this still bothers me. God, this is so stupid, I mutter, staring at my hands in my lap. I get ready for him to mock me for still being so hung up on something that happened so long ago. But to my surprise, Mac is gentle with me.
It's not stupid if it hurt you. You had enough bad shit going on when you were a kid. I'm sorry I added to it.
He curls his arm around my waist, pulling me close.
I was trying to protect you. I swear to Christ, Gigi, I wouldn't ever hurt you on purpose. Not now, and not back then, either.
How is he doing this? How is he turning from king asshole to prince hero biker guy? Damn him! I'm not exactly sorry I brought it up, because Max seems so sincere about his explanation that I actually believe him. But I'm starting to feel stupid that I've held on to my anger at him about this for so long. I need to change the subject. Honestly, just forget about it. I lean into him, sighing. It's all water under the bridge, or at least it should be. Let's just forget about it. How's Connor? You don't seem to have a black eye or broken limbs or anything. Mac chuckles again.
He's pissed, for sure. But I think I managed to talk him out of bashing my skull in, at least until we get this situation with Blaze taken care of. He went back to his place to get some sleep.
What are you going to do?
I can't really tell you much. All I can say is, if the Scorpions know what's good for them, they'll take care of Blaze themselves.
Mac is telling me things that MC members don't usually tell the women who hang around their club. I realize I'm being given a level of info that even old ladies don't often get. I wonder if that's only because I'm involved. And if they don't? Mac sets his jaw but doesn't say anything. He doesn't have to. I've been around Connor enough to know that the two clubs are close to war. This is because of me. My voice breaks as I say the words. This isn't right, Mac. Your clubs wouldn't be on the verge of war if I wasn't involved. Mac grasps me by the shoulders. His eyes lock onto mine, their expression fierce.
You listen to me, Gigi. This is not your fault. None of this is. You're Fury's sister.
He trails off.
The club protects family. Don't you let this shit get into your head. You understand me?
I swallow painfully. Yes. He relaxes slightly.
Lots of shit going on right now, he observes. But we'll get through it.
We. I hate myself for wanting to read more into that word than he probably means. Mac grazes his mouth along the skin of my neck. I shiver.
I need to make sure you're safe. This isn't just about me protecting Fury's little sister because he asked me to. You're special to me.
His hands move to my hair. My arms twine around his neck. He kisses me like I'm the only thing he needs in this world. And I kiss him back, because right now it feels like that's what he is for me. His hands leave my hair, gliding down to my back. I undo the buttons of his jeans. He slides my shirt over my head. Soon we're naked. His erection is huge, pulsing. It thrills me to see such obvious evidence that he wants me. I slide my fingers around it, stroking him from root to tip. Mac lets out a loud groan, and the sound of it goes straight to my core, making me ache.
Need this.
He grunts and flips me backwards onto the bed. Tedward lets out a yowl and jumps off. Mac's head dips to my breast, taking one sensitive nipple into his mouth. His tongue flicks at it. I thread my fingers through his hair. God, that's good. I gasp. So good. Mac wraps his arms around my back and moves to the other nipple. My thighs fall apart. He angles himself between my legs, the tip of his shaft just grazing my wet heat. It's so good, but so maddening, having his velvety head so close. I whimper and start to wriggle, wanting him there. The rumble of Mac's low laugh vibrates on my skin, sending a bolt of desire through me. He reaches down and uses his thumb to slide through my slickness and then up to my throbbing clit. Rhythmically, he starts to stroke, at the same time that he continues to lick and nip at my nipple. Electric shots of pleasure start to course through me, taking over all of my conscious thought. My back arches as I strain to get more of him, more of what I know will get me to the place where only Mac can take me.
You're so fucking perfect,
he murmurs against my skin.
God, Gigi, all my fantasies about you, and it's so much fucking better. So much better than I could have imagined.
Mac, I need you inside me. I beg. I need you inside me when I come. I don't have to ask twice. He shifts his weight and rises above me. I open my eyes and see him there, eyes hooded and dark.
Need to get a condom.
I want him so much. I want him deep inside me. Please, I whisper. I want you like this. I don't want anything between us.
Fuck,
he hisses. Before he can refuse, I reach down and wrap my fingers around him, bringing the head of his cock to my slick entrance. It's enough to break down any of his resolve. He rolls his hips and thrusts inside me with one long drive, filling me. I cry out, my head falling back. Mac keeps his thumb on my sensitive clit, slicking me with my juices as he begins to withdraw and then thrust again, over and over. I arch myself to take him deeper, as deep as possible. He's so big, so much that it hurts, but at the same time the pleasure is unlike anything I've ever known. My cries echo his groans. He plunges deeper, harder, savage in his need. I'm climbing higher, dizzyingly higher, knowing that what's coming is no longer in either of our control. I feel him everywhere, all around me. He's the only thing that matters. He's the only thing that exists. The pressure coils in me, winding tight, until I think it's not possible to wind any tighter. Then, as Mac lets out a roar and empties himself inside me, it releases, and I cry his name as I fall deliciously, every cell in my body responding to him and him alone. I'm his. I'll always be his. I love him. The words ring in my mind, and for a second, I'm afraid I've said them out loud. But Mac collapses next to me, panting, and gives no sign that he's heard them.
Come here, beautiful.
He rasps. I move into his embrace, our chests moving in unison as we struggle to regain our breath.
You're gonna kill me, you know that, G?
I'll never get enough of you. As I close my eyes to savor this moment of perfection with him, my body feels like it's singing. No one has ever made me feel like Mac makes me feel. And I'm starting to worry that he's ruined me for anyone else.
Chapter 20. Mac. I don't see Gigi much for the next few days. The royal bastards start putting some hard pressure on the Scorpions' operations. Elmo finds out the location of a gun warehouse owned by them, and we raid it in the dead of night. The Scorpions retaliate violently after increased pressure from the bastards on their operations. The raid turns into a bloody shootout, leaving a couple of our guys badly injured. We can't take them to a hospital, so Wishbone sets up a makeshift field hospital at the clubhouse for them. I have less time to spend guarding Gigi, so she spends most of her time at the compound, since we can keep her safe there. At night, I fall into bed with her, sometimes too tired to do anything than wrap an arm around her and fall into a sleep that's like death. Fury pretends he doesn't see any of it. We don't have the time or the bandwidth to deal with our personal feud right now. One night, I return to the clubhouse smelling of blood and propellant.
What's that smell?
Gigi asks, wrinkling her nose. I try to buy a little time to come up with a story. What's it smell like?
I don't know exactly. Kind of like charcoal? Sulfur, too, maybe?
I sigh. I'm too tired to invent anything. It's gunpowder. She blinks.
Oh.
Come and take a shower with me, I say. I need to wash this day off of me. She joins me in the shower. I don't tell her what happened today, and she doesn't ask. We stop talking completely, except with our bodies. It's as good as it always is between us, but the fatigue I see in her eyes mirrors the exhaustion in my body. As the water runs over us, I empty myself inside her. It's the only time I can shut out everything else. The next day, I'm in the middle of a strategy meeting with some of the other men in the chapel when I get a text from one of the prospects who's keeping an eye on her for me. Gigi is packing her things to leave. My heart sinks into my fucking stomach. The room around me blurs. What the fuck? I gotta go check on something, I say, standing up so fast the chair behind me flies back a couple feet. I stomp out of the room, barely hearing Fury as he calls after me. I'm at the door to the apartment in less than a minute, opening it up to find Gigi in the midst of hurried packing. The sight is a gut punch. What the hell is going on? I demand, ignoring the fucking note of desperation in my voice.
I have to go.
Gigi doesn't even bother to look at me as she continues throwing things into a bag. No, you fucking don't. She swings around to face me, eyes full of defiance.
Don't argue with me, Mac. I'm going, and you can't stop me.
The hell I can't, I say, grabbing her wrist.
Oh, yeah?
She tosses back at me. This close, I notice her face is streaked with tears.
What are you going to do, trap me here? Tie me up to a chair and force me to stay here against my will?
Jesus Christ, what have I done now, Gigi? What the fuck? Do you think I'm keeping you here out of some sick, selfish reason? We're trying to keep you fucking safe.
And what, I get no say in whether I want to be here?
You're in danger out there, I shout. You fucking know that.
Well, maybe I don't care. I want out of here. You can't keep me here if I don't want to be. I'm in charge of me, Mac, not you, not Connor, not Magnus, not anyone but me.
My mouth opens and closes like a fucking fish. I swear to God, I want to tie her to a fucking chair. I want to yell at her that she's in fucking danger and shake her until she realizes it's true. But she knows that. What the hell is she arguing with me for on this? I'd do anything to get it through her damn fool head. I can't make her stay if she doesn't want to. But fuck if I can accept her leaving. Gigi, I croak. I don't want you to go. She freezes, all the fight going out of her. I watch, stunned, as she sinks down on the bed and starts to sob even harder. Jesus, Gigi. I kneel down beside her, taking her hands in mine. What the hell's going on with you?
It's Blaze,
she says through her tears.
He called me. Somehow he got my number. He says he knows where I am. He said all sorts of filthy, disgusting things he's going to do to me. And how he'll gut me when he's done with me. And that he's going to kill my brother and everyone I care about. And that he'll blow up the clubhouse with everyone in it.
A fresh sob rips through her.
Don't you see? If I don't leave, he'll find me. She shudders. He'll destroy all of you. Maybe I can run far enough away that he'll finally leave me alone, and then he'll have to leave you alone too.
My gut twists something fierce at the thought of her leaving. It kills me she thinks she's not safe here with us. With me. It's fucking unbearable. I need her here. I need to be able to see her, feel her, make sure she's safe. I just need her. Gigi, I say hoarsely. You can't leave.
Why not?
She demands, swiping at her eyes. Because I think I'm falling in love with you.
What did you say?
She whispers. Well, at least I've managed to stop her tears from falling, even temporarily. You heard me. I'll say it again. I'm in love with you, Gigi.
Oh.
Her voice trails off.
Mac.
Look, you don't have to feel the same. But
that's just it,
she says.
I do feel the same.
Now it's my turn to be surprised. You do?
Yeah,
she sniffles.
I've had a crush on you as long as I can remember.
What? You hate me. You've always hated me. Hell, you just told me you hated me because of that thing with Brock, what's-his-face in high school. She lifts a shoulder.
I was embarrassed. He was the first guy that ever got me to stop mooning around thinking about you, and then you ruined it. But it was never really about Brock.
Okay, we need to stop talking about fucking Brock. I take her hands in mine. Gee, listen to me. I love you. I can't just have you take off without knowing where you are. Her eyes are shimmering.
You keep saying that. Don't do that unless you mean it.
I 100% fucking mean it.
It's just...
She lets out a long, shuddering breath.
I've only ever been serious about one other guy before, and it ended badly. Very badly. It kind of scarred me, to be honest.
How so?
Did Con ever tell you about a guy named Dylan I was seeing years ago?
A memory bubbles up in my brain. I remember Fury and me getting drunk as fuck at some dive bar one hazy night long ago. He told me Gigi had gotten mixed up with some lowlife and that he had taught the guy a lesson. The look on Fury's face was one I had never seen before. I didn't need to ask him any questions about what he'd done to the guy who hurt Gigi, because I was pretty sure I knew. Yeah, I remember that.
He beat me. Bloody, black and blue.
Fuck. Hot rage boils in my veins. I should have been there with Fury. I should have been there to see that the man who hurt Gigi suffered before he was sent straight to hell. My fists clench so tight the knuckles turn white. But then Gigi glances down at them, and the flash of fear in her eyes tells me I need to get hold of myself. It's fucking rough, G, I say, choking back my rage. She swallows.
It was the only time I've ever let myself get close to a man. I've never had another relationship since. And frankly, I'm scared. I'm scared to feel what I'm feeling for you. I'm scared of relationships, Mac. I don't know how to do them.
I slide onto the bed next to her. Well, I ain't exactly an expert either. Most of the women I've been with, I couldn't tell you their names if we passed them on the damn sidewalk. She snorts.
Well, that's reassuring.
It should be. I put a finger under her chin and tilt her face up to mine. I've never even given any other woman but you a second damn thought, Gigi. You think you had this crush on me back then that I never even knew you existed? The fact is, I absolutely knew you fucking existed. The only thing that's ever stopped me from trying to get in your pants was the fact that you're my best friend's sister. Now Gigi throws her head back in a full-throated laugh.
You romantic, you.
Look, maybe that's not very romantic sounding, but it's the truth. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise, though. Back then, I absolutely would have tried to fuck you. But I was also too damn immature to not have made a complete disaster of the whole thing afterwards. My little head did too much of my thinking for me back then. I couldn't have been a good boyfriend to you. My eyes lock onto hers. But I can be now. Her chin trembles, all amusement gone.
This is turning out to be a pretty serious conversation.
It is, I agree. Now do you see why you can't leave?
No,
She shakes her head emphatically.
that's exactly why I have to leave. Don't you see? I can't put you in danger. Didn't you hear me about what Blaze threatened to do?
I don't even think. I just say the words. If you're leaving, I'm coming with you.
You'd do that. You'd leave your club, your brothers.
Yes, I would. I will. Gigi closes her eyes.
I'd never make you choose between me and your club.
Then stay. Stay and fight. Stay with me. She opens her eyes, stares at me for a long moment.
Okay,
She says. It's only then that I really register the weariness in her face. Gigi looks like she's dead on her feet from all the worrying and fear. Somehow, I manage to get her to lay down to rest. I hold her in my arms until she falls into an exhausted sleep. Gigi, I told you I'd keep you safe, and I will. Then, slipping carefully away from her, I leave the apartment and go out to make a call.
Chapter 21. Gigi. When I wake up, I'm alone except for Tedward. But before I have time to wonder where Mac is, the doorbell turns and he comes walking in.
Hey, you're awake.
He smiles at me and it's like a warm hug. I remember the words he said to me earlier. I love you. For just a moment, I let myself feel what it could be like if they're really true. Yeah, I'm awake. What time is it?
About dinner time. You hungry?
Not really. I wait for Mac to come join me on the bed, but he's standing in the middle of the room, looking like he has something to tell me. Is something wrong?
No, not wrong. We've got a course of action. Need to talk to you about it.
Okay. I sit up and pull Ted onto my lap. What's up? Mac starts to pace slowly back and forth.
So I'm having some of the men check out your bus. They're going to go over it with a fine-toothed comb, check for tracking devices. Once it's clean, we're going to hide it somewhere, since it's identifiable. We're going to shut down your phone, since Blaze has your contact info. We'll get you a new one with a new number. And we're going to take you to Choppa and Rainey's. We're going to bring you there for safekeeping until everything is taken care of.
Tedward jumps from my lap onto the floor and goes over to Mac. He brushes up against his leg, winding in slow figure eights and purring. I watch my cat, amazed as always at how instantly he took to this big scary biker. What do you mean, taken care of? I ask, even though I'm pretty sure I already know. Mac avoids my question.
We can't have you here at the clubhouse right now.
He continues.
While we're dealing with Blaze and the Scorpion problem, this place is potentially dangerous. We need to put you someplace they don't know about. My parents' house is perfect for that, and Rainey is excited to have you.
You've already talked to her?
Yeah, she's making up the guest room for you. She said Ted can come with you. She likes cats.
It's on the tip of my tongue to say she won't like Tedward, but maybe being a cat whisperer runs in Mac's family. It doesn't take long to pack my stuff. Before I know it, we're at Rainey and Choppa's place, cat carrier and all. Mac doesn't ring the doorbell, but just walks right inside. I follow, feeling a little sheepish. Rainey comes out.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
of the kitchen, dish towel in hand, and immediately envelops me in a warm embrace. She smells like she always does, like baby powder and hairspray. "You are a sight for sore eyes," she exclaims, as though I'm here for a social visit. "It's nice of you and Choppa to have me, Rini. You're always welcome in our home, Gigi. You always have been. It's been too long." Her eyes twinkle. "Mac told me a little bit about what's going on, so I won't say I'm happy about the circumstances that brought you, but I sure am glad you're here." "And who's this?" she asks, kneeling down to the carrier. "That's Tedward. He's not—" But before I can finish warning her, Rini has opened the carrier and Ted comes strutting out. She holds out a hand, and he inspects for a second, then rubs his face against it. "How are you all doing that?" I mutter to Mac. He just grins.
"Choppa will be home in a little while," Mac tells his mom, then turns to me. "I need to go do some stuff yet tonight. You're in good hands now."
"You come for dinner tomorrow," Rini says. "I'll make one of your favorites."
"I'll try," Mac promises. "I'll text you if it looks like I won't make it."
"I think I'll go unpack," I say. "Is that okay?" "Sure is. Your room is the last one on the right. It's all made up for you." I start down the hallway. Rini and Choppa's home looks exactly the way I remembered it. It's like a time capsule in here. As I disappear into my room, I hear Max saying goodbye to his mom.
"You take care of her, you hear me?"
"She'll be fine," Rini tells him. "That girl needs some rest and some home cooking. She's looking a little thin." The next morning when I wake up, I'm still full from dinner the night before. Rini wasn't kidding about trying to fatten me up. If I stay here too long, I'll need to go shopping for some bigger clothes. The house is quiet when I get up, and I soon see why. In the kitchen, I find a note from Rini saying she's gone out grocery shopping. She leaves instructions for the coffee maker, and I gratefully make myself half a carafe. Settling in with my coffee for a few minutes of social media scrolling, I'm trying to decide what to do with my day when I get a text from an unknown number. "Hey, Gigi, my name is Ryan Johnson. I'm a friend of Kelly Wartburg's. I'm a tattoo artist, but I'm getting out of the business. Kelly said you might be interested in buying some of my equipment for a good price." Huh. Kelly Wartburg? That's sort of strange. I haven't talked to her in quite a while. Still, I am always on the lookout for good opportunities to upgrade what I have. I type in a reply with one thumb. "Hey, what do you have available?" Ryan lists a few items and tells me how much he's hoping to sell them for. It just so happens that one of them is a really cool collapsible table that I've been hoping to get my hands on for a while. At the price he's offering, it's a steal if it's in good condition. I agree to meet him, and he gives me a time and a place. It's only after I've confirmed the appointment that I remember I'm theoretically not supposed to leave the house without protection. It'll only be a quick errand, though. Mac wouldn't have to even know about it. But then I remember that I don't actually have transportation. My bus has been confiscated by the royal bastards, and my car is at home in my garage. Feeling guilty that I was considering deceiving him, I call Mac and tell him about my predicament. He sounds preoccupied, but says he'll send a prospect over with a vehicle big enough to hold the equipment in case I decide to buy anything. Half an hour later, the doorbell rings. I check the peephole. A youngish, scruffy-looking guy who matches the photo Max sent me waits on the doorstep.
"Hi, I'm Tramp,"
he says when I open the door.
"Max sent me."
I bite my lip, amused at how much the nickname fits him. But he seems nice enough. In the car, Tramp asks me for the address and says Mac wants me to text it to him as well. I do so while he drives. When we get to the address, it turns out to be not a house like I expected, but an industrial-looking building. Maybe it's artist lofts or something? I say to Tramp. He shrugs. A couple of cars in the parking lot on the far side of the building, but they've both got a coating of dust on them that makes it look like they've been there for a while. Tramp and I get out and start walking toward our best guess at the main entrance. I text the guy we're supposed to be meeting, saying that we're here. He doesn't answer.
Maybe he's running late,
Tramp suggests, just as he pulls open the front door. Or maybe this is... Behind us, there is a loud boom. We jump and turn around just in time to see Tramp's car explode.
"Ambush!"
he yells.
"Run!"
We sprint toward the building. Once we're in the door, I take off running as fast as I can, not looking back to see if Tramp is following me. Pushing open a fire door to a stairwell, I duck inside. The door slams behind me as I run up 2 flights. I peer through the narrow window of the door onto the 3rd floor, which looks empty. I push through, being careful not to let this door make any noise this time. I tiptoe onto the floor, breathing as quietly as I can. The building seems deserted, but just then loud noises from below tell me someone has arrived. And I'm pretty sure I know who it is. I race through the 3rd floor, trying doors, but every one is locked, until finally I find a women's restroom that isn't. I push inside, rushing into a far stall and locking the door behind me. Panting, I send a text to Mac. "It's an ambush. Blaze is coming for us. Help." I press send, hoping desperately that Mac will see the text in time. Footsteps sound outside in the corridor. I climb up on the toilet, hold my breath, and start to pray. The footsteps stop. The door opens.
"Imagine that."
Blaze's amused voice cuts through the silence.
"All this time I've been trying to get to you, and in the end, you come right to me."
Chapter 22. Mac. When I get the text from Gigi, the first thing I do is lean over and heave my guts out. The second thing I do is call Fury. "They've ambushed Gigi and the Prospect," I shout into the phone, already running for my bike. "Where are you?" "At the clubhouse," he yells back. "What the fuck's going on?" "I've got the address. I'll text it to you. Get all the men, now. We've got to get her out before it's too late." I hang up and almost fumble the phone as I screenshot Gigi's text and send it to Fury, then to Magnus, Norse, and Elmo. I crank up my bike and get moving, calling Elmo with one hand and driving with the other. "Get a drone to the address I just texted you," I shout. "Gigi and Tramp are being ambushed at that location. Need to know who's there, how many of them, anything you got. I'm headed there right now. The other bastards are right behind me." Elmo says he'll call back. I fly through town, burning through intersections and ignoring traffic lights. The minutes seem like hours. Elmo calls me back. "Not much moving outside, but there's a bunch of Harleys in a van outside the building. Looks like whatever's happening is happening inside. Call Magnus. Tell him what you see. I'm almost there. Tell him that, too. I'm not waiting for the other bastards. I'm going in alone if I have to." I can't wait. God knows what's happening to Gigi right now. A dozen scenarios play through my mind, each one of them worse than the last. Rage burns low in my gut, climbing steadily higher. If Blaze has hurt her, if any of them have hurt her, I will burn that entire motherfucking club to the ground. I'm the first to arrive at the scene. I can't tell what the building is, but it looks like some sort of abandoned industrial building. I'm off my motorcycle and running toward the building, gun drawn. I'm half expecting to be shot by a hidden sniper, but I don't have fucking time for caution. I have to get to Gigi. Behind me I hear engines, and I know that the bastards have arrived. Someone shouts my name, and I slow down enough to look back. It's Fury. "Mac, hold up!" "Catch up!" I turn back around and keep running. When I get close to the building's door, I try it, expecting it to be locked, but it's not. The footsteps are close now. I turn. "They're in here." "You sure?" I set my jaw. "They have to be." Magnus, Norse, Reed, and Money are here now. All of them look determined and ready for war. Magnus looks at the building, then at me. "What do we know?" "Not much. She's in there. We got to get her out." "We're going in blind," Magnus says to the others. "Watch your six." I go first through the door, followed by Fury. All the lights are off inside, bathing the interior in a gray half-light. From here we communicate with hand signals. There are noises inside the building, doors slamming, metal against metal. No voices yet. Norse signals to me that he and Reed are taking the first floor. I signal to Fury for us to make our way up to the second. It's fucking driving me crazy that I can't be everywhere at once, but we gotta make choices. My brothers have my back. I gotta believe that. They want to find Fury's sister safe and sound as much as I do. There's an elevator to the right of the entrance, but the electricity might not be on, and besides, it's too risky. We head for the stairs instead, leaving our brothers on the ground floor. As we climb, voices reach us from above. I freeze at the second floor, cracking the door open just wide enough to listen for the sources of the voices. I glance back at Fury and he shakes his head and points up. I nod in agreement. The voices are coming from one floor above. We keep climbing. Just as we're about to reach the third floor, the stairwell door crashes open. A guy with a gun pushes through. He aims at us and fires just as we leap back down half a floor. I fall backwards, catching myself with the railing. 3 bullets fire into the wall where I was just a second ago. "Shit!" Fury shouts. He drops back and aims his gun, waiting for the guy to chase after us, but he doesn't appear. "You motherfuckers are fucking toast!" the guy yells. "This place is surrounded! You're fucking done!" "Where is she?" I yell back. The answer is another volley of gunfire into the wall. Fury grabs my sleeve and pulls, gesturing at the second floor door. We drop back through that door. There's got to be another stairwell on the other side of the building. We clear the floor as we go, backs to each other with our guns drawn. Down below us, the crack of gunfire tells us that our brothers have met some of Blaze's other cronies. I send up a silent prayer that Gigi is still here and unhurt as we run for the stairs and fly down to the first floor. The second we get down there, chaos erupts. While we were upstairs, the Scorpions have arrived in force. It's a fucking war zone. Bullets are flying everywhere. Shit is exploding around us. I can't tell how many of us there are versus them, but the odds aren't with us. I dive behind a dumpster in the corner and get my bearings, catching sight of a Scorpion in my line of vision. Pulling back a little, I aim and fire, catching him in the shoulder. He cries out and goes down. His gun skitters across the floor away from him. Across the room, I see someone lying on the ground, not moving. It's Reed. I can't be sure if he's unconscious or dead. Rage fuels me as I crouch low and run toward him. When I get there, I see he's bleeding from his forehead. He groans as I drag him by the armpits to cover, holding his head. "Fuck," he hisses. "Good to hold on?" I ask him. "Yeah, motherfuckers were shooting at me, and I hit my head when I dove for cover. I've got a couple mags left. I can hold my own here." Just then a scream makes my blood run cold. Gigi. I turn just in time to see her being dragged away by one of the Scorpions, who's got a gun to her head. It's Blaze. She's fighting him, but Blaze pulls back the pistol and cracks her across the jaw with it. She stops fighting and crumples against the pane. "Gigi!" I yell, starting toward her. Aiming my gun at them, I silently beg her to break away from him so I can get a clear shot. But before I can fire off a round, there's a loud crack, and then my leg goes out from under me. "Mac!" I hear Gigi scream as I fall. The pain seems to come from somewhere else, muted and confusing. But all the same, I can't stand up, can't seem to make my leg do what I want it to do. My gun is still in my hand and I lift it, but Blaze is using Gigi as a shield, dragging her away. I shout obscenities and try to get up. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a body hurtling toward me. I turn to see a Scorpion barreling toward me. I shoot him at close enough range that a bloom of red instantly flowers on his chest. He falls to his knees, clutching at the wound, then onto his face. When I look back over, Gigi is gone. After that, nothing matters. We get out of there somehow. We leave behind 3 dead Scorpions and none of our men. Back at the clubhouse, Wishbone tends to my leg. I barely feel it. I'm half fucking delirious from the pain of losing Gigi. The physical pain doesn't even seem real. I stare into nothing, seeing only her face everywhere I turn. I couldn't get to her in time. How could I have let this happen? How could I have let them take her? I failed. She's out there somewhere, with Blaze. He's doing God knows what to her right now, and we have no fucking idea where she is. At some point, Fury comes in with Elmo, who tells me he's finally got intel on Blaze. "Fucking took you long enough," I snarl. "I want to kill Elmo. I want to kill everyone." "You're going to want to shut the fuck up and hear this," Fury tells me. If he's still pissed at me about fucking his sister, he's not letting it show. "I think we figured out who Blaze is." "What do you mean, who he is?" I snap. Listen, for fuck's sake, Fury snaps back. Elmo, tell him what you found. The reason it took me so long to find anything out about him is that Blaze just fucking appeared out of nowhere. It's like he didn't exist. The name he goes by on documents doesn't exist. No social security number, nothing. Then how did you find out anything about him? Elmo pulls out the tablet he's carrying. Facial recognition. Biometric software is getting better all the time. So even if you as a human don't recognize someone, the tech probably can. Even if they've aged, or they've got scars, or a beard. He taps a couple of things and turns the tablet around to show me a headshot of Blaze, with his characteristic thick beard, scarred skin, and ever-present bandana. Then, next to that image, he pulls up another. A man a few years younger, clean-shaven, no bandana. These two shots are the same guy, Elmo says. So, who is he? I ask, confused. This is Dylan, Fury says quietly. The guy Gigi dated way back when. The one who beat her up. He waits a beat. The one I killed. Or so I thought.
Chapter 23. Gigi. When I wake up in the dark, it takes me a few seconds to remember where I am. But then it all comes flooding back to me, and I'd do anything to fall back to sleep and never wake up. Or maybe this is the nightmare. I can only hope. Either way, I'm trapped, and I can't escape. I'm alone in a musty, filthy trailer. My hands and feet are bound with rope, which in turn is chained to a table fixed to the floor. I try screaming myself hoarse, but it's no use. No one is coming to help me. Memories flash, painful and clear. The last thing I saw as I was dragged away was Mac fighting to get to me before he was shot. I saw the blood from his wound. I don't know where the bullet or bullets hit him. Maybe he's dead. My stomach lurches at the thought. Frantically, I look around for something, anything to cut me free. But it's no use. The rope binding me is short, the chain even shorter. I can sit upright, but only just. The bottom of the table is just above my head. Speaking of my head, it's pounding with the fiercest headache I can ever remember having. I can't reach up to feel the tenderness on one side, but I'm sure a large bruise is forming. My lips and throat are parched. I close my eyes and lean against the post of the table. Taking deep breaths, I try to think of anything I can do to get out of here. I come up with nothing. A loud bang jolts me, making me bang the top of my head on the bottom of the table. It's the door to the trailer slamming shut. Blaze is standing there, omnipresent sunglasses and bandana in spite of being inside. Under the mass of his beard, he gives me a strange, unhinged grin.
You figure it out yet?
I swallow painfully to clear my throat. Figure out what? I rasp.
Shit, you're so fucking stupid.
He sneers.
Get the fuck up.
I can't. I raise my hands. Not enough rope.
God damn it.
He spits. Reaching into his pocket, he produces a knife. He slices through the rope, close enough to my wrists that a jolt of fear shoots adrenaline through my veins.
Now get up.
He reaches for my arm and hauls me up painfully, then throws me against the upholstered bench. I stifle a cry, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of hearing my pain.
Let me give you a little hint, since you're such a fucking idiot.
Blaze pulls off the sunglasses, then his bandana. I've never seen him without his head covered. I stifle a gasp. He's mostly bald, but not in a natural way. There are uneven wisps of baby-fine hair here and there, long and scraggly. The skin of his head is puckered and shiny like scar tissue, like burn tissue. It's the reason he's bald, I'm guessing. He can't grow hair anymore. But it's his eyes, boring into me, that arrest my attention. Without the shades and bandana, there's something so familiar about them. And not a good something. A very, very bad something.
Are you getting it yet, you dumb cunt?
he says, pointing at his head.
Your brother did this to me.
Oh my God. Dylan, I whisper. He throws back his head and lets out a bellow of laughter.
Fucking finally!
He howls, spreading his arms wide apart.
Jesus Christ, I thought you'd never fucking get it.
My ex-boyfriend. The one who hurt me so badly it took years to stop having nightmares. The one I thought... Connor said you...
He thought he killed me.
Dylan interrupts me.
Right? That what he told you?
Yes.
He almost did. The only fucking thing that kept me alive was planning for this moment. Planning what I was gonna do to you.
He leers, his eyes snapping like fire.
Then, what I'm gonna do to him and his club.
My throat closes as 3 thoughts come to me at the same time. He's going to kill me. He's got the scorpions behind him. He's going to kill Mac and my brother and try to kill all the royal bastards. I try to scream, but my voice has left me. All I can do is open my mouth and gasp for breath. Dylan/Blaze notices, obviously enjoying my terror.
You thirsty?
He says, snickering.
You seem pretty thirsty.
He turns away from me and reaches for a bottle of water on the counter and a plastic glass. He pours me a drink, then turns back around.
Here,
he says, offering it to me.
Gotta keep you hydrated.
I consider not taking it from him, but I'm so thirsty that my hands reach out in spite of myself. You can't fight back if you're too weak. Drink it. I suck down the room temperature water in great gulps, noting the slightly chemical taste. I don't take a breath until the entire glass is gone. Swallowing a final time, I gasp in some air, then exhale in relief.
More?
He asks. I shake my head, not wanting to accept any more favors from him than I have to. But it doesn't take long to realize it wasn't a favor. A few seconds later, I start to feel strange, woozy and a little sick. What did you give me? I ask, realizing that the strange taste of the water wasn't just from the plastic bottle.
The last good sleep you're ever gonna have,
he tells me, as everything goes fuzzy around me and then black. When I wake up, time has stopped. It's pitch dark inside the trailer again, but this time I'm chained to the bed. Handcuffs secure my wrists. My feet are bound separately and secured to large, sturdy hooks in the wall. I'm on my back, splayed like an X. And I'm naked except for my underwear. I shiver and cry throughout the night, awaiting and dreading the moment when Dylan comes back. Then he does come back, and it all starts. Night comes and goes twice more. During that time, I endure things I never thought possible. He does to me the things Fury did to him. I know this because he tells me. He beats me. He cuts me, shallowly, so I don't bleed out. He feeds me and gives me just enough water to keep me alive and conscious. He doesn't let me go to the bathroom, no matter how much I beg. When I soil myself, he slaps me and calls me filthy things. Dylan doesn't rape me. Not yet. But I know it's coming. I know because I can see the bulge in his jeans when he tortures me. When he cuts me and watches me bleed, his eyes are wild with rage but also lust. I know this because he got off on inflicting pain back when we were together. I recognize the expression in his eyes. My cries of pain turn him on. So when I come back to consciousness on the 3rd or 4th day and see him coming into the trailer with a shovel, a towel, and a folded tarp in his hands, I know what's next.
See this?
He taunts me, brandishing the shovel.
Ask me what I've been doing.
Wide-eyed, I can't form the words, but he doesn't seem to notice.
First, I'm gonna fuck you. He hisses. Then I'm gonna gut you like a fucking pig, and I'm gonna leave you to bleed to death in a shallow grave when I'm done with you. You better pray you die before the animals get to you.
That's what the tarp is for, to wrap me in and carry me to my grave while I'm bleeding out. I work hard not to hyperventilate as Dylan pulls out the key to the handcuffs. He undoes one and then steps back.
Undo the other one, cunt.
I do as he says. Trembling, I fumble with the key at first, from terror and because my hands numb and stiff from being cuffed for so long. As soon as the second one falls from my wrist, I wince and start to massage the feeling back into them. My heart is racing, fast and shallow, but I keep my face as expressionless as I can. I need to concentrate. I know I can't waste any possible chance I get now. Dylan pulls out his switchblade and flicks it open. The same gleaming blade that he's been using to make thin track marks all over my body, he now uses to cut the ropes that have been binding my feet. Then he tosses me the towel.
Clean yourself,
he commands. I do as he says, working to wipe myself off as best I can.
Pull the sheets off, they're fucking disgusting,
he orders. When I've done that, he grabs them from my hands and throws them to the other side of the trailer. Then, leering, he undoes the fly on his jeans, then pulls out his erection, palming it and starting to stroke himself.
This makes me so fucking hot,
he rasps. His forehead has started to perspire. He pulls off his sweaty t-shirt, revealing a torso that's shockingly familiar.
Your pussy is gonna beg for me, and I'll be the last man who ever fucks you, Gigi. You couldn't escape. You tried, but you failed. You're mine after all.
My eyes never leaving him, I put my hands behind me and crab walk to the far edge of the bed, my back to the wall. He takes a step forward, the knife still in the hand that's not stroking himself. I brace as he kicks off his shoes and jeans. Then, when he climbs onto the bed with the knife, I pretend to lie back and surrender. But then I lift my heel up and kick him solid as I can in the face. Dylan's head snaps back, his body falling backwards. I lunge forward and grab for the knife, twisting it back toward him and ramming it into his stomach as hard as I can. He bellows in outrage and pain. He grabs for me, but his center of gravity is off just enough that I can scramble away from him and off the bed. Sprawled backwards on the bed, he clutches at his stomach. Opening his mouth like a fish, he gasps, "You bitch!" I reach for the first heavy thing I see, a smallish fire extinguisher attached to the wall. Pulling it free, I swing it, connecting with his head before he can duck. It makes a sickening crack. Dylan falls back onto his back. His eyes roll up into his head and he collapses, mouth agape. I start to sob, but there's no time to fall apart. Desperate, I grab the long t-shirt he was wearing and pull it over me. I rush to the door of the trailer, pushing it open, half expecting someone to have heard the commotion and be running towards me. But there's no one in sight. The trailer is on a weedy patch of land about 500 feet from a large square structure that must be full of scorpions, judging from all the Harleys parked outside it. I exit the trailer, frantic and terrified, but pushing forward because I have no other choice. I don't know where I am or how I'm going to get out of here. But then I see something that gives me hope. The keys to Dylan's motorcycle are in the ignition. I can do this. I can do this. I chant to myself under my breath. Barefoot, half naked, I start up the bike and run through what I remember of how to operate it from my younger years. It's heavy, and I almost dump it as I start off. But soon, enough momentum starts to help me, and I pull away from the trailer, focused on nothing except moving forward and getting as far away from here as possible.
Chapter 24. Mac. The bastards ride like hell for the Scorpions Clubhouse, or what used to be the Scorpions Clubhouse. Because when we get there, it's deserted. No signs of life. It's like they all fucking got raptured or something. Which means our best bet of where Gigi is just evaporated into thin air. The next couple days I pretty much go out of my goddamn mind. Elmo is working around the clock looking for intel. Fury walks around looking like he wants to shoot everyone. I feel like my brain is on fire. Every second is torture, with me imagining what Gigi is going through right now. Or worse, that it's too late, and that she's already gone. Gone. Dead. The woman I love. I can't fucking sleep, so I spend my time lifting weights in our training room, working until I'm physically exhausted and practically dead on my feet. I don't eat. I can't drink away my troubles. Fury walks past me sometimes, catching my eye. He looks like he wants to say something to me, but he doesn't. That's fine. I can't fucking have a conversation about his sister right now. It won't end well. I'm barely hanging on by a thread, a hair's breadth of losing all control. Choppa comes and sits with me sometimes at the clubhouse. He tells me Gigi's cat is prowling around the house looking for her. He tells me Rini keeps asking about me, but I can't call her, much less go over to see her. I know I'll fucking fall apart if I do. So I stay away. On the third day, I'm arguing with Magnus and Norse in the chapel about what to do next. I want to firebomb all the houses of all the scorpions Elmo can locate, when a shout goes up in the main room of the clubhouse. Seconds later, Reed comes rushing in. "It's Gigi," he shouts, looking like a wild man. "She's here!" The chair I'm sitting in clatters to the ground as I race out of the chapel. I skid to a stop in the main room, and there she is. Gigi, surrounded by Fury and half a dozen of the men. She's wearing only a sweat-stained, oversized shirt that comes down to her knees. She's barefoot, her face bruised and battered. Her eyes lock on me. The flat, dead expression in them chills me to the bone. I rush to her and she collapses in my arms. It's like all her muscles have given out at once. "Baby," I murmur, scooping her up. She smells awful.
Mac,
she whispers.
"You're not dead."
"Christ, Gigi, I'm fine."
I thought...
Her voice breaks. She starts to sob.
I thought...
"Shh, you're okay. We'll talk later. You're going to be all right." I keep murmuring things in her ear as I carry her to the apartment where she was staying before she went to my parents' place. Inside, I start to lay her on the bed, but she shakes her head frantically.
"I need a shower,"
she says, her voice weak but insistent. I take her in the bathroom instead. I set her on her feet and start to pull the t-shirt over her head, but she grabs it and holds it down over herself.
"No,"
she insists, shaking her head frantically.
"Please, Mac. I want to shower alone."
After not seeing her for days, the last thing I want to do is walk away and leave her in this bathroom by herself. But it ain't about me right now. "I'll grab you some fresh clothes," I tell her, my heart sinking. Pulling the door to the bathroom closed behind me, I catch her expression as she turns away. She's barely holding together. And she's shutting me out. All her shit's at Choppa and Rini's. I go out to the bar and ask little Big Mama to grab a pair of her own sweats and a shirt so Gigi will have something clean to wear. When I get back to Gigi with the clothes, the door to the bathroom is still closed. The shower is running, and steam is billowing through the cracks in the door. She must have the water on as hot as she can stand it. Fuck. What happened to her? Gigi finally emerges from the shower but refuses to come out until I give her the clothes for her to put on inside the bathroom alone. Wishbone arrives to check her out after that. I stay with them for the process, even though Gigi keeps glancing over at me nervously, almost like she wants me to leave. It's not until Wishbone asks her to lift her shirt that I realize why. Track marks line Gigi's upper thighs and torso. The cuts are just deep enough to scar, and deliberate, made with a knife by someone who wanted her to suffer. Blaze cut her. He tortured her. This is what she was living through while we were here trying to figure out how to find her. Gigi saved herself. I couldn't do it for her. The thought rips through me like the worst pain I've ever experienced. Right there and then I vow to avenge her if it's the last thing I ever do. Wishbone stitches up the wounds that need it. He gives her ointment to put on the cuts, says he's going to give her some pain meds, and then tells me to wait outside for a minute. I almost argue with him, but the look Gigi gives me makes the argument die in my throat. I do what he says and step out. Through the closed door, I hear their voices murmuring for a few minutes. Then the door opens and Wishbone comes out. He closes the door and pulls me aside to talk. "Let her sleep," he tells me. "The meds I gave her should knock her out for a good 5 to 6 hours at least, maybe more. She needs the rest, mentally and physically. She's been through a hell of a lot, that girl. She's tougher than I would have given her credit for. A lot of women who'd been through what she has would never have made it out, much less be functioning enough to make it back here on their own." I try to ask him the question that's been burning into my brain since we got Gigi back. "Bone, did he?" Mercifully, Wishbone knows what I mean without me having to say it. "No, but he was about to. Lucky for Gigi, she found the strength to fight him off before he could do what he intended to." "Oh, thank fuck." "Mac," he steeples his fingers. "That girl's been through a lot, and she's pretty damn fragile right now. Don't try to get any intel out of her now about what happened. Let her sleep. We can talk to her when she's rested. We've got time now. The important thing is that she's safe." I go back inside. Gigi has already drifted off, probably for several hours if Wishbone is right. I know there's no way in hell I'll be able to sleep myself, so I sit in a chair across from the bed and watch her for a long time. After a while, I can't stand it anymore. I get up and pace the room as quietly as I can, trying to think of what the hell I can do for her. It occurs to me then that I haven't called Rini and Chapa to tell them Gigi's been found safe. I go out to the main room and call my mom to break the news. I give her an abbreviated version of the story, telling her who took Gigi and why, and to ask her if she can round up Tedward and bring him to the clubhouse. Having a familiar furry pet to cuddle might be just what Gigi needs right now. When Rini gets here, toting Tedward in his cat carrier, I've gone from antsy to just short of stir-crazy. She finds me sitting at the bar, tossing back drink after drink. Mom gives me a reproachful look as she slides onto a stool next to me and sets Ted's carrier on the bar.
"You sure drinking is the best thing you can do for that girl right now?" she challenges,
signaling to Little Big Mama for a Coke. "It's the best thing I can do to avoid going in there and waking her up to talk to me," I growl. Rini harumphs and grabs my glass, setting it far away from me on the other side of Ted.
"How is she, Mac?"
she asks, gently. I open my mouth to answer, but for a second, it's too much. I put my head in my hands. She's alive. Physically, she's bruised and cut up. Other than that, not good. I let out a ragged sigh. He cut her, tortured her. The look in her eyes, it's like she's so far away, like she's not really in there. Rini puts a hand on my shoulder. Mama brings her drink, and Rini thanks her.
"It's going to take Gigi a while to come back to you. That kind of violation, it's going to take a toll. You need to be patient with her."
I let out a dismal snort. Not sure if you've noticed, but patience isn't exactly my strong suit. My mom huffs out a laugh.
"Yeah, after close to 3 decades of knowing you, I got that. But you're going to have to make an exception for the woman you love."
I raise my head and squint at her. "What did you say?" She rolls her eyes at me.
"You know you're in love with her, right?"
I mean, yeah. But how did you know? Rini shakes her head.
"Oh, my goodness. You're not the closed book you think you are, my boy. The way you look at her, there's no more obvious thing on the planet. But you also know she's in love with you, don't you?"
I exhale and fumble in my pocket for my pack of smokes. Yeah. I mean, she said she was. Before. My throat closes over the words. I clear it and try again. But right now it seems like she wants nothing to do with me. Rini sobers. Tedward lets out a soft meow, and my mom sticks a couple of fingers in his carrier to scratch him under the chin.
"Son, don't take this the wrong way, but you're a man, and you might not be able to understand what's happened to her. This man has violated her body and soul. Not once, but twice. Her body doesn't feel like her own anymore. You need to give her time to come back to herself before she can come back to you."
I sit in silence, weighing her words. The truth of them hits me painfully. More than anything, I need to feel Gigi under me. I need to be inside her. But Gigi needs something else right now, and I need to give that to her. My own needs take a back seat, for as long as it takes. Rini is examining me with a sharp eye. After a moment, her face clears.
You get it, don't you? Good. I don't want to have to kick your ass about this.
In spite of everything, I have to laugh. Mom finishes her Coke, then slides off her stool and motions for me to do the same. She gives me a tight hug.
You're going to be okay. Just focus on her, on what she needs, not what you need. That'll carry you through. And you call me if you think she needs me. Sometimes it's easier to talk to a woman about these things.
Rini waves goodbye to Tedward and leaves the clubhouse. I stare after her, realizing maybe for the first time how lucky I am to have the parents I do. Gigi doesn't have a mom to cry to. She never has. I find myself wanting her to think of Rini as that mom. Hours later, when it's long past dark, I climb carefully into bed with a still sleeping Gigi. She rolls over in her sleep to face me. I gather her into my arms. She wakes, half sedated, and lets out an ear-piercing scream. She starts to attack me, kicking out with both legs and trying blindly to connect with her fists. Alarmed, I hold on to her as carefully as I can. Gigi, shh. Gigi, it's me, Mac. Shh, it's all right. You're safe. You're safe with me. Before long, the wild look in her eyes dissipates as she slowly comes to and realizes where she is. She bursts into tears and cries into my chest as I continue to hold her, thankful that she's letting me touch her. Thankful that she's letting me be anything to her at all. Chapter 25. Mac. The next day, Gigi explains to me, Fury, Magnus, Norse, and Elmo what Blaze, also known as Dylan, said to her while she was his captive, about destroying her, and then Fury, and then our entire club. Elmo is in attendance because we're trying to figure out the location where Dylan was holding her hostage. Gigi tells us that she was so scared and frantic to escape that at first she was just driving blindly, trying to keep the bike on the road and looking for any sign that would turn her in the right direction to get her back to us.
I remember the highway number I finally pulled onto when I saw the signs pointing me toward Minneapolis,
she says, and tells us what it is. How long were you driving before you hit that road? Elmo asks her.
15 minutes? 20?
Gigi frowns and shakes her head. She's pale and drawn, and I can see in her eyes that she's remembering the terror she felt then.
I was probably only going 40 or 45 miles an hour for most of that. I barely remembered how to ride a bike, and that one was bigger than I was used to.
Blaze, Dylan's bike is hidden away in an outbuilding on our compound after being thoroughly checked for trackers. He won't be getting it back. Elmo has Gigi describe everything she can about the place she was held. When she can't remember anything else, he says, "Okay, give me a bit. I'm going to go pull up some satellite views, see what I can figure out." Half an hour later, he comes back and asks us to come into his command station. When we get inside, he pulls up a chair for Gigi and starts typing in some stuff. On one of his large monitors, an aerial view comes up. Elmo points to it. "Do you recognize this at all?" Gigi takes a deep breath and starts to examine the image. Then she freezes. Her eyes grow wide.
"That's it. That's where it is,"
she chokes out.
"Oh my God, Elmo, you're a genius."
"Are you sure?" Fury asks her.
"That's the trailer,"
she breathes, pointing at a rectangular structure.
"That's where he held me."
She shivers.
"He might still be in there if they haven't found him."
Gigi explains to the others how she got away from Dylan, how she stabbed him with his own knife, then crushed his head with a fire extinguisher. "Is he dead?" Magnus asks her.
"I don't know."
She looks down at her hands.
"He was definitely unconscious when I left. I didn't wait long enough to figure out whether he was still breathing."
"If he is, he won't be breathing for much longer," Fury says through gritted teeth.
"Fury, no!"
Gigi cries, clutching his arm.
"Please, let this go. I'm here. I'm safe now."
"Babe, we can't let it go," I tell her. Fury gives me a sharp look when he hears me use the term of endearment, but he says nothing about it. If nothing else, we need to make sure that Blaze is actually dead. Until he is, he'll never be safe. We need to make those motherfuckers pay. Every last one of them, Fury rasps. Gigi looks at each one of us imploringly.
No, please. Please stop this quest for revenge. Too many of your own people have already been hurt. You know the royal bastards won't get out of a war without it killing too many of your own people. I don't want to be the cause of that.
You're not the cause, Gigi, Magnus says grimly. Besides, this is club business now. Brothers, we should be talking about this among ourselves, not in front of her. He turns to Norse. I'm calling church for later today. Our VP leaves the room to go alert the other men. I take Gigi back to the apartment, noting that she's practically vibrating with anxiety. We're barely inside when she starts to beg me to get Magnus to change his mind.
Mac, please, stop the club from going to war. I can't bear the thought that people are going to die because of me. It needs to be over. Now.
She starts to tremble, then shivers uncontrollably. She's got the adrenaline shakes. I reach for her, but she pulls away.
If you don't stop this war, I'll have to leave, Mac. I can't be the reason for this. It will make me insane knowing you and Connor are out there risking your lives because of me. I mean it.
Gigi, I begin.
No! Stop it,
she shouts, putting her fists to the sides of her head like she's trying to drown the world out. She closes her eyes.
Please, Mac. Just leave. I want to be alone right now.
I want to argue with her. I want to lay down the law, but I don't. Because, coward that I am, I know it will just push her further away from me. And I can't fucking stand the thought of it. Letting out a long breath, I stand and walk to the door, casting one last glance at her before I walk out and shut it behind me. Out in the main room, Fury is waiting for me. She okay? He asks. I heard yelling. No, I don't think so. She told me to get out, but I don't think she really wanted me to. I glance at Fury. Fuck. Sorry. Probably the last thing you want to hear is about me and your little sister. Fury sighs. God damn it. Come on outside. I need a smoke and some fresh air. I don't point out those two things are kind of mutually exclusive. I follow him out, accepting the cigarette that he offers me from his pack. He lights his own, then hands me his lighter. He takes a long drag, then exhales, smoke billowing out around him. Okay, talk. About what? The fuck you think about what? About Gigi. You think she wants you to leave her alone, but she doesn't want you to leave her alone. The fuck does that mean? It means she's pushing me away. I don't think she wants to, but when she tells me to leave, I feel like I don't have a fucking choice. I don't want to make what happened to her worse for her. I think she thinks she wants to be alone, but I don't think she really does. I light my own cigarette, then snort at what a fucking pussy I sound like. God damn, I ain't making any sense at all, am I? Nope, he grins. But your heart's in the right place. I take a drag off my own cigarette. This is a supremely weird fucking conversation. Fury chuckles. You got that right. Sorry, we can change the subject. Nah, that's okay. Look, brother, I just wanted to clear the air between us. I gotta admit, I wasn't too happy to find out what was going on with you and my sister. But that was when I thought you were just banging her. You know? I didn't know you were, serious about her. He side-eyes me. You are serious about her, right? I look down at the ground. Yeah. Fuck, I sure am. Tell you the truth, I think she's it for me. He nods. Yeah, that's what I thought. The way you look at her, I think it reminds me of the way I look at Kat. You in love with her then? Yeah. She know it? I mean, I told her, so yeah. She love you back? She told me she does. He nods again. Gigi wouldn't say that if she didn't. He tosses his butt on the ground, crushing it under his boot. So, okay, that's where we are. He claps me on the back. You know, Gigi, she's prickly. She pushes people away when she really wants to pull them close, because she doesn't trust that people feel the way they really feel. I think shrinks call that shit abandonment issues. He puts air quotes around the words, So when she's hurting, she pushes people away because she can't handle the thought of them hurting her even more. Huh. That makes sense, actually. So what do? You give her space, but you make sure she sees that you're still there, that you ain't going anywhere. He pushes off the wall and turns to face me. You do that long enough, she'll figure out that you're sticking around. She'll stop being afraid of the thing she wants when she finally starts to figure out that she can actually have it. Jesus, I say, shaking my head. Where'd you learn all this shit? You sound like a shrink yourself. From being married. Fury shrugs. Chicks spend more time thinking about psychology and shit than we do. Cat's damn smart, too. Perceptive. She just kind of gets people. Gets what makes them tick. She explained to me about Gigi a while ago. Made me see why she acts the way she does sometimes. And damned if she wasn't 100% right. Well, shit. Remind me to send Cat a fucking fruit basket if this whole thing works out. It will. Fury claps me on the back. It will, brother. Just you wait. Chapter 26. Mac. You give her space, but you make sure she sees that you're still there, that you ain't going anywhere. You do that long enough, she'll figure out that you're sticking around. She'll stop being afraid of the thing she wants when she finally starts to figure out that she can actually have it. Fury's words ring in my ears as I go to check on Gigi. I still can't believe I didn't have to get into a fistfight with him to settle this thing. But I guess after the shock of finding out I'm with his sister, he's okay with it now that he knows this isn't just a hookup. Gigi's it for me. If she'll have me, that is. Which ain't a given. But according to Fury, I gotta show her that I ain't going anywhere, but still give her space. Sounds like a fucking tightrope walk, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to keep Gigi by my side. When I get back to the apartment, Gigi's not there. For a second, my adrenaline spikes, thinking she's run away, but I know she couldn't get very far. We have men guarding the gates to the compound and patrolling the perimeter until this shit with the scorpions is dealt with. So she's got to be around here somewhere. I know she said she wanted to be left alone, but I gotta know where she is. Great start to giving her space, fuckhead. I check all around the clubhouse, asking the men, Little Big Mama, and a couple of the club girls if they've seen her, but nobody has. Finally, I get an idea. I head outside to the back of the compound, the side that's hidden from the road. It's where we've parked Gigi's body bus until it can be moved to another location. Sure enough, when I approach, I see the door is open. Music wafts toward me from the inside. I approach and knock softly on the jamb.
Hey,
She says, looking up at me with a half-smile. Hey, can I come in?
Sure.
I ascend the steps, not giving her a chance to second-guess herself. What you doing? She glances around the bus.
I'm just taking some time to myself, wondering when I'll be able to go back to work, or back to my place. I miss having my normal, boring life.
Yeah, I guess shit has been a far cry from normal lately. Gigi sobers.
Mac, please, I'm begging you. This war between you and the Scorpions. I can't have it on my conscience.
I reach over and take her hand in mine. I know, babe. I know how you feel, and I'll do my best to stop it. I promise you that, okay? But I can't guarantee anything. I'm not Magnus. I don't decide.
I really should just leave,
she says on a sigh. Wouldn't stop anything. If war's coming, it's coming no matter what. I take a deep breath. But if you leave, I'm leaving with you.
You'd do that?
Gigi whispers. I would. I will. I draw her into my arms. I love you, G. I'm sorry I got lost in the need to make Blaze and the Scorpions pay. The most important thing is you. If I make them pay but lose you in the process, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Gigi blinks up at me, cocking her head.
What?
She asks, her lips quirking. A Pyrrhic victory. It's like a victory that comes at such a big cost, it's basically a loss. Giggles bubble from her.
I know what it means. I just didn't think you would.
Oh, I see. So you think I'm nothing but a pretty face? I got brains too, you know. Gigi collapses into peals of laughter. The sound of it makes me feel fucking giddy. You're right, she gasps when she finally starts to get control of herself.
How dare I objectify you like that? Oh, God, it's been forever since I laughed that hard.
Glad I could be of service, I say, smirking.
I love you, Mac,
she says, eyes shining up at me. I love you too, G.
I'll stay here,
she says.
I'll stick by you. I'm afraid of what's about to happen, but I won't leave. Just promise me something.
I brush a lock of her fiery red hair off her forehead. Anything.
Promise me you won't die,
she whispers. You got it, babe. My mouth comes down on hers, sealing the promise with a kiss. The fire that erupts between us is instant, flaring, hot, and insistent. I kiss her like she's oxygen, like she's life. Because she is. This, what we have, this is the life I want. Wrapping one arm around her, I lift her up against the wall of the bus. Her legs go around my waist. My hands go to her ass. She lets out a low moan and angles her hips against my already hard-as-a-bat cock. Jesus Christ, how does this woman turn me on so much that I'm ready to come in my goddamn jeans? You're so fucking hot, I rasp. I need you now. Laughter bubbles up from her throat.
Yes, please.
Our lips find each other again. My tongue plunders her mouth, and it's frantic and hectic and desperate. She breaks the kiss to pull her shirt off over her head. Thank fuck, I breathe, reaching up with one hand to flick open her bra and then pulling it off her. I lower my face to her breasts, find one sensitive peak and tease it to erection. Gigi throws back her head, letting out a loud moan. God damn the things that does to me. My cock gets even harder, throbbing painfully as I continue to tease her. I already know she's going to be wet as hell for me. I can't wait to taste her. Sweet like honey, like Gigi, like home. I pick her up and move her to the upholstered bench, laying her down on it. She looks up at me with hooded eyes, lips glistening and parted. I fucking love that I can do this to her. Love seeing the desire, how much she wants it, needs it. She undoes the button on her shorts and wriggles her hips as I pull them off her. The damp spot on her panties sends me into a fucking tailspin, but I tell my cock to back off and slide those off her too. Then kneel at the altar of her glorious pussy. Pushing her legs wide, I don't waste any time taking what I need. I drink her in, too fucking turned on to draw this out because she needs it as much as I do. Gigi's hands fist in my hair as I fuck her with my mouth, making her cry out, then go rigid and finally shudder, coming hard, her honey sweet on my tongue. Then seconds later I'm inside her, her heat surrounding me and igniting a fire inside me that can only be quenched by her. Jesus Christ, how the fuck do you feel so good? I hiss as I drive inside her. Fuck, Gigi, this is... Fuck. I'm fucking crazed, just seconds from losing control. And then, oh fuck. Jesus, it's here. I'm over the edge, and then I come so fucking hard I see stars. This woman is it for me, I think dizzily. Gigi is the one. I can never get enough of this. I can never get enough of her. The thought should scare the shit out of me, and it sort of does. But not nearly as much as the thought of ever losing her. It's only when I'm reaching for my pants to pull them on that I realize Gigi's gone quiet. She's folded her legs up against her chest, with her arms around them, and she's staring at a spot on the opposite wall. A ball of dread starts to form in my stomach. G, you okay? I slide on my jeans and go to sit next to her. Shit, Gigi, talk to me. She shakes her head violently, squeezing her eyes shut.
It's nothing.
It absolutely is fucking not nothing. Jesus, how did shit turn from good to bad so quickly? Gigi, did I do something wrong?
No, I just...
She takes a few deep breaths to calm herself. I put an arm around her, worried she'll pull away, but thank Christ she doesn't.
It's just I had a kind of a flashback just now. From being at Dylan's trailer.
Her wet eyes turn up to mine.
I don't want to think about it,
she whispers, looking frantic.
But I couldn't help it.
Fucking Christ. Gigi's been traumatized. Of course she has. She seems so fucking strong, I didn't think about it. But of course she'd try to hide it. She's tried to hide anything someone might read as weakness for as long as I've known her. She said Dylan didn't rape her, but that doesn't mean he didn't do any damage. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry, I croon, rocking her gently against me. I'm so sorry that happened to you. It's okay. Please don't ever feel like you can't tell me shit like that. Gigi sniffles.
I don't want those thoughts in my head.
I know. We'll get it taken care of, baby. You're gonna be okay. Off in the distance, engines roar, distracting Gigi for a second. She blinks, then turns back to me.
You don't think I'm broken?
You're the strongest person I know, I tell her fiercely. No way that piece of shit could ever break you.
I love you, Mac.
I fucking love you, Gigi. Don't you forget it. I kiss her, putting everything I have into it. I need her to believe me. I need her to understand. She's everything to me. Being with her matters more than anything. She kisses me back, just as passionately, but then she stops and pulls back for a moment, distracted. What's up?
Sheesh, they're just so loud,
Gigi murmurs breathlessly.
Sorry.
It's only when she says it that I realize she means the motorcycles. Not just one, more like a dozen. But that doesn't make sense. I'd know if a dozen royal bastards were leaving on a run. And if they were leaving, the roar would get softer, not louder. There's a shout, and then another, louder shout. Fuck, I hiss.
What? What is it?
Scorpions, I say. It's gotta be. The bloody scorpions are here, and they're attacking the compound. Chapter 27. Mac. Stay here, I order Gigi. Stay hidden. Do you have that gun still? Wide-eyed, she nods at me.
It's in the drawer.
Get it. Lock the door. Stay inside no matter what. I fly out of the bus before I can talk myself into staying with Gigi. The best way to protect her in here is to be out there. I round the corner of the clubhouse to see a fucking ground war. Scorpions and bastards are all over the fucking place, fighting with knives, fists, and blunt objects. And guns, I assume, though there's been no gunfire yet. All the bastards are here, thanks to the luck that Magnus called church for later. Magnus, Norse, Reed, Fury, Money, Wishbone, Black, Grave, even the Prospects. All of them fighting like their lives depend on it. Throwing punches, cracking skulls. They're giving as good as they get. Better, even. I launch myself into the fight, drawing my knife in my left hand and leaving my right free to punch. One of the Prospects falls to the ground near me, bleeding from his side. I turn on the Scorpion who cut him and gut the motherfucker, shoving the blade in deep and pulling it up to slice through him. Blood fills his mouth. I yank the blade out as he falls. Over on the other side, Fury is between two Scorpions who are closing in on him. I shout a warning, but just then Reed comes from behind and takes down one of them. I turn and come face to face with the vice president of the Scorpions, an ugly motherfucker named Mad Dog. "You're dead," he spits out, advancing on me. "You're deluded," I shoot back, putting my head down and barreling forward to take him down to the ground. He fights hard, but I'm stronger than him, and I land a kidney punch that wins him enough that I gain the advantage. Grabbing him by the head, I pound it a few times against the ground until he's reeling and bloody. It's hard to stop before I kill him, but there's someone else I need to find in this crowd. Standing up from Mad Dog's half-conscious body, I scan the mayhem. Finally, I see the one I'm looking for. Blaze. "Fury!" I shout. He turns from the guy he's punching to look at me, then follows my eyes. Turning back to his victim, he cocks back a fist and lays him out, tossing the asshole's body to the ground. Fury jogs up to me. "Let's get him," he snarls. I frown. "We gotta end this, brother. Follow my lead." I run toward Blaze, Fury close behind me. The two of us are used to fighting together, and we can almost read each other's minds in situations like these. I grab hold of Blaze by the shoulders, headbutting him before he knows what's happening. While he's staggering from the blow, I pull him down, force him to his knees. Fury pulls a gun out of his waistband and cocks it against Blaze's skull. "Hey!" Fury thunders, his voice splitting the din of the fight. "Hey!" I echo. "Listen the fuck up!" Somehow we manage to cut through the chaos. "This motherfucker right here is the reason for this battle," I call out. "I'm here to tell you fucking Scorpions, you're about to pay a high goddamn price for a motherfucker who doesn't deserve it." There's still some fighting, but a few men are looking over at us now. I keep going. "This fucker? The guy you call Blaze?" I kick him with my boot. "I don't know what bullshit he's told you about why you're here, but the woman he came here to claim is his ex, a woman he has a history of stalking and harassing and beating up. Maybe that doesn't matter to you motherfuckers, but this should. She's also the sister of this royal bastard." I point to Fury. "And she's my fucking old lady." I cast my eyes around the crowd of hostile faces. "So you'd best believe the royal bastards are not about to lose this war," I snarl. "Gigi Matson belongs to this club. She belongs to me." I pound my chest with my fist. "And this motherfucker here?" This time I kick Blaze in the gut, doubling him over. Fury keeps his pistol trained on him. "He joined your goddamn club specifically to start a war with the royal bastards, to pull you into his fantasies of getting revenge, of getting this woman back, and pulling the Scorpions into a war to the death. So, you gotta ask yourself, is this pathetic motherfucking nomad son of a bitch worth it? Is he really fucking worth this?" Out of the crowd, a large pot-bellied dude with a ZZ-top beard emerges. It's Hurricane, the prez of the Bloody Scorpions. "Let him go," he rumbles, indicating Blaze. I lock eyes with our prez, Magnus, just long enough to send a message. He looks over at Fury, who pulls his gun away from Blaze's head and takes a step back. Blaze stumbles to his feet. He spits contemptuously on the ground, then stalks over to where a group of other Scorpions are standing, blending into the crowd. Magnus steps forward to face Hurricane. "Well, looks like you got a decision to make." "You think the Bloody Scorpions would ever back down from a war?" Hurricane snarls. "I think you're smarter than to start a war over this." "That's so." "Yeah, my brother Mac here asks a damn good question. Is that fucking lowlife worth a war to you? A man you didn't even patch in? A nomad who came here to use your club to get what he wants? Just because his dick is sad?" There's complete silence in the compound. Somewhere to the right of me, someone coughs. Then, unbelievably, Hurricane huffs out a laugh. He lifts his chin toward me. "That true? That she's your old lady?" I nod once. "It is. And Fury's sister. Your boy Blaze seems to have a problem with trying to take things that ain't his." Fury steps up. "Blaze has a history of this shit. Years ago, before he was a Scorpion, he refused to take no for an answer from Gigi. I had to teach him a lesson. Thought I'd put him in the ground for good. Looks like I was wrong about that. But y'all best believe I won't make that mistake a second time. Now that I know who he is, as long as your club's backing him, the target on his back extends to you." Hurricane's eyes snap with anger. "You're playing with fire." He glances at Magnus. "You best bring your dog to heel." Magnus's face turns to stone, but his voice doesn't change. "Fury and Mac know the royal bastards are with them. Is it really worth your whole club going down for that? You know as well as I do that if we don't end this now, you'll be fighting for Blaze to get another chance to take Gigi. And you know damn well we'll never let that happen. But this can end here, Hurricane." He pauses. "Give us Blaze, and this ends right now." I glance over to the group of Scorpions to see how Blaze is taking this tense negotiation. But to my surprise, he's nowhere to be seen. Fuck. I get a bad feeling in my gut. Slipping away from the conversation, I run to the back of the compound, toward the body bus. As soon as I round the corner, I see the door to the bus is hanging open on its hinges. I yell Gigi's name, drawing my gun as I get closer. Inside, there are signs of a struggle, but no one's there. Gigi is gone.
Chapter 28. Gigi. The yelling and crashing of the fight have me listening, tense and terrified, in the body bus. Finally, one sharp shout and then another echo silences the din. After that, quiet, which is in some ways even more nerve-wracking. Is it over? Can the bastards have ended the fight? Did they win? Or is it possible they lost? Pacing back and forth in the small space, I resist the urge to push back the window covers and look outside. In my sweaty hands, the gun waits. I'm so on edge that I'm afraid I'm going to drop it. So instead, I shove it into my back pocket, grateful it's small enough to fit. Wiping my palms on my thighs, I resume pacing until the sound of footsteps on the gravel brings me to a halt. I turn and stare at the door, willing Mac's voice to call to me to open up. Instead, the door flies open, crashing against the wall. Dylan flies through the doorway, his face contorted with fury. "You fucking bitch," he seethes. "You're gonna pay. It's gonna be so much worse for you now." I stumble backward and raise my hands to fight back, but he's too fast for me. He grabs my arm and yanks me toward him, hard enough that I lose my footing completely, falling to my knees. "Get up," he hisses, dragging me down the stairs of the bus. Once I'm at the bottom of the stairs, I try to fight back, but he hits me hard enough that it feels like my brain has been rattled around in my skull. I try to make my brain fight through the pain as Dylan pulls me almost faster than I can walk. "Where are you taking me?" I beg, even though I know what he wants to do to me. Wherever we're going, his plan is the same as it ever was. I open my mouth to scream, but a shout behind us cuts me off. I recognize the voice. "Mac!" I try to yell. The sound comes out weak and feeble, but it's no matter, because Mac has seen us. He's running toward us. He'll do anything to save me, I know. But I also know Dylan. I know he won't stop no matter what. So I have to stop him. "Let her go!" Mac shouts. Dylan whirls to face him, pulling me with him. With my other hand, I fumble the gun out of my pocket as Mac gets nearer. "She's mine, and you're fucking dead," Dylan shouts back. He lets go of my arm and reaches for his waistband, and I know what's coming next, and I can't let it happen. I stumble back and yell, "Dylan!" He turns to face me, and then I raise the gun in both my hands and shoot him in the chest. Somewhere far away, Mac calls my name. Dylan stumbles forward. A scarlet rose blooms right above his heart. He lurches toward me, his hands grasping, but I scramble away from him, my eyes and mouth wide with horror. He collapses to the ground, and I can only watch as he wheezes and gasps for air, coughing up blood. The ground rushes up to meet me, and then everything goes black. "Is she going to be okay?" My brother's voice comes to me as if I'm in a dream. "She's in and out of consciousness," Mac's voice replies. He sounds exhausted, worried. "She's not injured, but she might be in shock. Wishbone told me to just sit with her and let her sleep until she comes around." "Okay." Connor clears his throat. "Take care of her, man. I'm going with Reed and Black to clean up the scene. Magnus and Norse are in the chapel talking about negotiating a truce with the Scorpions." The door to the apartment closes. Moments later, the mattress shifts with the weight of Mac's body. I keep my eyes closed, not quite ready to face the aftermath of everything that's happened today. Light fingers brush against my forehead, followed by a gentle touch of lips. "I know you're not sleeping," he murmurs against my temple, "but we can just stay like this if you want." "Mac," I breathe. "There's my girl." I open my eyes to find his handsome face smiling down at me. Is he dead? "Yes, baby. Blaze is dead. You did good, baby. It's all over, thanks to you." My stomach clenches even as my lungs fill with relief. "You feel okay?" he asks. I try to sit up, but let out a groan and fall back. My head hurts. "Yeah, that's not a surprise. Wishbone said you got clocked in the head pretty good again.
You're gonna have to stay quiet for a while. He wants to watch you for a few days until you get better.
The room is dark except for the light of a bedside table, but even that's too much for me. I close my eyes again. You said it's all over. Does that mean everything? Mac notices the lamp's bothering me. He turns it off, then lies down beside me.
Yup,
He says.
the war with the Scorpions has been avoided for another day. Blaze is out of the picture. For good this time, thanks to you. He's being disposed of. It's all over, Gigi.
It's over, I repeat in a daze. But for me, it's not completely over. I killed a man. I killed Dylan. Shivering slightly, I snuggle into Mac, breathing in deeply. His unmistakable scent comforts me. Leather, smoke, and man.
You did the right thing, G. The only thing.
He grazes his lips across my forehead again.
But listen, I've been thinking, if it's gonna be too hard for you to come back from that, if being here in Minneapolis around the club is gonna be too much of a reminder, we can leave. We can blow this town, leave it all behind, move out west or wherever you want. Long as we're together, I don't give a shit.
Mac. I open my eyes and stare up at him, astonished. You'd still do that? Even after the danger is all past? He exhales, frowning.
There's always gonna be some danger as long as we're around the club. I don't want you to feel like you have to live with that. I don't want it to traumatize you any further, you know? I just want to keep you safe. Physically, yeah, but mentally, too. So wherever you feel safest, that's where we're gonna go.
Tears spring to my eyes, leaking down my cheeks as I sit up to face him. I can't believe you're saying this.
I'm saying it,
He says firmly.
I'll never abandon you, Gigi. Matter of fact, I want to make it official, just as soon as you're ready. I want to marry you, Gigi Madsen. I want to live my days out with you anywhere, anytime. If you'll have me, that is.
Just like that, all the emotions I'm feeling come bursting out of me at once, and I'm sobbing into his chest. Mac just holds me and waits, and it's right then I realize he means it. He loves me. He wants me. He's not going away. This is real. This is my life with him starting now. If I want it. And oh, how I want it. Yes. Sitting up, ignoring the pain, I start to cry and laugh at the same time as I fling my arms around him. Yes. Epilogue. Gigi. 1.5 years later.
Hey, remember me?
A man in the reception area at Ink Addicts stands, smiling expectantly. The woman beside him stands too. It takes a second for my brain to compose his familiar features into a memory, but when I do, it all comes back in a rush. Mick! I exclaim. Of Mickey and Minnie. The man lets out a loud bray of laughter.
That's right. Though these days it's Mick and Rosie.
He puts an arm around the woman.
Allow me to introduce you to my fiancée, Rosie McIntyre.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Gigi, I say, shaking Rosie's hand. Oh, I know, she replies. Mick told me all about you when he got the idea for us to get matching tattoos. He said you were the perfect person for the job. Wow, I'm flattered. But how did you find me? I ask, turning to Mick.
Got a business card from you last year when you did my Mickey and Minnie tat. Looked up your website and it said on there that you were working here for the winter.
Of course. I rented a chair here for the last 2 winters from my friend Roos, who owns this shop. This gives me the flexibility to work during the cold weather months, which are a slow season for mobile tattoo shops here in Minnesota. Congratulations on your engagement, I enthuse. Are you here for another round of couple tattoos?
Yup, matching wedding rings this time.
Mac holds up his left hand.
Figured since we're saying till death do us part, we may as well make the rings permanent.
Rosie leans in, winking. He's getting me a diamond too, though. He ain't gonna cheap out on me. Laughing, I lead them back to my area. Rosie gets her ring tattoo first, then Mick. The two of them regale me with stories of how they met. She was in a wet t-shirt contest for 40 and up. He was one of the judges. Who fell in love first? Each of them says it was the other one. And what their plans for the future are. Selling both of their houses and buying an RV to travel the country full-time. When the tattoos are done, Rosie gives me a big hug goodbye and goes out to wait in their car. Mick pays the bill.
How about you, Red?
He asks while I'm running his card.
Any eligible men out there on the horizon?
Actually, I got married myself a few months ago.
You don't say. Congratulations. But I don't see no ring.
I don't wear it while I'm working. It gets in the way.
Huge rock, eh?
He says. My mouth quirks up. Big enough.
Thought you said you were too independent for relationships.
I chuckle. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I was happy to be proved wrong in the end.
Well, damn. Where'd you meet him?
I've known him practically all my life. I just didn't know he was the one at first. Matter of fact, I used to hate him. Or at least I thought I did.
Well, damn. Sounds like we both got our second chances in a way. You with your man and me with my Rosie, even though neither of us saw it coming.
Funny, I guess he's right. Sometimes when you think there's no hope, there is. Lightning in a bottle struck twice for Mick. For me and Mac, it only had to strike once. It just took us a while to realize it. And a walk through hell to get there. My therapist says sometimes a traumatic event like what happened with Dylan can end up having a positive side, in that it teaches the person who lived through the trauma to appreciate their lives in a new way. I guess it sometimes happens to cancer survivors, too. My therapist calls it post-traumatic growth. It's a silver lining for people who survive something that no one should have to live through.
Well, anyway, it's good to see you again, Red,
Mick says, holding up his newly beringed left hand.
And hey, Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas to you too, and Happy New Year. I watch Mick as he heads out the door, giving me a final wave through the window. Then I go back to clean up my area. I don't have any more clients today, and Mac is due to pick me up any time now. The last thing I do before I leave for the day is the thing I always do. Take out my engagement and wedding rings and slip them on my finger. I'm just pulling on my coat when my phone buzzes with a text. Even though I don't need to look to see who it is, I do. On the screen, there's a single image. A cupcake. My lips curve into a smile. Outside, Mac is waiting in his truck with the engine running. He rolls down the window.
Get a move on, Cupcake.
I stick out my tongue at him, then yank the door open and slide inside. It's not like they're going to start without us, I complain.
They might.
Mac leans over to give me a deep kiss, then pulls the truck into gear.
How was work?
I tell him about Mick and Rosie coming in, explaining the entire story as he drives. Oh, did you remember to pack Julia's birthday present?
It's in the back seat with the other presents. No worries.
Mac, amazingly, has turned out to be the exception to the stereotype of husbands who have to be reminded multiple times of every little domestic chore. He was actually the one to pick out the present for Julia's second birthday party. A mini racetrack with race cars. Perfect for the budding tomboy that Connor and Kat's daughter is turning out to be. When we pull onto their street, we're greeted by a row of cars and trucks we recognize as belonging to other MC members and friends of the family. Con and Kat's house is done up in blinking Christmas lights and a blow-up Santa and reindeer set. Christmas is only 10 days away, and for the last 2 years, Julia's birthday party has become an unofficial pre-Christmas holiday gathering for friends and family. When we get inside, Mac goes into the kitchen to grab a beer for himself.
You want anything? Kat said she was making mulled wine.
I'll go in and grab something in a minute, I say. Julia runs up to us, gleefully showing off her red velvet dress with white trim. She looks like a miniature Mrs. Claus, or maybe an elf. I put Julia's present with the others under the Christmas tree to be opened later. As I stand up, Kat greets me, then pulls me into a hug and then takes me aside. "Well?" she asks, eyes sparkling. I nod. "Yup." "Oh my gosh," she whispers. "This is so exciting. When are you going to tell Mac?" "I'm planning to later tonight." "I can't wait to hear every detail," Kat gushes. "Oh my gosh, Rainey is going to be so excited. Her first grandchild. Look at her over there. She doesn't even know yet. This is amazing." "Shh," I warn her. "Don't act so excited. People will wonder what's up." "Sorry, lips sealed." Kat and I wander over to where our husbands are standing with some of the other MC brothers, including Magnus and Norse. Connor gives me a peck on the cheek before sliding his arm around his wife. Mac pulls me in front of him and wraps his arms around me from behind, resting his chin against the top of my head.
"So Cree's crew from Montreal isn't going to swing by here after all?"
Mac asks Magnus. I assume he means the Royal Bastards chapter from Montreal, Canada.
"Nope. They'd been planning to come take shelter at our clubhouse overnight on their way down to Rochester, but it sounds like they ran into some trouble on the way." "Hope it's nothing serious,"
Connor murmurs. Magnus shrugs.
"Cree and his men can hold their own. I'm sure they're fine. I'd hear about it otherwise."
Rainey and Choppa come over then, both of them carrying mugs of something. Reenie's wearing a bejeweled Santa hat, light-up Christmas bulb earrings, and a Rudolph sweater that has a matching light-up nose. She gives me a hug. "How's my favorite daughter-in-law?" she asks, with a twinkle in her eye. "Never better," I say, thinking about the news she doesn't know yet. "How are the two of you?" "Full of the Christmas spirit," she says, raising her mug. "Managed to get the old man to dress up for the occasion, as you can see." Choppa is wearing a red t-shirt that reads, "Ho, ho, effing ho." When he sees me looking at it, he gives me a wry smirk.
"Rains wouldn't let me have one that spells out the word, 'cause of Julia."
I mean, Julia is pretty smart, I say, but I'm not sure she can read quite yet. "It's the principle of the thing," Rainey argues. "When she's older looking at pictures, I don't want her to see this stupid old man with the F word across his chest." "Speaking of Julia, check that out," Kat says, pointing. I follow her eyes across the room to where Reed is sitting in an overstuffed chair with little Julia on his lap. She's got one of her books out. She turns the page one by one, and Reed seems to be reading the book to her, their heads bent close together. Holy crap, I marvel. Who would ever believe that grump would tolerate reading a picture book to a kid? Right? Kat shakes her head, smiling. Reed was here a couple of weeks ago helping Con out with something, and Julia spent the whole time following him around like a puppy dog. She's definitely a daddy's girl, and she loves Mac, but Reed? And the weird part is, he doesn't even seem to mind spending time with her. Maybe he needs a kid of his own, I remark. Psh, he'd have to have a girlfriend or an old lady for that. Kat rolls her eyes. That guy is as confirmed a bachelor as I've ever seen. We stay at the party for several hours. We sing happy birthday to Julia, eat slices of birthday cake, and watch her open presents. The men go downstairs and play pool for a while. My former neighbors, Carrie Ann, her daughter London, and Carrie Ann's mom Janice, stop by. I made sure that when I moved away from my old house, Carrie Ann and I stayed in touch. Through me, Kat and Carrie Ann have become good friends too. Little London loves playing with Julia, despite the 4-year age difference. Eventually, I start to get tired. It's been a long day, and for the last week or so, I've been more tired than usual. I tell Mac I'm ready to leave. We say our goodbyes and head out to his truck. On the way home, we exchange stories from the different people we talked to at the party. I can't help but keep stealing glances at my handsome husband. He looks relaxed and happy, and I hope I'm about to make him even happier. Back at our place, I go to the bedroom on the pretense of wanting to change into something more comfortable. But really, I'm there to find Tedward. As I expected, he's sprawled out on our bed sleeping. It takes a little wrangling, but I managed to get him into the special cat shirt that I found at the specialty pet store down the street from Roos's tattoo shop earlier today. "Okay, Ted," I whisper into his fur. "Let's go do this." Mac's footsteps sound in the hallway.
You want a nightcap, darling?
He asks, poking his head into the bedroom. Thankfully, Mac hadn't noticed that I wasn't drinking tonight. "No, I'm good. But Ted here wants to tell you something."
What?
Mac snorts as he comes in. He sits down next to me.
Ted, you didn't pee on the bed or something, did you?
I set Ted down, and he ambles over to Mac to be petted.
Shit, what's that you're wearing?
He looks closer, peering at the lettering on the back of Ted's shirt, which says, "Soon to be Big Brother." Mac's brow furrows. He looks up at me, puzzled.
We're getting another cat?
I snort. "No, you idiot. I took a pregnancy test today."
What? Whoa, are you serious?
I stare him in the eye, hands on my hips. "Mac, you have known me for longer than anyone except my brother. Do you really think I would joke about something like this?" He blows out a breath.
Yeah, good point.
Mac's lack of reaction is starting to freak me out. Are you, do you have any thoughts about this situation? God, maybe I should have actually talked to him about whether he wanted this before I sprang the whole Big Brother shirt thing on him.
Thoughts?
He repeats dazedly.
Yeah, I have some thoughts.
So, do you want to maybe share some of them? I ask, my voice starting to wobble. Mac swallows hard. He opens his mouth, but no words come for a moment.
His
voice is raspy. He meets my eyes, and damned if his aren't rimmed with red.
This is good. Yeah, I think this is good.
I think so too, I say in a broken whisper.
Fuck, Gigi.
He croaks.
I love you so damn much. I can't believe this is happening. You're gonna be a mama.
And you're gonna be a dad.
You're gonna be such a good mom.
He reaches for me, hauling me into his chest.
This is gonna be the best fucking family.
Language, I murmur, sniffling. Mac chokes out a laugh.
You think the kid can hear us already?
Probably not. I was just practicing.
You don't need to practice. You're gonna be great at this, just like you're great at everything else.
Mac pulls back and stares down into my eyes.
This is everything I ever wanted, G. You know that? Hell, I didn't even know I wanted any of it until you. You are everything. You're my whole world.
And there, engulfed in the arms of my husband, with my cranky cat next to us, I realize I finally have the family I always wanted. A family where I'm not just an afterthought. I have parents in Chapa and Rini. I have a husband who would move heaven and earth for me. I have a brother and a sister-in-law and a niece. And pretty soon, I'll have a child who will mean everything to me. I'm not alone. Not anymore. I have the world. And his name is Mac Maxwell. This concludes Deadly North by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Anastasia Watley and Troy Duran. Copyright 2024 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.